Yeah, so sometimes the nasaliness just adds some gravitas to your voice.
Yeah, well, not everyone has the beauty of the the British accent.
Or the vocal cord paralysis that I apparently have, because I can't seem to change the pitch of my voice ever.
Well, you could have had the beautiful British accent, but then you all rebelled and ran away.
Yeah.
So really,
When will
you
you, Americans, when will you learn? Just accept us back as your rightful rulers and everything will be fine.
Hasn't Scotland been trying to leave the UK? Like, is it like...
With an emphasis on trying.
Yeah, just the stupid ones. It's fine. We've taken care of them.
I've received multiple comments on my Disney video that the British Empire has not fallen, and I was mistaken for saying that at the beginning.
Oh yeah, they're just waiting, right? That's what Platoon
said. It's healthier than ever. It's just 1/1000th of its original size.
We're just doing it more subtly. That's how this works.
I was trying to explain to them, like, just because it's fallen doesn't mean it ceased to exist. It just does not have its empirical status anymore, but no one wants to listen to me.
It's an empire of the mind, really, is what we're saying.
Hail
empire
chat.
Is a psychology.
Sorry for the delay, and also sorry for sounding sick, as I am sick, but it is what it is. This is
one of those things is my fault. The other thing isn't.
This is the 100K stream, but also the return of BSUP. We were not around last week, so we are dual streaming on both channels. We brought some tremendous guests, the usual gang, our essential co-host, Vex Electronica, co-host by proxy, really. Bagface, DarkHour, Nerdy Film Girl, thanks for coming back. And the MauLer and Drinker, do they need any introductions? I think not.
Hello.
But yeah, thanks for joining us, everybody. And we'll get to it. We wanted to... I don't know. The first thing on my list was I kind of wanted to talk about Barbenheimer, or specifically Barbie crossing $1 billion.
A billion.
Especially since we kind of had a lead in from Little Platoon's premiere.
Yeah, you looked at it and you thought, I know what Platoon won't be sick of yet, Barbie. So let's go and talk about that.
It's like an epilogue for you, man.
Yeah.
The last time you had to talk about Barbie.
It was just so good that we have to keep on going.
I will say, pretty sad you made a thing about a thing meant for children's toys and stuff, man. I don't know. I just feel like you're losing it a little bit. Can we please focus on things that matter?
I know. It's just my evil right-wing reactionary, why are you criticizing kids kind of demeanor. I've fallen into the dark side is really what's happened.
Well, MauLer and I are kind of the pipeline to the alt-right as far as we've been made aware. So yeah, I'm not surprised.
Proudly.
Hanging around with the fascists.
Well, when Barbie was advertised, me and Drink were like, oh, yes, time to recruit some alt-righters.
Yeah. We knew it was going to happen. So
you just want Obi-Wan to turn to the film and just say, no, you've done that yourself. It doesn't actually require any effort. But it's gone over 1 billion. Is it Saturday it went over 1 billion? And Oppenheimer is over 500 million, I think. So both doing pretty well. I don't know which angle you wanted to go for first, Cynic, but I was kind of interested to get people's thoughts on why it's doing so particularly well. We have our ideas,
that's what I was going to ask, because I think we were all kind of thinking the same thing when it first came out, which was like, oh, the advertising certainly fooled everyone. I wonder how this is going to play out. I even said like a 59% drop in Barbie's second weekend. That did not happen. So yeah, I am interested in everyone's thoughts on
this. Is the guy who every time when we're streaming on Mr. Brown's channel, he'll always say that I know the box office, I can predict this stuff, I would put money on it, I am going to be right. And then here we are. And you got.
Hey, am I not allowed to be wrong once in a while?
Not when I'm right. Because I think I called that on the last piece up. I think I said it was going to break 1 billion.
Okay, well, hey, Backface, why don't we start with you? Because you're the guy who says, like, oh, what happened to Go Woke Broke? Whatever.
It's me.
Go Woke, Go Broke. All right. Why did this movie perform well?
Because it's actually catered to the audience that this messaging is trying to always get to. And I think, like, trying to fit, like, it's definitely woke, but trying to fit, like, a woke message into a bunch of nerds' favorite film, God, I can't think right now, but like trying to fit it into the MCU is just never going to work, because a whole bunch of dudes watch the MCU and they don't want to hear that shit. But putting it into a Barbie movie and having a gigantic sect of of the population excited to see it and also agree with those politics because, you know, they're excited to see a Barbie movie, which makes a whole lot of sense. It's just a whole bunch of things lining up in the way that they should. They gave the audience for this movie exactly what they wanted and were expecting. And believe it or not, there's actually a whole bunch of woke people in the world. They're all annoying, yes, but they do exist and have money.
I didn't change my shirt to a pink shirt.
Are you now Team Barbie? Because
I didn't get to do this on the last one because I wasn't invited.
if it's good enough for Justin Trudeau, it's good enough for you, DarkHour.
I actually have a bright pink jujitsu gi, so it's not like pink has actually been a color that I've worn for a long time. So it's not really.
You did pink before it was cool. Before Barbie.
Well, actually, I did pink because I wasn't cool. That's basically what it was.
Fair point.
If I had to chip in with some ideas about why it's been so successful, they have successfully made this into the summer event movie.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I'm sure there's definitely that market of like 40-year-old wine moms that are frustrated with their lives that this messaging is going to appeal to. But I think that the advertising blew this up to the point where it just became the thing to do. Like I've talked to people who like knew nothing about the film or kind of felt like they weren't going to enjoy it that much, but they just went to see it anyway because everyone else was doing it. It was just the movie to see. And I think that's a big part of it. A lot of people have just flocked to go and see it because it's such a big deal. It's become like that self-fulfilling prophecy, you know, and the more money it's made, the more people are curious to go see it. You know, if it's been this popular, well, there must be something good in it. And I think that's played a big part in it too.
I
think there was. Oh, go ahead, MauLer.
I want to do the bad news part of all of this, which is that, and I know from firsthand, a lot of people thought this film was fun. They just had fun with it. They thought it was funny and they thought it was a good time. I don't understand that, but it's something that people felt, and apparently they felt it en masse enough to recommend it. Because even if the realization is that they managed to get people in, they managed to keep people in. Like they didn't send them straight back out. People didn't run away. People didn't recommend everyone stay the fuck away from this movie. Plenty of people did, but plenty of people actually likely saw it twice. Plenty of people recommended their friends see it. People really thought it was a fun movie. I know plenty of people who, take it to be a really fun film because it's making fun of just everything. It's having as much fun as a film like a Monty Python film would have, or something like that. And it's just like, holy shit. Well, all right. Box office numbers can't lie, I guess.
I know. I mean, did anybody else besides me have the phenomena where, like, after a while, the laughter started becoming like different laughter in their theater? Because like the beginning, I had a lot of people who were legitimately laughing at the jokes, and toward the end it was mostly just kids and kind of muddled like I don't know if they were just getting like tired of it or
No, see, like I had that opinion when I saw Thor: Love and Thunder, and that was, I think, the kind of thing you're describing. So everyone begins in the first 5 minutes laughing quite a lot, and over time the laughter just declines and declines and declines, and that's not because the film has stopped trying to be funny. That's because it's just not funny anymore. Yeah. Whereas with Barbie, I think Barbie makes quite a pronounced transition after that opening 20 minutes. Barbie then becomes basically a different film. It wants to be sincere as well as slightly comical. And because it's basically trying to preach heartfelt emotional messages to people, people's laughter, in my impression of it anyway, is that it died because they thought, well, hang on, either I agree with this or the film is at least giving me something that it wants me to agree with. It's trying to give me a moral point and an emotional point. And so some of those do actually land, to give it some credit, but the laughter declines because the frequency of the jokes declines, and actually the meaning of the joke stops being frivolous and becomes a little bit more serious. And so there's a bit more thoughtful laughter, to the extent there is still laughter. Most of it, in my experience at least, is still women laughing at it. I didn't hear very many men who didn't want to get fucked laughing at the Barbie film, but it's still, I think that's more the reason. And yeah, it's the reason as well that the box office is held up as opposed to decline. People are evidently seeing something in this. It might not be what they expected to see, but they are seeing something.
I assume everyone's aware of the plethora of points of view. As far as I'm aware, as from Heel vs. Babyface, I think he said he enjoyed watching it because he was enjoying like how much it was making fun of, these insane stereotypes or whatever. While of course a lot of people are just like, I don't think it was making fun of them.
By accident.
I think it would want to try and present the facade that it's like making fun of both sides equally. but there's
'cause
no teeth to one side of it.
It's interesting, right? Because like this came up with the Suicide Squad when James Gunn was telling everybody what Polka Dot Man's personality was in that film. On EFAB, we basically said like, I don't really care what James Gunn said about it. That ain't what happened in the film. In the same vein, someone could say, I don't care what Greta Gerwig said about the scenes or the characters. I got an interpretation of my own, and I think that's fair. But when you know that the author, this is thanks of course to Little Platoon's video, at least that's where I've seen the quotes. When they're like, yeah, this is a great scene with some great points. And and it's like, Jesus, really?
It's the difference, isn't it? You can read it satirically. That's basically what you're saying. You can read it satirically if you want to. But if the statement being made is, no, this film is satirizing X character and X position, then you are talking about the author's intent behind that, in which case I think it's fair to go and look up what the author actually said about it. And lo and behold, you find that, no, it's not satirizing evil, silly, woke children. No, she thinks that the child is making very sane, sensible, correct, and well-articulated points. It's just that she also wants to move a little bit away from that. So I think it does a very good job of unintentionally undermining itself. And it's funny for that reason, but that's not to say it meant to do it. That's a very different statement.
Yeah, and for the record, I'm pretty sure Az knew it was not intended to be this way. I'm just saying that I think it's even still valid to ignore the author's intention, which is fine. It's just that it's so amazing that the movie has this many interpretations.
I just think it's fantastic that we're discussing the deep thematic intentions behind the Barbie movie.
They said on Adam Finch's show, I was more than happy to not talk about this movie at all, but everybody's talking about it. I'm like, fine, I guess so. I guess culture for you. Fine, let's talk about it.
But it was kind of surprising and not actually that unwelcome is that there is a lot of thematic stuff to talk about with this film. So it's not content free and empty. I think in that sense, it's a deeper film than, say, Mario is. And otherwise, those two things are quite comparable in that they're taking a much loved IP. They're taking a relatively similar approach superficially to sort of the comedy and the humor. But whereas Mario was very much keen to play it as safe as it possibly could, Barbie did actually take some risks and try and say some things about what it meant to be Barbie in this film and what Barbie's message to the audience wanted to be. It did try and impart lessons. You can disagree with those, but on balance, I kind of prefer it when films do that than not. So in a way, I had more fun with Barbie than I did with Mario, even though I think Mario was less objectionable.
Did Platoon die? Or did I die?
You died.
I think you died. Because I was going to say,
I died.
I found it way less painful to watch Mario. So
I never got the impression. Well, put it this way: I never got the impression that Mario hated me for existing.
Yeah.
So that's probably a big difference.
Did anybody say? Because I was obviously stepped away for a minute. Did anybody? I know that what we were saying about the how it's gotten to $1 billion. Did anybody mention that it has the whole kind of Titanic thing where like women want to bring their husbands and boyfriends and stuff, which then kind of artificially doubles the amount of tickets that are sold? Did anybody mention that while I was not?
No one mentioned that.
I think it's a pretty valid interpretation, though.
Vex, did you drag your significant other to see the film and boost its popularity?
No, because I wouldn't do that to him. And the reason Barbie succeeded is a whole lot simpler than what everyone is saying. And I'm going to let my misogynist flag fly here a little bit. Women are fucking stupid. It's the reason why 50 Shades of Grey makes a lot of money. It's the reason why Twilight makes a lot of money. It's the reason why Titanic killed it at the box office. Women eat up this shit like no tomorrow. And the fact that it had a stellar marketing campaign with shoes, makeup, perfume, like anything girly that you can think of, just elevated all of this. There's no depth to Barbie whatsoever. It is literally just a reflection of how confusing and how uncertain the female brain is just on a daily basis. That's really all it is. And you can see that in the sharp tone shift it takes halfway through the film.
Yeah, that 5-minute speech that whatever her name is, America Ferrera, that she says, I think that speech and like my audience's opening night reaction really solidifies what you're saying there, because I whatever the movie says at the end about equality, any of that shit, what people are walking away with is like what she says in that speech, because my audience was like 90% female, and when she finished her speech it was like literal standing ovation, applause, and I've said it multiple times that there's like multiple women standing behind me going, "You tell them, girl. Yeah, girl."
The speech was
to take a
sorry.
I was just going to say, to take a slightly different perspective on that, rather than just going with the idea that women are dumb and easily manipulated, but like, is part of it that they haven't had an awful lot of movies in recent years that are specifically geared to them?
I
Because what you've
100%
seen-
agree with that.
What you've
Why does
seen
there need
is,
to be... Sorry.
well, no, I guess the approach I was looking at was that there's been an attempt to bend other genres to include women, to make them more palatable for them. Like if you take the superhero genre, generally you would see that as being more male centric, but they have made a conscious effort to have way more female characters to make them super powerful and girl bosses and so on. They've done the same with Star Wars. And it's almost like they haven't just said, instead of doing that, we're just going to make some movies that are specifically just for women, unapologetically like pink and girly or whatever else you want to say. And this is the first film in quite a while which has been big and mainstream that's catered to that. I'm wondering if that's part of it.
Yeah,
I
so like
100%
actually
agree.
saying that it's a white woman's Black Panther is accurate then.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, yes, in that sense, but also like that is 100% correct. They have basically the strategy up to this point was buy existing IPs and then attempt to change them. Whereas this was literally for lack of a better term, in a box, packaged, ready to go, female IP that had just been sitting untapped except for like direct to DVD animated movies for literally ever. So it was just this untapped well that they had been sitting on for a while.
Also, for
this
the
is
record,
another-
it does make me think I would actually prefer it this way. And I never thought I'd say this about Barbie, but it's like I would rather they took this approach where they just said, okay, if you really want to have these female empowerment kind of films, they can have their own thing. And so there'll be less perhaps need to try and make everything like female centric, if you know what I mean. Like it can be concentrated on certain genres or certain things that are more geared towards that.
So what you're
I don't
saying
know
is
if that'll happen.
apartheid is actually a good idea.
I think so, yeah. We're just too different. We can't ever like the same things. I think that's a fact.
We
That's
have
kind of
our
how it
I'm
goes.
kidding.
by the way, in the cinema, us men, present company that are not men excluded, are responsible for very shit movies too. Like, look at the Meg, look at it go.
It opened bigger than the Flash. Everybody, the Meg had a bigger
funny.
global opening than the Flash.
Is the Flash really a measuring stick at this point? Because that was like I don't think that should count for.
It's
for
one of those
anything.
ones that you use to measure how deep a well is, I think.
Yeah.
So it does still count as a measuring stick.
It's not a measuring stick. It's a dipstick at this point. That's all that is.
So, Nerdy Film Girl, you were going to say something about the speech earlier.
Oh yes. The speech to me, my entire time I was thinking, you can get that message across in a much smarter and clever way than what was given to America Ferrera to say. Like afterwards, I was like, and you're talking about really two like fantastic screenwriters that came up with that. And it was like anyone could have come up with that speech. And I think as far as why it's still popular, especially in the US, everyone's very stressed out. The economy is really struggling right now, especially with the inflation thing. People do want the fun aspect. For the first half of the film, it's not terrible. It really falls apart into a weird messaging at the end. And that's what made me so uncomfortable with the film was the very end. But every time I'm out, though, it is these huge groups. And they made it a party, just like both Critical Drinker and MauLer were saying. It is the movie of the summer. And people, summertime, people are on vacation and they plan to do it at a later date. So you're getting people that normally don't go to the movies like we all do often. And they made it a point to go for this film because of that.
How much of it as well is that this is something fine? Again, the Mario film had a similar effect. It's that finally, here we go again. It's not a superhero film. And actually, it's something that you can enjoy if you don't like or if you're tired of seeing people in capes running around the screens, even though they try to appeal to you by having their male writers write female heroes as though they are men, which never seems to work quite as well as women writing women for women. Is this partly a reaction to a prevailing trend as well? Is that part of it, do you think?
So are you asking if it's kind of like almost like a rebelling against the existing superhero dominated genre? Is that what you're
Kind of, yes. It's
like
look what else you've got available to you. Indiana Jones, The Flash, Blue Beetle's coming out. Everything has been superheroes for as long as anybody can really remember. And here is something which promises to be, it's recognizable. It still has the brand recognition, but it's also promising to be a fun and very different type of film than the one we've all been forced to sit through recently.
I think by that rationale, then Indiana Jones should have done really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A rising
well, I mean-
lack of superhero tide raises all boats except some. That's the best we can explain it with.
Trying to think of like what, like I'm trying to go through like the entirety of the year. Like it didn't work on certain other ones, but then again, some of them were, you know, live action Little Mermaid, which had its own problems with its own marketing and all that stuff. So it could be definitely one of the situations where it was just, yes, this is different. I do think the fact that you couldn't get away from the marketing for this helps too. Like it was everywhere, pervasive in everything. And after a while, if you just get beaten in the head with a stick, eventually you're going to be like, well, what's that about? So it's it was definitely a marketing crowning achievement for both of these movies, for both it and Oppenheimer, to kind of bounce off of each other in such a way that it doesn't make any sense, and it only happens because of the production company itself being like, let's play into that.
Well, that was actually leading on to another question I was going to ask, which is that how much has the Barbenheimer effect actually boosted Oppenheimer above what it would have been had Barbie not come out
I
alongside?
think probably quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, how many times did people overall go see Oppenheimer because Barbie was sold out or something?
I legitimately
just
think that it doubled both of their incomes, the fact that they came out at the same time.
I think it probably benefited Oppenheimer more than it benefited Barbie.
Yeah,
to be
I'm
fair,
inclined to agree. Yeah,
and it's a sad state of affairs when that's the case, but there it is. But yeah, like there will have been a lot of people that just made that that decision that they were going to do the double bill. They were going to see Barbie and Oppenheimer together.
I need to see the live reaction of Nolan if they told him like your name and your actors and your quality put together got you about 150 mil. The rest was Barbie.
Because I don't
Okay.
think we talked about this in the lead up to Oppenheimer. You know, we were excited to see it as you know, a piece of cinematic art, but it didn't seem like the kind of film that had mass market appeal. You know, fairly long, detailed historical drama. You know, it doesn't exactly lend itself to like general audiences necessarily, and yet here it is. I think it's greatly benefited from this phenomenon.
I feel like Oppenheimer was kind of billed a little differently than they usually do with that genre of movie as well. It's almost like it was marketed as a superhero movie, and they like, I remember seeing trailers for that shit like, I don't know, 8 months ago. Like I knew it was coming for so long, and they kind of made it like an event film on its own. I know Barbie definitely helped it, but I feel like they took an unconventional approach with how they marketed that movie, in the sense that they kind of made it feel a lot more exciting than it actually.
I'm gonna say
is.
you saying that made me think of him with a cape dropping nukes on like his enemy.
I was gonna
It's
say,
nuclear man.
they kind of did that with almost a lot of movies. Tried that this year, though. It just really succeeded with these two. Almost all of them attempted that, like, you know, summer event of the decade kind of thing. You know, they did it with Indy's back. You know, you haven't seen him in 15 plus years. So they tried to do it with that. They tried to, you know, The Flash. They tried to spin it as, oh, you didn't think this was going to make it out. Like, who knows?
You never thought this would see the light of day.
Yeah,
Go and see it.
I also think Ryan Gosling is Ken, though. Like, I think his
Yup.
superstar power had so much to do with it. I think it was like, you guys have to see, Ryan Gosling as Ken.
Well, here's a question for you, actually. Do you think Ryan Gosling or Margot Robbie sold this movie?
I don't think that I think this helped his superstar, actually. I think at this point, I don't think he was selling the movie. And I think now the next movie he does is going to actually have a boost from him being in this. So
we thought that about Mission Impossible 7 and Tom Cruise, too. That
was bad.
There's no halo
Yeah,
effect,
I feel like that's a
unfortunately.
perfect storm of shit that movie.
Wait, what do you
had.
mean you thought that about which thing? About who?
Well, because like Top Gun last year, I thought was going to have kind of a halo effect with the box office for Mission Impossible 7, and it didn't really have it. But I mean, it could be just a cavalcade of bullshit and bad timing.
I do. Maybe it won't work out that way, but I do think that this greatly. I don't think he was really. I think he had kind of meandered down a little bit in recent years, to the point where this brought him back out of like a valley, so to say, in his career.
Well, I mean,
Cruise,
this makes me wonder.
No. Ryan Gosling.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of makes me think as well that Margot Robbie was in a bit of a valley or a bit of a slump in her career too, because she hadn't really starred in a box office success by herself.
Babylon
I think,
bombed.
Not for lack of
Yep.
trying.
Yeah, I mean,
Amsterdam.
I
Puts a lot of effort into her roles.
Birds of Prey, I think, was the first big attempt to push her as like a lead-in lady, and that flopped. And then Babylon was a flop.
She had this like she had that whole thing where like the amount that the movie made was like reverse proportional to how much clothes she was willing to take off, and so this now, I mean, this has now broken that trend. Obviously, she probably wore more outfits in this than she's worn in everything up to this point. But yeah, they were both kind of in that like rut. They had both been in bad either like reboot sequel things when it comes to Birds of Prey, like you said, and then also Blade Runner didn't go so well for Ryan Gosling, and so they both kind of needed this, and I think I do think that he's going to benefit more than she is actually, because he coming out of it, I feel like people talked about him way more.
Oh,
Ryan Gosling was actually
Way
fine
more.
before this, because he's come out in interviews and said that he just hasn't preferred the big kind of like AA releases. He's been more of like a character actor, and Blade Runner 2049 was kind of a rare one when you look at his filmography just over the last 10-15 years, right?
Yeah,
I think
La La
he
Land,
sold this
yeah.
more. Yeah,
don't
he
think
sold
I've
this movie
ever
more.
Seen him give a bad performance as well. It's kind of pretty good.
So maybe it was by design that he was in a rut. I don't know. Like that sounds kind of like what you just summed up, is that he was like choosing specifically to not do any kind of big.
And it's interesting with
movies.
Margot Robbie, because she has chosen films that she probably thought were going to be really good for her career. I mean, Tanya, she was fantastic in, and I was getting really Margot Robbie'd out
She
for
was
quite
really
a bit. And then she chooses Amsterdam, and which we thought was initially was going to be a good film with the Christian Bale and everyone, and then also Babylon. Those are like directors you think would be putting her on the map at that point, or revitalizing any type of low in her career. But then they were such bad bombs, and I don't know what, this was probably the best choice for her at this moment, and I think she should then grab onto more serious projects moving forward.
I hope that is what happened. Again, it is a bit of a match made in heaven situation. If you think, well, which actress could I possibly imagine who looks the most like a real life Barbie doll? Margot Robbie's very, very high on that list. So she was very well cast for the role. But I actually quite like the fact that because she is literally playing the Barbie doll, the film doesn't have to make a huge amount of point about how she looks and how attractive she is. That's baked into it. And so just assuming, well, she's just a plastic doll model thing, we can get away from that and actually pay a bit more attention to what she's doing, how she's saying, how she's delivering lines, what her expressions are. And actually, I thought, like, I didn't really consider her that subtle an actress until this, but I thought the performance in this was quite good at times. I mean, very good at times.
I'm a little confused by why you said that, considering this is probably the only movie in history to break the fourth wall to tell the audience she's hot.
That was like the only like late joke that I actually found funny.
Yeah,
That
I
was,
actually laughed at that one.
Oh, yeah,
It was good
Gosling
because it was
playing
like so
guitar.
out of the blue.
It was also aided by the fact that it was Helen Mirren's voice, which just played into it perfectly.
Always filled with like
That
a
was good.
the
I
passive
think
aggressive
that sort
comedy
of
is fun.
plays along with it, though. The fact that the film it recognized that it was so much baked into it that when they do try and make it, they should never have even tried to make that point because it self-evidently didn't work. That's why they had to try and meta joke their way out of it. But the fact they did have to meta joke their way out of it, I think, is just testament to the fact that hitherto it's not really been the focus of the film. It has just been the assumption, well, it's Margot Robbie, she's a doll, she's very attractive. And then the film has to point out, well, yeah, that's kind of inconvenient to us when we're trying to say that she's not pretty anymore, because that's quite clearly not true.
I feel like that was a holdover joke from the Amy Schumer portion of the script. Because that was like, I know that like there was parts of it that like most of it had been overhauled, but some of it was still the same.
Could you imagine that in that crazy alternate reality, there's an Amy Schumer version of this movie that's more feminist than this one?
She's supposed to be.
God.
Wasn't that
This
why
was
she
not
left,
feminist
though?
enough for Amy
Yeah,
Schumer, though.
she
It's the
left
funny
because she-
part.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I mean.
What was her role originally? Does anyone know?
I think it was
Barbie.
supposed to be
She
Barbie.
was
Yeah,
Barbie.
Barbie.
Why
Yeah,
the
she
fuck
was-
would they cast her as Barbie? Why would you do that?
To make
That's-
it just like they changed
What would Helen
April
Mirren have
O'Neil.
said? Note to the filmmakers: if you wish to make a point about how ugly Amy Schumer is, but anyway, let's just continue.
Honestly, whoever made that casting decision probably deserves a significant promotion, because the difference between Margot Robbie as Barbie and Amy Schumer as Barbie is probably worth $800 million. So that's a profitable
Yeah.
choice.
I know I just came in, but maybe they were going to cast her in Diabetes Barbie. Maybe she's going to be Diabetes
Maybe,
Barbie.
yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
The body positive Barbie.
How's everybody
Barbie.
doing tonight?
What's up, Copa?
Right?
Hey,
How's it going, buddy?
I have a question that I've been pondering. Like, as much as the like, I feel like the box office, it not being superhero movies like Oppenheimer and Barbie have both benefited from that. Do you think that there's like either subconsciously or consciously some sort of like rebel against just a CGI dump fest on screen? I feel like audiences are just tired of having their eyes fucked.
I mean, if your choice to not get your eyes screwed up was to stare at all those bright colors for that long, then that's a,
Let us remember, okay, some of the greatest CGI is the stuff that we don't even know is CGI. So
good
a
CGI.
lot of what
you
we
can't
saw in Barbie World is not real, like it's not physical sets and stuff. A lot of like the backgrounds and the wider world. So again, I always am going to argue it's just the way we use CG. Like Marvel has actually damaged the reputation of CGI at this point.
I mean, the budget for Barbie was like 150 million, so you kind of have to assume there was a pretty large chunk of that set aside for VFX. So
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
With
I
a
think
huge
the subtlety
set,
of
though,
it
too.
plays in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it like plays into the, at least the idea in the audience mind that like you're going to watch something real and not
yeah.
like, literal.
I definitely agree with the notion of like whether or not the sets or whether they're CGI'd or whatever in Barbie World. It almost doesn't matter. It's the fact that you're just not being assaulted by the same level of like explosions and lightning and energy blasts and all the other stuff that just wears you down after a while. You know, you can only see that for so long before it just doesn't mean anything anymore. So yeah, that could be part of it.
I think going from the making of stuff and sort of reading around it, I think the majority of it was practical. So they built a lot of miniatures. Most of Barbie Worlds, the backdrops were either painted or miniatures. It's actually not that unlike the way they did a lot of the Lord of the Rings stuff. And it's obviously borrowing from sort of Greta Gerwig's fascination with oh God, Wes Anderson? That's the one. How did that name almost go? So I think it probably is much more practical than not in this particular instance. I actually quite like that. After you get past the sort of the incredibly lurid color scheme, you can tell it does make a difference. Though I'm with you, MauLer, I think it does depend how you use it more than the fact it exists. There is something very nice about seeing them put those sets together behind the scenes, and it does come through.
I've always said that CGI should be a tool instead of a crutch, and in this day and age, you go back to like Jurassic Park, and you can't really differentiate where the practical ends and where the CGI begins. And I think that's where a lot of audience members start looking at modern day films, and they go, yeah, why does movies from 20 years ago look better than they do today? And it's just solely due to the fact that I think these filmmakers now use it as a crutch more and more often than just a tool for filmmaking.
All right, well, stream over.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
We go to bed.
Catch you next time.
Moving on, just sort of semi-moving on anyway, in terms of what comes next from this. Obviously, Mattel has announced that they're planning a whole host of films based on all the various IPs they own. And I think Hasbro is doing something similar. The Monopoly one was announced. I'm sure they've got a couple of others in development. Is this going to become a thing now? I know we were talking about it in the context of video games after Mario, but are we just sort of desperately looking around for any established IP to turn into a film?
Yeah, because apparently film IPs are not good enough anymore, so we need anything but film IPs.
Yeah, we completed film. Film's been done.
Film is over.
Yeah.
We're moving on to Uno, the card game now, right? Like that's how deep, that's
I mean,
how
like,
bottom of the barrel we're scraping.
But with all these IPs that they have, or with all these like toy lines and stuff, like imagine if they could replicate the success of Barbie with them, like become the new MCU. And that's a horrifying thought. But
I don't think it can happen though, because there's not really any other line that's as successful as Barbie. That's the thing, is the way that the MCU built was from smaller characters and then slowly bringing in other similar characters and then getting bigger ones back. Whereas they started with the biggest one here, and the rest of them have like niche audiences for collection purposes. But Barbie is by far like blows them all out of the water. It's not even close. Like Polly Pocket is not collected by the same amount of people who collect Barbies.
Well, we've been through this before with Transformers. Then we got Battleship, and then we got G.I. Joe. And it didn't seem to work out then. I don't foresee an Uno game taking or or a Uno movie taking the summer box office. In a
Only
couple
if
of
Uno's
years.
gonna
halfway
kill.
through the
What are you
movie,
talking about?
only if halfway through the movie somebody plays the reverse card and they just reverse the movie and play it backwards for the rest of it. I would love that.
Do you think it's
That's too
interesting that
smart.
we always look at it, including the big companies, by the way, look at it through the lens of who's going to be the next MCU, because I think we've all agreed the MCU is fucking dying. But like, that's like a one in a lifetime thing that happened. It doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen again. It could just be several individual movies from a company that aren't even connected that maybe do well, and then it just pushes trends of, I mean, Drink has talked about it, is like, are we heading back to action? Are we going to be focusing on video game adaptations? Are we going to get some fucking Monopoly movies? It's like, who knows? Maybe all of them, maybe some of them, maybe it'll be successful. Maybe we'll go back so that it doesn't have to just fucking be another new trend. It can be just a lot of different movies actually get some level of success because everyone's reveling in the fucking graveyard of superhero movies being popular.
It seems like the most logical thing to do, certainly with something like Mattel, like a Barbie-verse film, which somehow encompasses Polly Pocket and whatever other property they own, is it's very hard to see how they can make it work. I think, though, against that, it's the corporate tendency to do what's already been done. And if you can successfully establish this huge cinematic universe, as Marvel has proven, it can bring you in billions and billions and billions of dollars in a way that standalone films can't. I think the temptation will be there to try and do something like that again. Whether or not it's the right way, it's not the right thing to do, but I think that's probably what at least some of these companies will attempt. I'd be very surprised if Nintendo didn't try and set up a cinematic universe, for example.
You do want to have that scene where Barbie is leading, like the Monopoly Man and Polly Pocket, into a fight.
Yeah,
you need it.
Portals open.
Yeah.
First of all, how would the Monopoly movie even work? Is it just gonna be people buying up properties for 2.5 hours?
Imagination?
Oh,
I
my
know,
God.
there's so many ways. That's the thing I really love about that idea is that you can do anything with it. And the thing I hate about it is that means they'll do bad things with it. But it's just basically stream of consciousness. I think I said this on Mr. Brown stream yesterday. It's like my first pitch is it begins as this family-friendly thing where they're all sitting around the Monopoly board playing a game of Monopoly. But it's actually directed by John Carpenter, and it turns into a psychological horror. And it's like at some point they all start falling apart, killing each other. The dad force feeds the mum a bag of hotels, shoots himself, and then the final scene is the camera just going to the middle of the board, and then Mr. Monopoly winks, and then it goes to black, and that's the end. And it's a horror film, basically.
You know,
I'd pay to see that now that you've mentioned it.
Yeah, that sounds excellent.
$2 billion.
It seems incredibly formulaic that they also, for the Polly Pocket movie, have Lena Dunham doing the directing and Lily Collins as Polly Pocket. It's like, are you just trying to do the Greta Gerwig, Margot Robbie thing again?
Yes,
Because
the answer is
successful?
yes.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's 100% what they're trying to do.
They just follow trends. If something's
Yeah.
successful, they'll milk
So-
it dry.
It's a
Speaking of
copycat
trends,
industry.
On the note of what Little Platoon was talking about there, right? Like going to a darker place. I was thinking about like what could actually work out, because you guys know, I assume, that some of the most popular content on Netflix is like true crime, serial killer documentaries
Yes.
and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, like, God, imagine they did like a Jeffrey Dahmer movie that really kicked off, like made over $1 billion. And then they did like an Ed Gein one, then they did John Wayne Gacy one, and then like the people who made it got enough rights to do all of them and made a universe. And then they actually like made a movie, because this, by the way, I was thinking about this as a funny, and I was like, oh fuck, this could happen, where they connect them all to, they have to get together, have to form a team to hunt down a new serial killer because he's so good and he's inspired by all of them. They've got to figure him out.
That's actually sort of
He's
happening
like putting
right
us out
now.
of business because he's killing everyone. There's no one left for us.
But like
And
he's
then
inspired
15
by
years
all of them, and they all work together to figure him out. But they, come up with a plan. Like, can we escape while trying to fight? It's like, oh my god, this could actually happen. Jesus.
It's
And then
like
we're
the
going to be
slasher universe. And
It's
we're-
murdering
yeah.
time.
Yeah, and then 15 years from now, we're going to be asking, do we have serial killer fatigue? Are we tired of serial
Serial
killer?
killer.
Honestly, like pretty easy to like. I feel like we enjoy films, so we get stuck in this viewpoint of like trying to figure out what creatively is like studios are going to do, and if they're going to understand like creative trends and go towards those. But it's somewhat simple. Like once I started thinking about movie theaters as basically hedge funds, it makes like so much sense. And you're like, okay, you have a product A that does really well. It's very profitable. If you can extend on that product and have like your like investment base, like all your investors kind of have that security of like, okay, Barbie movie made $1 billion, so we do a Polly Pocket movie with the same formula. It should make $1 billion. You can give us your stock money. It like isn't hard to kind of judge where the industry is going to go. Sadly enough, just based off that.
Yeah.
Because like the cringe scene in Endgame with the whammons and stuff, and like what has come of that is disastrous. But you could totally see the flip reverse if that serial killer thing came to light, where it's like John Wayne Gacy's got to get a severed head to the forensics team, and they're like, "How's he gonna do it?" And it's like, "He's got me." And they all just turn up. It's
And,
something that's so dark.
Jack
and
the
funny
Ripper
to me.
appears through a portal or something.
Oh,
to
it'd be
help
so
them.
fucking good.
Yeah, I was gonna say my favorite part is that most of these people didn't live at like exactly the same time.
That's
So
the thing they never addressed. They're all from the same year. They killed everybody all at the same time now.
We just
And
have
they all
Ted
their-
Bundy do a napkin equation on like the back of a napkin and be like, "I got time travel, guys. We're good."
But did he account for continental drift? That's the question.
Then like the film makes some really awkward moral thing of like, do you think they redeemed themselves? Like, I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never, because one of them fucking has to die to save the universe.
Okay, well,
Here we go, $1 billion idea.
I'll just clip that and send it to a studio. See if we get it taken up.
See, the one positive thing I was taking away from the Barbenheimer phenomenon was that like maybe studios are going to learn the correct lesson from this, because we were getting away from the cape movies, the superhero movies, because even though Barbie's an established IP, it's still it was never adapted into a film before, so it's an original film in that sense. Oppenheimer is there's not going to be an Oppenheimer sequel.
What?
But
What?
You don't know that.
There could be. There could be.
Oppenheimer 2. The aftermath.
There you go.
Son of the bomb.
But this conversation is making me fear that they're going to take away the wrong lessons. They're going to develop a Mattel universe now. That's what they walked away with.
and
It's
they're
the
gonna
first
find
time in history where they've taken away the right lesson. Has that ever happened?
Yeah,
Right.
as you guys have said, like they follow trends. It's as
Yep.
simple as that. If they see a successful formula, their first instinct is, well, how do we replicate this as closely as possible with the least amount of risk and effort?
Yeah, and I thought after how successful Barbie is, I'm like, okay, they just figured out how to sneak in the message through marketing. Like before, you could kind of tell through marketing, but they kept it really close to the chest until maybe 2 weeks to a month out from a release. You started getting like, oh, this is all about feminism and what have you. And I think they figured out how to market their messages now.
well, people were being shut down too. Like there were people who were
Yep.
coming out and saying things like Sybil Liu was like saying things, and they were like, "Oh no, don't listen to that." guy. He's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, he's out of his mind.
He's a
like
stock.
we thought-
He's a stock footage guy. Don't worry about him.
It's like we're not supposed to take the mask off yet, Simu.
Yeah.
Give it a couple more weeks.
He's done that a couple of times where he jumps the gun on like statements and stuff. So that's not. I'm not shocked at him.
I personally feel though like it's crazy that people didn't think there'd be any messaging with it, just because Barbie in general has always had controversial controversies regarding feminism, pro-feminism, anti-feminism, plus like always having a message. And then you have Greta Gerwig as the writer-director with Noah Baumbach. Like I'm surprised that people were like, oh my God, there's this message in the movie. Like I never didn't see that coming. I don't know about anyone else, but
I
I mean,
Did you
I
expect
kind
it to
of
be what it was though.
Can I just make one quick request? I've heard the word message like 30 times. Drinker, can you do it once, please?
the message.
Okay.
But
I heard it too many times without Drinker saying it. It was.
I mean, as I kind of said in my review, I figured the end goal of it would be a kind of message of acceptance and equality. That hey, men and women kind of have been in conflict a little bit at times, and it's really fundamentally not a good idea to elevate one of those groups above the other, like either one, and then maybe
Especially
like the
when men
Kens
are
and the
obviously
Barbies.
better.
Yeah, but then maybe the Kens and the Barbies should learn to work together for the betterment of Barbie world, inequality and peace. But yeah, the movie just really doesn't want to go down that road, and it kind of took me by surprise just how. I guess the only way I could describe it was mean-spirited it came across. It really had this undertone of bitterness and hatred to it. I was not prepared for that.
Yeah,
I
I
was
was
not
expected to
that
take the
either.
route it did.
Right. Yes, exactly. And like that screwed up the entire messaging to begin with. I mean, if we think about it, Barbie did exist in a world where women weren't allowed to have credit cards in the 70s. And it's like, that was a new thing. And like, that's cool, but we've moved on and we've progressed since then. And to treat Ken and the male Kens of the world so poorly, just really, I had such a huge problem with at the end, you know?
Well, so what they would tell you, the people who like the movie, would be like, yeah, it is bad, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but all that does is make it a revenge tale of like 100-year revenge.
Well, they would
tale.
say that it's supposed to make you think about how women are treated in our world.
Which is fun. I mean, yeah, that's sort of the half of the theme that's very obsessed with that particular kind of feminist narrative building. But then it just really sits so awkwardly with the actual moral message the film wants you to take away in the final scene, which is that, no, it's wrong that people should be defined by systems and by their history and by their relationships, and you should just be yourself. And it's that's really what we want to say. That's a humanist part of the film, as Greta Gerwig would call it. But it's just spent all of its time telling us how it's not true, and then it leaves Barbie Land in a state where it's not true, and the Kens are denied Supreme Court seats because, lo and behold, men in the real world, actually that doesn't work because half the Supreme Court's basically women. But yeah, it just completely strains against itself to try and make two completely contradictory points.
I think in that way, though, it's like kind of the perfect representation of current feminism. If you look at it as like an artistic piece that's going to encapsulate what the current age of feminism is like, it kind of does it perfectly. It's very contradictive and tries to be humanist and very equal, like equality between men and women. But in the end, it's like, yeah, but women, you know, which is, I don't enjoy it, but it's definitely caught the era of feminism that we're in quite well.
One aspect that I haven't heard a lot of people mention in their reviews or discussions is, and probably my favorite thing is that when the Kens do actually seize power, the real world implications are that the company of Mattel now reaches new, their stock prices go through the roof. They reach new markets they've never been in before. You know, they're appealing to more people. And that's adding inclusivity into their brand, but that's a bad thing. All of those three things are played off as a bad thing, and it's like that doesn't make sense.
It's odd as well that the Barbies are shown to be really happy in these uneven relationships.
They are.
And it's
well,
like,
yeah, that's on top
again,
of that as well. Yeah,
yeah, like so. Yeah, you're sending us some odd messages, film.
It's like so people being happier and making more money, and everybody being interested in your product and. It's not good. That's good. We don't want that.
I know, and I can never move past like the idea that Ken was just so happy that someone asked him the time, like for the first time in his whole existence. He was acknowledged, and like that is what starts him on the path to evil. Apparently, it's like, well, that tells you a lot about how he was treated up until now. So you're going to have a tough time to make me empathize with the Barbies on this one.
Yeah, it's the best sort of happiest form of evil I think I've ever seen on the screen. Whereas the good guys have the most evil, nefarious plan I've also seen from good guys on the screen. That lack of self-awareness, where they sit around in Weird Barbie's house and they say, all those happy Barbies over there, they've all been brainwashed. And then it's like, well, okay, what are you going to do about that? Well, we're going to kidnap them, lock them in a van, and play them political speeches basically on repeat. And that will unbrainwash them.
Yeah.
They also played up the old like
Is
dumb female
that
tropes as well, right? That's how they unbrainwashed them. Was like, hey, if you want to get them out of their brainwash, just play up the old dumb female tropes of like, oh, I'm so stupid, I don't understand The Godfather. Can you explain it to me? And stuff like that.
Yeah, but that manipulates us men. That's why that's clever.
But again, it manipulates them for wanting to help. It's like, oh, I don't know how to use this computer program. Can you help me? Well, yeah, sure, okay. It's like, again, I don't see that as the root of evil.
It's one of the lines, isn't it? Don't they explicitly have that in as a line? Is that you have to appear helpless because the Kens will always go out of their way to help a helpless Barbie. And that's a
that was
bad
like
thing?
word for word almost exactly what they said.
It's been mentioned about like how hateful it is towards men, but when you get moments like that, it's like men always wanting to help people. I'll just be sitting there like, okay.
Yeah, they even go so far as to like distract them by feigning interest in things that men like. Like that's a terrible thing.
In fairness, I would like one of the Kens to teach me how to use Excel. So that was one of the things because I have forgotten how that works.
And they show a guy who's passionately looking to talk about movies, and that's presented as a bad thing. I feel attacked. Okay.
Yeah. And that's weird as well, because I mean, Greta Gerwig throws in so many film references, and she will talk about this stuff in interviews all the time. She finds film absolutely fascinating, but then when the Kens do, that's apparently
So
not acceptable.
my read on that is that she's trying to say that it's more about them. They're trying to show off their vanity, their knowledge. He wants to talk about Godfather because he wants to talk about it, not because he wants to tell her about Godfather.
Right, but she asked about it.
I
Right?
know, it's so
That's the whole crazy thing is he asked, like, can you explain this to me?
Well, the thing, you know, if any of us are asked about our favorite films of all time, and then we start talking, and then that other person's like, "Did you even notice that I'm listening? Do you even care that I know what you say?" You'd be like, "You asked, man. I don't know."
I'd love to ask all of you a question about this, just because of how everything you've been talking about. You know, how much do you think Noah Baumbach was involved in this script? Because you take a movie like Marriage Story, and it so well shows both sides, right and wrong, like really well executed, great dialogue. A lot of his films do that. You know, and even a couple, you know, Greta Gerwig's movies aren't so like one-sided as far as, you know, making political messages or anything like that. How much do you think Noah Baumbach was even involved in this?
I'm guessing he gave his notes and opinions on certain things. I think it's mainly Greta Gerwig, and then he was kind of just adjusting a lot of story elements and beats and stuff like that. I don't think he probably wrote a lot of the Ken parts as well.
Yeah, the Ken stuff is definitely him. Yeah.
But what's funny is like all the Ken stuff is based in Ken pilled. Like everybody now, like all the men I've known who's seen Barbie, they're like, yeah, I'm based in Ken pilled now. I got high energy. You know, it's like we love Ken. Ken was awesome. If they made a Ken sequel, we would watch it if it was like the same kind of Ken. But yeah, I think he wrote the Ken parts, to be honest with you.
Right. Yeah.
It does seem like a logical next step as well if they do a sequel. They shouldn't do a sequel, and Greta Gerwig has said she's not got any material for a sequel, but it has made so much money that it's hard to see how they wouldn't. But there are so many ways that you can take that, and that's sort of Revenge of the Ken thing might be a valid sequel opportunity.
I think they would never have the balls to have a Ken-centric story where he's unequivocally the hero, though.
Yeah.
You know, could you imagine that if it was like, I don't know, he goes into the real world and like he gets a new perspective on it. He discovers like, I don't know, men get kind of screwed over in divorce courts and stuff, like some of the downsides to being a dude. It's not going to happen. That wouldn't be allowed.
No, it won't happen. And the fact is that if you say to the makers of the film, Ken is the hero and I love him, he's awesome and he's inspiring or whatever, they'd laugh with you. And then as soon as they realize that you're even remotely serious, they'd be like, oh shit, no, he's like, he's not a role model at all. He's like a child.
He gathers knowledge. He works out. He takes care of things around the house. He flipped the script on Barbie Land in what, 4 hours? If
he leads the Kens to freedom, literally.
And not only that, he gives Barbies equal say and equal rights as well. Like it wasn't like they just destroyed the Constitution. They replaced it with something a little bit better.
Thanks to Ken, that the other Kens can wear hats. You know,
right?
Don't forget that.
They just need to get rid of Alan.
Yeah,
I'm with Alan. Okay, I vibe with Alan. All right, he doesn't know what he's doing.
I wanted so much
He really,
more of him.
wait, to be fair, Alan didn't really want anything to do with anything. He just wanted to be out. He didn't really. He didn't want to be part of a war or anything like that. He was just like, no, I'm leaving and I'm going this direction away from.
Didn't want to hang out with anybody. Most relatable character.
I have a question. Do you guys think if they went, this was my expectation, was I figured it would be kind of like a reboot of Legally Blonde in like a kind of a vibe sense, and where it's kind of just purely women empowerment and they don't really focus on, there's kind of like one stupid guy and you got like your redeemable male characters in there. Do you think
that's where I was expecting this movie to go?
Yeah.
In all honesty.
Yeah. Do you think if they went down that route, it would have done as well?
If Ken had a purpose, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
I don't think that would have made a difference. That was the biggest flaw of the movie. That would not have changed the box office. Give Ken a purpose, the movie would have made more sense at the end.
In a way, he did have one. I think that's sort of the disappointing thing about it, is that Ken, unlike Barbie, who doesn't really have a purpose, her purpose is to have no purpose. That's sort of the moral message, is that, well, any attempt to tell the audience what Barbie's purpose is transgressing over the humanist message of just discover these things for yourself. Whereas Ken has identifiable goals, he has identifiable motives, and he achieves most of them. And consequently is much easier, I think, to understand than the protagonist is. But then by the end, he has, of course, to fall into line with theme, which just basically mandates that, all the signs of your progress and your success and your affluence, those are not you. And your love for other people isn't you either. You are yourself alone. And that's worthy.
Yay.
Yeah,
Yay.
I want to say Ken was the only one with a character arc. I have to go back and watch it, but that's what it felt like to me.
He
Was
was
I
the
think
only
he
one
had
that
a
had
more-
a character arc.
Yeah, he had a more relatable and empathetic character arc in the sense that he's so downtrodden at the beginning.
Yeah.
Discovers a
Mhm.
little bit of agency, tries to improve himself, tries to like lead his fellow Kens to freedom. And so yeah,
I found
that's
him more
more-
relatable, but Bobby does have an arc, right? Or does anyone here think she doesn't?
No,
She
she
doesn't
does.
have an
does
arc
have one.
whatsoever.
She got a
so-
vagina, Vex.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I mean,
not
her
to be rude or
realization
anything,
that
but I assume everyone here picked up that her story is choosing to become human.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously she starts out like, I love Bobby World, woohoo. Oh no, Bobby World's not working out. I must go fix it. And then the film's about her learning, hey, maybe there's nothing to fix. Maybe I want to live a more fulfilling life filled with, remember the fucking bench scene where it's like, oh look, sadness, oh look, happiness, all these different things instead of just the static life I live. There's something there. There's just loads of other bullshit all around it that makes it shit. Like that's kind of how I took it anyway.
It's weird though, because like I just thinking about it when you were talking about it, like her arc kind of is pushed by someone on the outside world, a real person creating a flawed version of her. So it's not even like she goes on her own arc and like her own path.
Yeah.
She's kind of like pushed into it by someone being like, you now have depression.
She's
like,
yeah,
"Oh."
she's inspired to become human by depression. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and what's interesting with like journey stories and stuff like that is you have a hero that is in like a small village or whatever. They leave, they experience life, they gather knowledge, and what they're supposed to do when they come back is to share it and improve the village. But she doesn't do that. She leaves it. She leaves it behind. I mean, technically she improves it by freeing quote unquote the Barbies, but in the end, like they're no better for her bringing back whatever knowledge it was. And I can't even list off like the knowledge that she learned for them to live a better life. And then she ditches them
wasn't
to
her
be a real
knowledge.
woman.
It wasn't her knowledge that she brought back. It was America Ferrera brought the the history of the real world with her. It was like Barbie herself didn't actually come back with much information.
Yeah, which is interesting because when your hero sets off on the journey, they always run into like, not like a wizard or whatever. I can't.
A
wise
mentor.
person.
Yeah, a mentor. Exactly. They find a mentor. They don't bring the mentor back to be like,
Well,
hey, share the knowledge
you
that you
could-
have. Like,
You could kind of see Weird Barbie as being the mentor character who gets her
Yeah.
on her journey, I suppose, but she
yeah.
doesn't stay with her for very long.
no, you would think she would bring her down from the mountain. Like,
It was also a
she was-
mentor that didn't want her to make her own choices, make the choices for her, which is kind of a weird mentor.
I mean, I guess like the film's just trying to poke fun at stereotypes with that, or tropes, I guess. Like it's actively making fun of the hero's journey,
Mhm.
which I'm not exclusively against. I know plenty of people found that hilarious. I was like,
I
okay.
thought that it was a missed golden opportunity to have one of the Barbies, like an older Barbie, be played by Jamie Presley because of how much she looks like Margot Robbie, just slightly older. I think that would have been a great casting.
yeah.
I'm the only one. That's fine. That doesn't matter.
I was going to take the opportunity. I know Drinker and Copa both have to drop off, so if you need to, I appreciate both of you dropping in. Really, really, thanks, you guys.
No, anytime, man, and congratulations on the 100K. It's well deserved.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
really appreciate that. I love that the last two times you and I have spoken, it's been mostly about Barbie.
I know. We need some new material here.
Everyone's talking about it all the time.
God
This thing
damn.
called Oppenheimer also came out. I think maybe we should move on to that at some point.
Oh, that's the yeah.
Hey,
I
the
remember.
Ninja Turtles came out and April O'Neil looks
I-
so sexy, guys.
Yeah, I wanted to
Oh,
bring that up,
she's-
but not if no one else had seen it yet. So
I've seen it and I'd like to talk about it, but I won't if you guys haven't seen it.
I haven't.
But yeah,
But I
man,
don't care.
congrats on the 100K as well for me. What a special number for you.
yeah,
It-
thanks,
it-
man. I appreciate you,
yeah.
dude.
It's been an honor knowing you.
Yeah.
And
I like how he says it as if you're not going to know him anymore.
No, he's like,
die now.
He's gonna
Well,
die.
My people
Bye-bye.
need me. Goodbye.
Well, the thing is like, just hit me up when you hit 848. Okay, 100, not 1,000, like myself. But yeah, no, congratulations, dude.
Yeah, thanks, man. But yeah, so we'll drop you guys off, but take care, Drinker. I know you have to fly out to Austin here in the next like couple days, don't you?
Yeah, I fly out on Thursday for Anime Matsuri, so I'm going to be
Yeah,
there.
so
in
you
Houston.
had to fly to Canada and then fly back to Scotland and then fly to
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You think I could have timed it better, so I could have just gone straight from
Yeah.
Toronto to Houston, but there it
Damn,
is.
man.
I'm kind of a dumbass.
That is a much
Drinker,
different.
Are we on for Thursday or? I never
So
know what you anymore.
no,
No, we're not. Okay.
I mean, well, is there something to be said for doing open bar on a Wednesday? Is that a thing that could happen?
I can do that if you need to do that.
All right, I'll have to
Do
think
it.
about it.
I love that
Alright.
we set in stone like that. We're the Thursday guys. Like, well, maybe Wednesday though.
Well, it's just so we don't skip two of them, because it's
I-
quite a lot to miss.
I'm on board with that. But yeah, we'll
All
talk
right,
about
I
it.
will-
Probably not on this stream, I guess.
No, that's getting a bit boring for people. All right, cool. I will catch up with you tomorrow anyway about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. As for everyone else, thank you and goodbye.
Good to see you.
Take care, everybody.
Go away
Bye-bye.
now.
Are we exhausted of Barbie yet, or is there anything
I
else?
mean,
to
I've been
say?
exhausted
No,
about Barbie for
please.
weeks.
We could
so-
talk
Yes.
about it forever, but we probably shouldn't.
I've edited so much Barbie content in the past 2 weeks. Holy fuck.
Yeah, you've edited 2 Barbie videos, have you not?
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
That's one of the things I can surprisingly recommend, having done that video, is that Barbie: A Fairy Secret, the animated film, is is surprisingly entertaining, like unintentionally, but it's actually quite fun.
Rag
the
said he
basic
wants to
plot.
like rank them, the fucking Barbie movies. Like he's actually invested in the idea. I was like, what the hell?
Really? Can you stomach that much of it?
You never know.
But no, if you want to see a film where Barbie and her arch nemesis, who is just this evil bitch, and she is an arch nemesis because she deliberately stepped on her dress at a red carpet event.
Never
If
do
you want
that.
to see them recover their also they never sat together at lunch. That was also a big problem. If you want to see
Oh.
them come together and go and rescue Ken from a forced marriage with a fairy queen who has been drugged by another fairy queen, that is the film for you. Heartily recommend
right.
Barbie: A Fairy Secret.
Just
Can
the
that
one
be
I was
the
looking for.
sequel? Just adapt that.
You could do. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Barbie'd out. So are we doing Oppenheimer as well, given that that's just past the 500 mark? It's the other half
like-
of the big summer event.
I feel like that's your way of saying, can we do Oppenheimer now?
Can we stream it? I actually still haven't had time to see it yet. So like that's
Yeah.
on my plan
Oh.
this week.
I have
yeah.
seen it now. I'm one of the cool kids.
What
How have you
what is
not
everybody's
caught that
take on
yet?
this? Because I have
you?
been away and I've got family all over the place. Oh god, this last week's been hell. So yeah, I've not had time to watch nuclear explosions. I've just had time to wish for them. But what is everyone's takeaway from Oppenheimer? Did it meet expectations, exceed, or underperform?
Is
we
it
go
better than Barbie or
clockwise?
not?
Oh, that's the ultimate question.
Can we should go counterclockwise. 'cause
Yeah, I already I've talked about it on the last BSUP stream, so please, MauLer, take it away since you just recently saw it.
Fair
I was
enough.
trying to steer away from MauLer. He's gonna say everything.
Well, well, then don't make me go first.
Now I'm definitely
think-
making MauLer go first.
I feel like I'll have a hot take. All right.
Oh,
ready?
I was just mostly joking. I was just
I'll
Mostly.
surprise
Mostly
everybody
joking.
here, okay? Because I've heard a particular point of view from a lot of people, and I'm like, I don't have that one. So when I was watching this film, I was like, man, everyone's so hype about the Trinity test, right? Like the build up to the test, the bomb, and I'm sure he's gonna film it great, blah blah blah. But it was on my mind. I was thinking, I was watching, I was like, I really do want to see how everyone's gonna deal with the I don't know, the aspects surrounding it, all the decisions of how to use it and what it means to use it and all that stuff. I knew that the film was going to cover it, but controversially, I believe, I'd have to check the time code to know this for sure, but whereas a lot of people consider the last hour kind of like dragging until it gets to the completing the film, it's probably my favorite portion of the film.
I've heard that.
I've heard that a
okay.
lot too.
Yeah, I've
a
heard
lot
that.
of people
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
second half better.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm not alone then. Alrighty.
No, and
Um,
I thought the third act was really good. It just felt like a different movie at that point, like a spy thriller type deal.
So, something I wouldn't mind asking everybody. I don't know if I should answer first or wait until everyone else is. I have no idea. But I was gonna say, like, what's everyone's favorite scene, if you have one that sort of stands out. But like I said, I don't know if I'm supposed to go first or not. You guys decide.
I mean, I'm gonna have to think about it for a little bit. So if anyone
Movie
else has-
Cynic, are you guys?
Oh,
Are you the
God,
host?
everyone is passing on this one.
Everyone's
Dagface, what do you?
passing.
You're muted. Even better, Vex. You can go first.
Two scenes. So there's the conversation he has with Niels Bohr when they find out what exactly he's been doing at Berkeley. That just because I was like, oh, Niels Bohr. There's that, and then the scene where Kitty finds him in the forest right after she finds out that he's been what's her face? Jean had committed suicide.
Yeah.
And she basically just tells him, like, man the fuck up. Like, what are you doing here? Like, come on, people die. Just keep doing your thing. Those two scenes stand out the most to me.
Whoa, surprise, surprise. Vex likes when someone's a big dick. Wow.
My favorite.
I was gonna say that Vex seems to like that the woman killed herself in the movie. I think that's what's the just see, it's part of your brand.
As they should.
I really like the Trinity test and the build up to it, but my favorite scene probably was in the third act because I really liked the Truman scene when Oppenheimer
good
went
one,
and
yeah.
spoke to
Oh,
President
yeah.
Truman. I thought
I wish that was
fantastic.
longer, in all honesty.
Yeah, I
'cause
did too.
I couldn't believe that was Gary Oldman underneath all that makeup.
Yeah, it took me a second, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is Gary Oldman." Yeah, but
think that
yeah, that
shows
was
how
that was the best
dismissive-
scene.
I think I
Yeah.
recognized him straight away, and fuck, that was like my favorite performance, even though you get it for like a minute.
Hmm.
I bought it completely. I feel like I fully understood exactly what Truman was feeling and thinking, and I really
Yeah,
love
same.
if you remember when he's like, "What do we do with Los Alamos?" and then he's like, "Probably give it back to the Indians or natives or whatever what he is," and then Truman's just his face fucking sinks really slowly, and I was just like, "Oh, this is gonna be fun as a scene." My favorite though was when he's talking about the effect of the bomb on the Japanese in like a sort of celebratory. I forget what room it's in. But then if you remember, it's the filmmaking of it. I think that's glorious. Nolan cuts out the audience's sound.
Oh, the
You can
auditorium.
only hear, yeah.
Yeah.
So
You can
good.
Really good.
only hear Oppenheimer saying things, and they sound so much less like sort of cheer-worthy and fun when you cut out all of the audience. When he's just like, "Yeah, I wish we hit the Germans too,"
Mhm.
and it's just like, and then like all the lights, the way that Cillian Murphy acts it, and then of course that you see that woman who starts to like. Sort of, for lack of a better term, flake away, like all of his skin starts to come apart and stuff. I was just like, Jesus Christ, this is a really good way of getting me in his head. Like, and I was quite affected by that. I thought it was really good.
I like that too because it. I didn't know what to expect when I was going into the movie as far as like, are they going to show the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima or not? But that scene portrayed like what the effects of an atomic bomb would actually do to someone without having to
You
actually
very
show
well,
those
yeah.
things. Yeah.
I think my favorite part. This is kind of cheating because it's almost like the entire movie, but the lead up and how they keep cutting back to like, oh well, what did he say to Einstein that made him ignore me? And then that the final buildup is just that it's very mundane thing that like it's not much is said. It's very poignant what is said, but it's not this like, oh yeah, this asshole behind me. It's nothing like that. And I thought that the build up toward that scene and then the payoff being so well done but so subtle was really well. I also really enjoyed the auditorium scene as well. I was kind of bouncing between those two, but since one was picked, I'll go with the other one.
Yeah, it was great that they made they made it out at first like Oppenheimer turned Einstein against Robert Downey's character, but as it turns out, Einstein was already smart enough to know better. So it had nothing to do with Downey's character at all. It was between Oppenheimer.
Practically fully associated with intelligence was smart enough to figure it out.
But, yeah, imagine that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of like the whole thing is that he didn't want to be part of the project for a reason.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. He doesn't, he knew that it could only go one direction. There really was no positive outcome to it in the long run in terms of things. So.
No, I think it's like the cool part about it is I saw it as like even deeper than that, where Einstein kind of realized the entire extent of what would happen to Oppenheimer, like in that moment. And that's why he turns down the project, because he doesn't even like, I don't even think he's necessarily opposed to creating the nuclear bomb in Nolan's version. I don't know in real life.
In real life,
but
he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's like he's already knows what's going to play out politically for Oppenheimer, and like how he's going to be framed as like this person who created this, and how he's going to be torn down, and then like how I think it's that scene that he's explaining, like when they all come back, like know that they're doing it for them and not for you, kind of thing. I think that's it was tight. I was gonna say MauLer took my favorite scene. So my other favorite scene is Alden Ehrenreich, when he like him and Robert Downey Jr. playing off each other is just fucking fantastic. But that last scene where he kind of like lets Robert Downey Jr. go through the door, just like how much they say without speaking is fucking so good. The directing is just so tasty on this movie.
Honestly, the casting for every single person was just fantastic. Like I think all of the main actors, like, you know, were obviously Cillian Murphy was fantastic. Robert Downey Jr. did great. And then even like you're saying, like those spot characters, the ones that are in much smaller amounts of the movie, they were all just, whoever the casting director was deserves an award.
Ooh,
and I know,
his wife, when she's sitting with the interrogators and she like fucking loops him back around, that shit was also fucking
fantastic. That was
fantastic.
cool as hell.
Yeah. And Emily Blunt was probably she was like my favorite like surprise of the movie. Like, I thought she did fantastic.
Yeah, same.
I love that Nolan lets the actors kind of, his blocking is so natural, and nothing ever feels staged or actually blocked. It's kind of like you're just in this atmosphere where you're letting these actors just take the space and what they would be in that space. I've watched a couple of movies like recently from the 90s, and everyone's blocking is so stiff, and like these are good movies, they're not bad movies, but it's like he just lets everything organically kind of work together and trust the actor's intuition with the subtext that they've been given. And I love that.
I really like the prosecutor as well in the tiny room. I forget what like would be considered what the room is, or I forget exactly if it's like considered a court case, so to speak. It's something.
No,
like
it's a deposition hearing.
Yeah. I forget the name of the actor too, but he was John Connor in the horrible
Jason Clarke.
Jason Clarke.
Oh yeah.
I love the intensity of his performance, knowing as well that that's his job, is to like push Oppenheimer as much as possible. And then another example of a fucking great bit of directing was the more pressure he puts on Oppenheimer, and the more that like using lighting to make him think, because at the time the whole deposition is about the nuke and everything, or the creation of it, and that's what's going through Oppenheimer's head. I really got a good sense of the stress and the anxiety of the main character in this film, thanks to the direction, which is something that, you know, doesn't always happen. Like, it's nice to see a director's flair really helping the film. And I am historically quite critical of Nolan at his worst, but I was more than happy to say I consider this to be easily in the good side of his stuff.
How do they play the interrogation deposition stuff? I mean, is Oppenheimer portrayed as ultimately a victim of paranoid anti-communist government, or
pretty much?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh.
It starts out a little bit less like that, but as it goes on, it gets progressively more and more. Like in the beginning, they ask him more questions that are about the project itself and like his methods and such. By the end of the deposition, it's like, no, when did you become a communist? Like, it's not like it's very much like it builds on itself as being like, clearly he's being set up as a scapegoat.
Yeah, they use his potential communist ties against him, not necessarily as the reason why they're deposing him. That's like besides the point.
It's a strange one to victimize, because I've not seen it again, so I can't understand how the film actually does it. But like Oppenheimer was I think his mother, no, his wife was a communist. His brother was a communist. His mistress was a communist. One of his best friends actually passed his own nuclear secrets over to Moscow. And so I was kind of interested to see how much of a victim they made him, given that actual historical backdrop, or if that's in the film at all.
It is everything you just said is in the deposition hearing.
Okay.
Everything. Like they bring up each one of those, and even some other ones that you didn't mention. So like other colleagues of his and the fact that he went overseas and all these things, like what he could have brought back with him. It's all I'm pretty certain they just took the the logbooks from the deposition hearing and just pulled things directly out of it too. So
yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing this one. Eventually, I will make the time to do it. Has anyone not given their favorite scene? Nerdy Film God, have we had your favorite scene from this film?
It's tough because there's just been so many. I really do love how the end was executed, though. I think that's it was just such a smart choice, initially to see Robert Downey Jr.'s character be so hell-bent on what are people talking about, and they're talking about me, and then it's like, no, it's something more important than you. I know this scene was talked about earlier, but like I just loved how we saw that in the very beginning of the film, and then it was brought back at the end. I did not see that coming at all, and it was just, I thought it was executed perfectly.
I agree. It's and it's something that I still think about, like what they talk about. There's so many ways to interpret what they say.
Yeah, and it's clever too, because at the beginning you think that just like you said, MauLer, like obviously Einstein's he's a genius, so why wouldn't he have figured that out and known it? But that's to Nolan's credit that he still makes you think that like by the time it happens at the end and it's revealed like this conversation was not about Robert Downey Jr.'s character, you're like, oh, of course, Einstein would have figured that out. He's literally known for being a genius. He would be able to see through this, and that conversation was besides the point. It's also like to Nolan's credit too that he somehow still builds tension with the is there a chance that they might destroy the world when they set off the bomb, even though it's
absolutely. I was obviously joking earlier when I said I know.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
The film does an excellent job of you really get into the heads of the characters, and I love the way it's filmed. It's glorious.
I think that's actually the best part about that is the fact that knowing that these conversations would have had to go through because they were doing things that no one had ever done. So for them to show like essentially everybody being like, well, what if we do it this way? It could screw it up. And even another great scene actually is the fact that I know we joked about it backstage about like there being a sequel or whatnot. And it was also said but like they kind of set up for the fact that there is more to it because they are talking about like, well, what, like fusion versus fission, could we split an atom instead of bombarding it with all this? So it's like they kind of are telling you what the future is going to be without actually having to show it, which is pretty cool.
I think I'm inclined to agree with, I think Gary is the first person I heard this from, Nerdrotic, that I really would have appreciated a bit more discussion, even in a really simplified way, of talking about how it works to split an atom, what it means, and why it has this effect.
I have a feeling
that's where I wish the film was actually longer, because I felt like they skipped over a lot of the actual science of how all of this came together, which is why I like the first half better.
I think they would have lost a lot of people.
I don't think it would have lost anybody if you keep it nice and simple. They do it one time. He refers to like a glass, right? He tries to compare what it is. If you just get a couple other analogies and then just have characters be like, what does it even mean to split an atom? How does that even work? And it's like you can have it, you can have a conversation that's take any of the conversations in the film that currently exist between any two scientists. You should be able to add a bit of flavor text, so to speak, of how split an atom works and why it has the effect it has. I think that would be worthwhile.
I guess that's kind of the corollary question then. Is there anything in the film that you think probably shouldn't have been there or that does drag it down that could have been swapped out for something better, like the scenes you're describing? To the extent I've heard anyone criticize it at all, it's sort of been along the lines of maybe a bit less sex and more science. Is that fair?
There wasn't a whole lot of sex though. In all,
there was some those scenes were a bit awkward though, especially the one where it's like he and I don't want to give too much away to Platoon, but the one in the deposition hearing, it's not actually, it's like Kitty Oppenheimer like envisioning it happening was really awkward to watch.
Oh man, I have the complete opposite position. I actually thought it was unnecessary in all the other scenes. That was the only one that I actually found a decent chunk of meaning in, that he felt like these people were basically stripping him down completely, and everything about his life, private or not, was completely open to scrutiny. That's why I felt
that
like
was actually the best use of the nudity. Yeah, I agree.
I think it made such a statement on how Oppenheimer felt about each woman. Like he thought of Kitty some way where she's always fully clothed. We never see them passionate. but they are like almost business partners in their marriage. And then every time we see Florence Pugh's character, she is always naked. And I think that's the contrast there that he was trying to portray with that. And I actually really liked it.
Yeah, I gotta agree. It like portrays Oppenheimer's vulnerability to that specific character so well. And then when you have her kill herself, I think it hits so much harder because you see him be vulnerable with her like multiple times in the film in ways that he's not with any other character in the film.
I think you guys are confusing which thing I thought was awkward. I thought it was awkward when Kitty was watching her like on top of Oppenheimer. I thought that was a little weird, a little awkward.
I like that too, though, because that's how women think. I think I liked that. That was like, you know,
maybe that's why it was awkward for me because it's not how I would be thinking. You know?
I don't know. It was kind of weird to have her reading the Bhagavad Gita while riding him. That was kind of awkward as well, to be honest. I felt that was.
Are you kink shaming me right now?
I am kink shaming you hard, dude.
The thing about it that kind of confused me was that after seeing the whole movie, I was like, so in total, what pushed it to an R rating really was like about 15 seconds of the film in total?
Yeah, pretty much.
But you could like, you know, I'm not trying to upset anyone here, but we don't have to see titties, okay? We can move around it. And you might be like, what? Why do you want to cut them? It's like, well, because then you automatically get a wider audience. And then you could be like, yeah, but is that worth sacrificing the artistic vision? And that's kind of where I was going to come to on this point. I'm not sure how much that adds. I don't know that
I'm not sure it would have. I'm not sure it would have added much to the audience anyway, though, because I don't think there's a lot of like 11-year-olds who are clamoring to their parents to go see Oppenheimer, even if it wasn't like a PG-13 rating. Like I don't think
like it undeniably gives it a better shot to reduce the rating overall because it just opens up. Even if it's slight, it's something. But the thing is, I am actually, you know, like there's plenty of movies like Logan and Deadpool where I would be like, they can't not be R-rated. I'm totally on board with that, and I think it was worthwhile. But this one, I wasn't like fully convinced, especially because I think YMS makes this point. You didn't really have the balls to do it with the guy, huh? You did it with the girl. But you know, if you because like
didn't have the balls, okay, I see where you're going.
That's where I was going with it.
I thought you see Cillian Murphy's balls in the deposition scene.
No, you don't.
No,
we inspected.
We slowed down the movie and really frame by frame.
Because he's not, you know, he's familiar with doing nudity anyways. So
yeah, he's done it a few times actually.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna do that with him, where he's sitting in such a way that he's completely naked, but you can't really see anything, it's like you could have done that with the girl too, and then you wouldn't have to be R-rated, right? At least
he definitely was not man-spreading in those scenes. There was a lot. There was a tight coil on those legs.
In the countries where they CGI'd a dress onto her, did it change the rating?
I assume so. I don't know, but
yeah, I didn't think to look that up.
They probably have a different rating system there anyway, because the MPAA one doesn't really extend to a lot of other countries.
It doesn't even extend to Quebec, baby. That shit was rated PG in Quebec.
They dropped a lot of F-bombs in this movie, though, which would have held it up for an R rating. So you might as well have titties at that point.
If the R rating is already in stone because of the swearing, then fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and I think I thought the nudity helped the scene in the end when Emily Blunt's character sees them having sex.
Well, that's what I was saying.
We were just talking about Cynic. Gosh.
Well, I was away getting coffee.
Keep up, even if you're not here.
That's the only scene where it worked.
Right. And that's the thing. You can do it all without breaching certain lines when it comes to nudity, of course. As Nolan did, you can present nudity without showing anything, quote unquote. But I'm with you on that. Yeah, there's value to it.
I think they could have just shown her face in that like courtroom scene, and that could have been enough. In all honesty, you didn't need to see everything in that final, and it still would have come across.
I gotta say, I appreciate seeing Florence Pugh naked.
You know what? That's as an appreciator of art, that's fair. Hey, we're film critics, okay?
And we're also human, damn it.
No, there's nothing human about it. This is purely professional interest in the tits. There's nothing untoward about that at all.
Why didn't they show his balls?
I thought there were balls there, to be honest. That's where I was looking during that.
Yeah, you got to see it in IMAX. That's the thing.
Need Nolan to be like, the balls, they are really dependent on the audience's view of the scene. It depends on how you feel about Oppenheimer.
So if you sit in the front row in an IMAX and it's showing his balls, that'd be an interesting shot.
That would, yeah, the front row ball IMAX angle. That would have been interesting. I don't think you're ever topping that. I don't care. I don't even have a joke. I have nothing to follow that up with. Just IMAX balls. That's all you need to know.
Well, I guess on a similar sort of vein to the question about Barbie, in that, you know, what does the success of this thing spawn? Is Oppenheimer's success maybe going to see a revival or like a surge in interest in other historical docudrama style filmmaking, or is this a very much a Nolan specific thing? And his
I would
No.
hope.
It's going to be huge.
Does.
Napoleon's
like
going to be epic. Flowers of the Killer Moons, they're going to be epic. I don't know if they're going to make the same box office, but I think they're going to be very good box offices for both of those. I'm very excited.
The desire to produce like biopics or whatever, it just feels like a constant throughout history. I never felt like where it's like, oh, this is the era in which we see loads of them or little of them. It just feels like they keep they're around, they come out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So this one did pretty well, as people point out. Didn't it make more? I don't know if it adjusted for inflation, but is it the most successful like movie of its era now, or at least in its opening weekend or something?
Yes, you're right. It made a consistent $10 million a day, I think, for an R-rated historical.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
I think it's the top World War II film as well. Box
Officially,
office-wise.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
is.
beat
Well,
out
yeah,
Saving
yeah,
Private
yeah.
Ryan, right? Which is quite an
Mhm.
achievement. But was that
Yeah.
adjusted for inflation? Because
No,
God.
there's no way that was adjusted.
yeah, I was gonna
adjusted
say,
for
I find it
inflation,
hard to
no way.
believe it could beat Saving Private Ryan.
That's
Right.
why it's so hard to like take those like without a grain of salt with those numbers, because it's always
Yeah.
going to be it. If you
Well,
adjust for inflation,
then-
you go back to Gone with the Wind being those.
I was gonna,
you know,
yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that too. Then any movie besides like 3
Yeah.
can touch Gone with the Wind, because it like adjusted for inflation at this point, it's like $1.6 billion domestic would be Gone with the
Yeah.
Wind. No movie's ever gonna touch that again.
I-
There's but that's also because there's just way more content and way more things to entertain you. Like that
There's
was
al-
like the one fucking movie that year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Everybody
My-
saw it on the seven
Yeah.
screens that existed in
My,
the entire country.
My argument for that is always like, you could adjust for inflation, but like no one's pay has been adjusted for inflation in like 40 years. So like, yeah, it technically makes more money because inflation, but also people are paying more for movies now. I feel like proportionately than they would have paid when Gone with the Wind came out. So it's
Well,
like,
yeah, just
Well,
just
IMAX
adjusting
ticket
for
pricing
inflation.
as well.
yeah.
Just adjusting for inflation also doesn't necessarily account for a lot of other factors. There are more people, there are more theaters, there are more. So it's like there's
Yeah.
just adjusting the dollar value. Hey, it's my
Oh,
buddy.
my
I'm
boy.
inspired.
Hey
Oh,
everyone.
boy.
The
How you
French
guys
have
doing, man?
arrived.
The
Yes.
French are here.
the two hoes are here.
Oh yeah, we are. How you guys doing, man? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, uninspired. Thanks for coming, man.
Welcome and congrats on the 100K again.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Welcome, man.
We are talking about one of your favorite films of the year, Oppenheimer.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, I liked Oppenheimer. It wasn't too long for me. It was great. Christopher Nolan at his worst and at his best sometimes, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Overall, I liked it. I'd watch it again at the cinema.
I would too. I
Yeah,
would
I
pay
wouldn't
money to go see
hesitate.
that again.
No, for sure. I mean, I'd try in IMAX, but you know, IMAX here is just dubbed in French, which fucking sucks.
Wow.
Just giant French words, and no one wants
I
to see
know.
that shit.
Bonjour,
You might get the
Oppenheimer.
dialogue better though, then with all those subtitles. To be honest, because some of the
It's
parts
true.
were hard to hear in English.
Well,
So-
what was interesting is Nolan just recently said that he doesn't do ADR. So he just
Oh.
runs with whatever was recorded on set, and it's an artistic
They
choice.
should
and that's
use
it.
Big
better
dick.
mics.
He doesn't do ADR. He just if it doesn't sound good, he just puts really loud music over that line. So you
Yeah,
can't
like
tell.
this wasn't important. Don't worry about it. Just feel the drama.
Yeah.
Well, Stream Killer. All right.
Well, yeah.
Anything left to be said for Oppenheimer, or are we moving on?
Go see
It's
it,
a-
Platoon.
it's a good.
Yeah,
it's
go
worth
see it.
seeing
Yeah.
in theaters. It really
Yeah.
is.
Do
Yeah,
not
it's-
pirate this shit. I will
wouldn't.
find
Yeah,
Fine,
don't
I
I
spill
will
the high
come.
seas for this one, man.
Well, I think since we're now talking about stealing content, that might be quite a good segue to
Oh,
the
no.
next
Oh,
topic.
no.
Yeah, well, if we're switching, I'm gonna sign off for now. So
Yes,
All right.
DarkHour has to go.
See you,
but
DarkHour.
yeah, I appreciate
a
you.
Yeah,
pleasure,
well,
guys,
bud.
that's
man.
the thing is, me and Uninspired, we can only be in the same location on our own channels. We cannot actually cross over on other streams. It's very dangerous. So
It's true.
You might blow up the world.
yeah,
So.
possibly.
Mhm.
All right, well, thank you,
There's a
everybody, and of
chance.
course, congratulations once again on your 100K.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate the sign.
Take care, DarkHour.
Bye. So yeah, the XQC drama, which apparently I was just on Twitter and seeing that it's getting hotter. Apparently,
Yeah,
Ethan
new
kept
chapter.
a new chapter in the XQC drama.
What happened most recently?
Guess I should take over for this.
I'm sure
You
you're not
should.
tired of talking about this, are you? So yeah, let's
So-
go ahead.
Just FYI, I have about half an hour, so I'll go as fast as I can. So we
Okay,
got
cool.
this all begins long time ago in a galaxy far, far away with people just stealing shit. That's literally the core of this every time.
Yes.
Just stop stealing shit. But like, yeah, people, they take a video and they're like, wow, this video is really fun. And then they watch it with a friend. They go, wow, that was really fun too. And I enjoyed it watching with you. And I want to watch it with my community on YouTube. And then, they're like not saying anything. They're just smiling and nodding. And then they eat some food. And it's like, wait a minute, you're just stealing it. And they're babysitting your audience. They're entertaining it, not you. Very simple, very straightforward. And then the new argument comes in. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You guys have all done it in your lives at some point, right? EFAP, you guys do it all the time. And it's like, yeah, but the word of transforming comes in. The point of transforming it means that it becomes your content. When I transform a video from 1 minute to 10 hours, it's mine now. You don't get to have it. It's my property, not yours, intellectually speaking. And then, of course, that's easy. But then someone says, like, okay, but what if I turn 1 minute into 10 minutes? Is that okay? It's like, that seems okay. 1 minute to 5 minutes? It's like, oh, well, sure. 1 minute into 1 minute and 10 seconds? Like, oh, no. And then they find a way to make it so that they don't add any seconds on at all, and they just smile and nod. And so it's like, nope, that's stealing. And it's like, but there's a gray line. So really, we could just all do it, right? It's like, well, intuitively speaking, most people seem to spot when it's stealing and when it's not. So, you get a lot of Twitch culture has evolved to just do this. As a YouTube streamer, it is absolutely alien to watch Twitch streams because they just, it's baffling. They just don't take pride in their work. There's a quote that relates to this from a certain
They're the
streamer
scum of
we-
the internet, Twitch
Word.
streamers, in all
Yeah,
honesty.
that's what XQC called them.
Oh,
It's XQC referred to his own work as bottom of the barrel degenerate, like shit. and I was just like, oh, okay.
How do you argue with someone who says he's a piece of shit?
Dude, that's seriously
Like, yeah,
all of that
you
sort
are.
of stuff. That combined with like, yeah, we can all upload each other's videos and just react to them all day, even if we're going to eat food and stuff. I was thrown off. I didn't know what to do. I didn't realize that so many bullets would be bit in terms of just like, yeah, we're shit. That's what we do. It's like, cool. Okay. So, the newest sort of developments of this is that XQC got in trouble because he reacted to Lemino's videos. If you don't know who Lemino is, he's a fantastic YouTuber. He did a recent video about the JFK assassination. He goes over all the information to do with it in a very succinct and eye-pleasing way. I don't know what else to say. It's just a brilliant video. And then
you
people
thought the
shared it.
assassination of Kennedy was eye-pleasing?
Oh yeah.
Aesthetically pleasing, yes.
Aesthetically, that's the word. So you share photos. Then people were seeing that in the search results it would have Lemino's video, and then it would be like XQC reacts to Lemino's video, and it's like 5 minutes longer or something. It's like, what the fuck? That's a 2-hour video. You didn't like give. And then different people have different opinions. Some ordinary gamers, Mudahar got involved. A couple of other bigger YouTubers and streamers are getting more and more awareness of this as the years go on. It's unbelievable. This all started. Some people say it's 2017, but you could argue this has gone on just forever. It's just a matter of intellectual property.
Yeah.
So that's the newest. We've covered it, and I because I've spoken with Destiny before, and he was speaking to XQC, and I felt like there's so many obvious arguments that you could use, like, do you consider your work transformative, yes or no? Which I never thought I would get an answer for him that was a strict just no. That's what he said to me, and I was like, what? Because you know what I mean? Like, I was planning to build the argument to convince him it wasn't transformative, but then I just get told no, it's not, and it's like, oh, that's like immoral.
It's a tricky thing because I watched most of, I think I've almost caught up with the entirety of the one you did with Destiny, and it was just notable how that argument, and any argument basically which stems from a position of, say, intellectual property is important, has no resonance at all. So when the question is asked, and I think you asked the question, would you be happy then if I just re-uploaded your stuff? And the answer is just, well, yeah. And that's because it's not actually his to begin with, so there's no personal investment. I reckon if you said, however, give me the keys to your car, then he might have a bit more of an issue with that. But the difference between those two things doesn't really seem to factor into his mind if he has one of those.
The merchandise argument made him struggle a bit because a lot of the principles follow over. And if anyone doesn't know, I know plenty of people in chat won't. XQC is one of the most difficult people to understand on the internet.
Yes, he is.
A lot of people say like
he is.
he's French Canadian. It's like that doesn't explain it. Okay?
No. He sounds like an alien trying to learn how to speak English for the first time. I legitimately
That's French Canadians, to be honest.
Well, dude, it sounds like he talks on 2 times speed.
Yeah.
It's almost that. It's 2 times speed and then pause for extended periods of time. It's like
it's like speech impediment style. Yeah.
He's
What's the merchandise argument that you just mentioned?
So basically, like, he's fine with people taking his own content and making money from it being re-uploads, because of course that's essentially what he's doing to other people's videos. So he needs to be consistent on that. And it's like, okay, so can I do that with merchandise? Can I sell XQC t-shirts? And he's like, no. And you might think like, well, that's just taking some of your stuff and reselling it. Surely that's okay. And then he was like, no, because it'll confuse the markets.
Didn't you also say something like, yeah, but they won't understand the vision because he thinks he's a visionary? And
that was the first argument. Well, this is the thing. I don't know how familiar you guys are with just how these arguments sort of go, but he said it confuses the markets, and I said, okay, hypothetically speaking, let's say it didn't. Is that okay? That he was like, it would be, I can't quality control it. The t-shirts could hurt people, or it could be really bad quality. And I was like, okay, hypothetically speaking, let's say they're guaranteed to be good shirts. And then he was like, they wouldn't share my vision. And then I was like, okay, let's say they did. And he was like, they couldn't. I was like, okay, but let's say they did. He's like, no, it's not possible.
The money comes into play with merchandise. That's why there's a solid stream of income there that he's losing out on.
There's money when you upload, like if I upload my video, I'm trying to get money, and then he uploads a reaction that doesn't have any reaction. He's getting money from impressions that I could otherwise possibly have. This is why money comes into it a lot. He has to avoid making the money argument. It was, I was about to say I recommend checking it out, but I don't really. Recommend checking out my argument with him if you wanted to hear it. But of course, that was arguably prep. Destiny was interested in trying to prep XQC before he goes and speaks to Ethan, who I listened to about half an hour before coming onto this podcast. And whoa, that I was not. I don't know about you guys, but I lost a bit of faith in Ethan over the years. He's not as he's not like the guy that I was interested in when he first started his channel and everything.
Ethan? Sorry.
Klein. H3H3.
Oh.
But
we're still watching Ethan Klein videos?
Well, so they organized a debate, and it's like, okay, I'll check it out. And a lot of people have said, like, why do you, because I tried to give some advice to XQC, and people were like, why would you do that? And I was like, because I feel like Ethan's going to destroy him. And then they're like, Ethan Klein? And I was like, no, seriously.
He destroyed himself earlier this year.
But turns out, well, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like I was a little bit vindicated. The Ethan fucking minced him from what I've seen. The crazy thing is, I think they were both expecting to just have a conversation, but Ethan would begin like, just send some groundwork. Then he'd be like, right, so I'm just going to play some clips here. And it's like, uh-oh, like you've done homework. Oh no.
No.
The first thing Ethan plays is like Exhibit A is me asking the question, do you think your work is transformative? And XQC saying no.
That is
Hassan
crazy.
concede the same point. Didn't Hassan say, a lot of what we do on Twitch just isn't transformative, guys? And
which is really not helpful for you if you want to argue what you're doing is moral.
No, I mean, but to any moral person, then the obvious corollary is, okay, then I'm not going to do that. But it is weird watching the progression of those arguments, and just the way in which they seem always to devolve into communism is an interesting one. Just because, well, how can I possibly get around the irrevocable point that, yes, I am effectively stealing somebody else's intellectual property? Well, how about I don't agree that intellectual property is a valid concept, and private property also probably isn't, except in those cases where I think that it is. And so in this ideal alternate world, I can carry on doing it, therefore I'm right, which is a peculiar argument style, but it is the one you see a lot.
Whenever you steal something, there is no property. Whenever someone steals your shit, there is. I cracked it.
Didn't XQC get called out for streaming all of a movie on?
Yeah, it's the Dark Knight.
Yeah.
He streamed loads of seasons of MasterChef, The Dark Knight, of course, and Hunter x Hunter as well. He's done the lot. And as far as he's concerned, and I'm not trying to make a joke here, he said that he's like a pioneer of entertainment, and that in the future we're all going to be reacting to everything and reacting to everything, and chats will be everywhere, and that is the social aspect of media that is going to overthrow the current set of media, and that laws will have to catch up with it.
And
He's
this is
so
slightly after,
smart.
wasn't it, the argument that, well, just by being in a social setting, that is transformative because I'm watching it with chat. That's completely
fucked my
different.
brain.
Which is just an argument. Okay, so I can pirate anything I want and like broadcast it on the wall of my house, and I'll watch it with my neighbors, and that's fine because it's a social setting which has transformed the original content, which obviously it isn't. But it does seem to be sort of the extension of his point. Do you think that this is getting quite a lot of attention at the moment? And the Hassan one got quite a bit of attention a few years ago. Is this actually going to, I mean, it's been going on for ages. Surely something has to give. Surely at some point, someone at Twitch or somewhere else is going to sit up and take notice of the fact that some of their big star streamers are being called out very publicly for effectively breaking the law. And the platform has a going concern there, doesn't it?
It's complicated. If you talk to some of the people who are the most familiar with this, being people like myself, Dark Viper, AU, Mudahar, and everyone, a lot of us are a little bit black-pilled the years, and arguably it's at now its worst. At least Jinx would give a bunch of comments to show people where the original video was, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but at least Jinx would be on camera going, huh. Which is at least he did that compared to just leaving and admitting, like Hassan and XQC have done, that yeah, sometimes you get some stall content, you get some babysitter content. It's like, what do you mean by that? And it's like, it means I'm stealing your shit. Shut the fuck up. I was like, cool, I guess. And of course, they do the whole ask forgiveness, not permission way of approaching this. Hassan and XQC have the same sort of rhetoric when you're like, do you care about the people you're stealing shit from? And it's like, well, who complained? Who complained? Show me them. And then you could be like, oh, this guy. And it's like, don't worry, I'll message him and say that, you know, what does he want? Do you want me to promote your video at the end? I'll do that in future, or I'll link something. I'll tell people where to find you. There you go, done.
Yeah, or else they'll just say that they aren't gonna react to any of his videos again. They just say they don't care. That's it.
Yes, there was a clip where Hassan was made aware of that, and the way there's like a tone to it of, instead of being like, hey man, if you don't want me to react in future, I won't. That'll be one thing. But what he does instead is, I'm not going to react to your shit anymore then. And you're like, that sounds like you're saying like you're taking a privilege away from me now, even though I just want you to fucking react. And that's another thing that I don't like about all this is people say like, yeah, EFAP are responders while these guys are reactors. I was like, my whole issue is they're not reacting.
No.
I'd be fine with them if they were actually reacting and converting the fucking media into something else. Because, you know, we were just talking about Oppenheimer, right? Like this theory from XQC that we're all going to evolve into a world where we all want to experience things together and with a chat and a community and stuff. I don't fucking want chat on screen when I'm watching Oppenheimer. Are you fucking kidding me? No. As if the scene improves when I have a bunch of like Pepes doing a shocked face when the bomb goes off.
It's a really dark and somber moment, and then it just automatically reads out someone's chat. And then
I can't
like
believe this film is 3
Actually,
hours
that would be
long.
way funnier. Can that happen, please? Pepe Pog! It went up!
Like the sheer amount of double standards and maneuvering, because I think what wasn't one of his arguments, well, some companies now, they actually do watch parties. So that's basically the same thing, which obviously it's not, because the company is licensing and approving that, and it's still their content.
It's maddening when they use real life examples, because real life examples are not going to help them. When they're like, oh, you know, some game companies like license people out to do specific, like they pay for Let's Plays, or you'll have people who are like, please watch this show and link blah, blah, blah. It's like, why would they exist if they don't help? So really, it's always going to be helpful. And it's like, well, shouldn't your logic extend to, if it was truly always helpful, it would be everywhere? It's not. Why do you think it's not? It's like, oh, because the ancient laws haven't caught up yet. Like, you really think that? That's it. It's not at all the fact that they're trying to protect their copyright in order to be able to secure more money in terms of how the film is, or whatever content is promoted or enjoyed. I feel like if all of us were able to watch films freely with our communities, all of those communities would start admitting, like, yeah, I'm not going to watch Oppenheimer. I'm just going to wait until, you know, the Movie Cynic and Little Platoon watch it on their screen.
100%. I was going to ask, because this is a little adjacent, like, do you actually think that it harms content creators when they do react to it?
It can. It doesn't always, it doesn't necessarily, but it definitely can. I mean, I'm with Jay Exy on this. All I want is for you to just work a little bit and to credit, whether or not that even, because this is the thing, some people get me wrong on this. Some people are like, well, you could cover a like a high top video, and he doesn't necessarily benefit, especially when you're really critical. It's like he doesn't have to benefit if I'm transforming it. I don't care. That's not relevant if I'm transforming it. However, if
that
I'm
was
not
that was a lot of
transforming
the
it,
arguments I was hearing, though. Like from Hassan and XQC2, it was like, well, they benefit from me even talking about their video because they're small content creators and they'll never make it anyway.
But from the
Yes.
sounds of it, is they're just playing the whole other creator's video and they're not actually making any commentary on it, which is a different
Pretty much.
story,
But
right?
that's the
Like
exact
when I
problem.
when I see reaction videos, like when PewDiePie does them, I will go and watch the video that he's reacting to because he only shows me maybe like 2 minutes full of clips in like a 10-minute video, right? But if I just have to go to one guy to watch the entire video, why the fuck would I give a care about the original one at all? It's a convenience thing at that point.
There's counter arguments involving like they wouldn't go and see that reaction video unless they were seeing it on that stream. There's validity to that. This whole thing is very confused and messy because a lot of I say this knowing both sides do this. They'll take the worst arguments from both sides and react to those, and so like a lot of communication gets fucked up. But you have a creator who maybe like Lemino, he just says, yeah, react to it as much as you want. You can just completely re-upload it. That's fine with me. And I'm still sitting here like, okay, I guess yeah, he gave permission, but you have like no pride. You don't want to make anything,
right? Yeah.
But if they have permission, then yeah, fine, sure. That's like the equivalent. It's like a moral license, so I'm okay with that at that point. Just
so the Creative Commons, and there's a licensing regime in place already, which basically specifies which videos can be reused and repurposed and which cannot. And I've always found the harm benefit arguments kind of supererogatory, really. That there's a first principle one, which is just, do you accept that something I make is mine and that you may reuse it with permission? Otherwise, you need to have a justifiable, like, fair use exception. But there's a very clear legal framework which is based on a principled moral one, which is the first principle being, actually, yeah, private property exists, and that's a good thing. And the only way around that is effectively, as they always seem to end up doing, to deny that that's a thing, or to say that it's bad and therefore I can disregard it. But all the arguments about, well, permission or otherwise can't be universalized because it is impossible to create a strict regime where everyone already knows who's given permission for what at any given time. And the benefit to one streamer might be a negative to another, or they might not care. It's irrelevant. It's the principal question. Does it belong to you or not? And in the case of these videos, it doesn't. And they're clearly not making any fair use exception either. So Sodom. But is it going to end at any point? Is this going to carry on, or is there going to be some reckoning eventually?
I feel like any kind of reckoning will end up being bad for everybody, which is the really sad part, because a lot of people pointed out maybe even all of us here, our videos would not survive fair use court, not necessarily. I know that mine don't reach all 4 of the major points of fair use, but of course I'd say that all of us would consider my videos morally speaking in the clear. But like the second the hammer comes down, there's no idea what's going to happen, and then you have fucking XQC streaming full movies without saying anything. It's like, thanks, man. That's going to screw it up for everybody, and that's the big worry a lot of people have, on top of just it being an immoral act anyway.
Well, that's an encouraging thought.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but it probably won't be good, even if a big change comes. Ultimately, it might be nothing, and in 5 years from now, everybody's doing it, and it's just something that people do. It's like, yeah, fuck it. We all just restream and we go and cook food.
I remember this was a big deal during the height of COVID as well, because a lot of people were becoming Twitch streamers, and that's all they were doing. They were just streaming like full videos and watching it with an audience. So it's taken some time for this to finally actually like get some momentum behind it. That's all. So who knows if anything will actually happen? Yeah.
That's the other weird thing as well. The way it splits along platform lines is quite an interesting one, and sort of the reasons why that happens. So why is it that it's Twitch streamers in particular who are known for this in a way that YouTubers simply aren't, not anymore at least. And
it's because of the content ID.
Well, I was going to say it probably is to do with content ID and sort of the incentive structure that YouTube, or disincentive structure rather, YouTube places on that Twitch apparently just doesn't do. So is it a balance of, well, Twitch just attracts a different audience with no morals and less intelligence, or is it actually an incentive structure as well?
No, Twitch people have no morals. That's exactly, you got it right there. Perfect.
I think it's more based off of like YouTube is more a community, and there's lots of very large YouTubers, and there's I don't, the more I look into it, there's a ton of YouTubers that are above 1 million subs. But if you go onto Twitch, like, I don't know, probably 60% of Twitch is watching 4 people.
Yeah.
So like if those
Yeah.
4 people, they have so much power, and like what they do kind of dictates what Twitch is going to allow to happen, because Twitch is not going to be like, hey, I know you stream 10 hours a day, but we need you to talk constantly, because most of those streamers don't want to put in that level of effort, but they still want to be able to stream 10 hours a day because they like money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Twitch is like it's basically a financial loss for Amazon as well. So whatever can bring something to the platform, like I think they're basically
Exactly.
okay with it. Yeah.
When we were talking about Jinx, like a lot of the YouTube community came together and fucking torched Jinx, and that's why that ended. And I think that's why it's I have a cat. I think that's why it's like less prevalent now on YouTube, because it's if you did that on YouTube, I guess like Sniper, I can't even remember her actual name, but like she does that
Sniper
with
Wolf?
Sniper Wolf.
Oh.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
does that with TikToks, but I feel like it's kind of edging on you're pulling it from a different platform, and there's short form content anyways, and it's kind of in this weird gray area. But I think if you were to do that on YouTube with YouTube videos, a lot of people would just kind of call you out on the platform
Mhm.
itself, and you wouldn't get the growth you wanted anyways.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Some of the most effective things we can do is just take that screenshot where it shows the original video of a creator many people are familiar with and love, and then it shows the exact same thumbnail but with a fucking soy face from the Twitch streamer right next to it with a minute extra on the runtime. That's some of the most effective like way
That
to raise
face.
awareness.
That and the ultra fast forward stuff, which is I think that was the first time I sort of became aware of it, was when you did the Hassan arc, and just letting that play ultra fast forward, and still how long it is quite that was a bit of a shock. Absolutely.
Yeah, same for me with the XQC video, because I was watching the EFAP yesterday, and when I saw the speed, the time speed, and the way that he wasn't reacting to anything, I was completely shocked.
Yeah, we had time 64 that ran for about a minute.
What the fuck?
Bruh.
Jesus Christ.
Homie was cooking something back there.
But what you don't
What's he
understand
eating?
is
Cooking
what you
fucking
don't understand is
dinner
that
for real.
XQC's chat really likes Mr. Chair, and so that
They
makes
do.
it transformative.
Dude, the best
Yeah,
part
yeah.
is that when he pauses, they tell him to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because they use it to watch the video. They don't really care about his transformative content. Like they don't care about him transforming the content at all, which is also the issue.
Yeah.
Well, he
I
has
was-
nothing to contribute anyway.
Well, I was going to ask
Exactly.
you, what exactly do people get out of a person who is unintelligible 95% of the time?
So,
but actually, if
he
they tell him to
speaks
shut up all
Egyptian
the time, then evidently they don't really care about what he's
Like,
saying.
He's just like a little unpaused.
Remember
Guys, I don't know.
Guys,
it's like
guys.
Jesus.
That is mold, bro.
You are bald is something that he likes to say. But in the JFK video, there's a part where they say Oswald was talking to someone who told him where the president was coming in, what the motorcade was doing. And he pauses and he says, "Wait, how is it that the assassin didn't know, but the guy who is not the assassin did know?" And then carries on. And it's like, look at that. That's like the whole point that Lemino brought that up. It's like, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That the assassin's asking about it, but you could speculate maybe he asked to make it look like he didn't know. Like there's all. But I was like, look at him go. He had a thought about the thing that happened. I was like, we should encourage that,
Brain
even if it's
activity.
like, I'm not even
Ladies and
joking. Like
gentlemen.
I don't fucking mind if you turn it from a 1 minute video into a 5 minute one, and all your thoughts is this video has lots of really nice colors in it, and they keep changing. I enjoy that because I prefer it when things aren't always the same. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I now know about your perspective and what you value and what you have to say. That's way better than just fucking staring at the screen and sometimes smiling.
So to
sometimes
sum
just
up,
saying,
you have such
"What?"
a low bar, and he can't even scale that.
Yes,
God
yes.
damn.
I was honestly surprised you didn't like make any analogies to like if fucking Disney Plus decided they were going to host XQC's stream every day, and you could just go watch it, and they paid him nothing on Disney. Like, would he have
would
no
tell
issue with
you-
that? Really?
Yeah, he would tell you that means it's good for him because it promotes him.
Yeah, he'd say it's for his fans, it's for his people.
It's for my people.
I gotta say, the entire time, like I kind of looked into this person briefly earlier today, but before I actually looked into who it was, I thought it was the guy that started the outbreak riot about the PS5, the YouTuber that did that.
Oh,
in
that
Twitter.
guy. That was also crazy.
That
would be wild.
And I was like, oh my god, it was crazy. So I was like, oh, maybe they're talking about that person, but who knows? But
It's becoming a bit of a
Definitely
rule
not.
of the universe. If there's some global catastrophe, there's a high chance a Twitch streamer is at the center of it. So in this case, it's definitely what happened to New York.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been cool for me because XQC is someone that I only discovered about 3 or 4 months ago that I discovered his existence. And Twitch in general, I've never been on Twitch in my life, even just logging onto the site to watch anyone. The only like Twitch streamer I guess that I watch is Charlie. That's basically it. Moist Critical.
I just watched Charlie what he re-uploads.
Yeah. That's it on YouTube. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I streamed on Twitch for a long time, and I pretty much did the same thing XQC did, except it felt
You're a piece of shit.
But it felt
God.
wrong. Like if it's weird to me because in my brain I was always like, I can't just let this video play. Why the fuck wouldn't people just go watch this video? So I have to talk. And it's so weird to me that like that just goes full circle to like, I don't have to talk anymore because there's enough people in here.
Yeah, but that's
You're
because
telling
you have
me
ethics.
I did a 36-hour stream and I literally slept in my bed. Like I didn't play any.
You get a
videos.
lot of
I was
views doing
watching-
that, to be honest.
I did. It was fucking weird, and people talk to you while you're sleeping, which was also weird. But it's just crazy to me that like he thinks that his audience wouldn't be there if he wasn't playing. Because I'm sure if he just like he was like, I have to go. I'll be right back. 99% of his audience would just sit there and talk to each other. Well, he didn't play a video, but he finds it necessary to always have something going.
Something that's fucking crazy is that the argument was brought in for the video you're covering. You have a positive, meaning they get promoted and a bunch of people sent their way. It's like, that's a good one. A neutral, nothing happens, no one goes anywhere, but no one's taken away. And a negative, people go to your video instead of theirs because they prefer the community aspect or you reacting. It's like, okay, what about the streamer? It's like, well, the positive is that you get to entertain your audience fully and do nothing, right? It's like, that's really cheap entertainment. It's like the neutral. Is there even a neutral? I don't know. It's hard to say. Is that what would even be the neutral? And then the negative is like, of course, there's no negative. XQC argues the negative is when the video is bad and it bores his audience.
Yeah, that's our fault, the creator.
That is the creator's fucking
I
fault.
stole the wrong fucking content.
Create better content so we can react harder, basically.
And in the world that he foresees,
we can be silent harder.
In the world he foresees where we all are reacting to things, what are we reacting to if everybody's just reacting? Are we reacting to reactions of
It's just going to be
There are
infinite
people who do
regress
that.
of people watching, people watching, people watching, people watching nothing. It just turtles all the way down.
I don't want to live here.
We've done that on EFAB.
We are.
We've covered like, it'll be some clip of, actually it happened recently because I made the compilation of Hassan like banning a bunch of people. That made it onto, I think, live stream fails, the subreddit. XQC reacted to it and then Hassan reacted to that. So
Oh my god.
can you see like it goes EFAP to
fall of
Hassan
humanity.
to like a JXC video to a compilation to XQC to Hassan to us.
This
It was
is-
just like, fuck
This
it
is
out.
the circle of life.
It
Yep.
really is.
We're just eating each other.
I think I can turn myself into a Twitch streamer. Oh, I can.
Oh, look at him go.
He's
No, you
gone.
gotta leave your chair behind
Where's
so
the
we can all
chair?
Oh,
interact.
yeah, I
with
need to
your
get
chair.
someone to draw me a chair. That's going to be the answer.
You're a natural
Hold it,
kid.
come back.
You're gonna
No,
be a
just like-
star.
Just
You're
scan
gonna
a
be a
picture
star,
of
kid.
like it's like drawn on a napkin and it's just like cut out.
You know,
Dude,
even if
Hassan is
nothing
so
happens,
pissed about that. There's a clip, I don't know if you guys have seen it, where Hassan is on his podcast with Ethan, and he's like, yeah, loads of people start this meme where it's like, oh, look, it's just his chair, live reaction from Hassan. And then it just cuts to Ethan, and he goes, but you do that, right?
But that's you. You're the meat. You're being laughed at.
I mean, his excuses,
are the man.
Hassan's excuse is basically like, oh yeah, I watch it while I'm in the kitchen or doing whatever, and if it feels like there's something I need to react to, I quickly come back to the stream. It's like, what? How fucking stupid
No, you
is
don't.
that?
You
Well, he
don't
does. You
watch
see, he
your-
did that with Jay's video, didn't he? When he came back and sat down and said, "Is this like guy like retarded?"
Yeah,
And
he
that was his
basically just-
entire
that's his
contribution.
contribution, that you must have a mental disability if you have two toilets in the same room.
I saw him getting bodied on Twitter today for actually reacting to something and giving the worst fucking take ever when like that Kai
yeah,
Cenat was going on. Yeah, and some
That's
old
the
dude got
problem
his
with
store wrong.
Hassan. He either stays silent or he just says the most just outlandish take ever, and he's just wrong all the time.
Maybe it's
That's
a
the
smart
thing.
business play then for him to just.
I mean, that's why it was great
Yeah.
seeing
Well, it
him
keeps him in the loop.
with Ethan.
I
It was
think
great
we've
seeing
really
him with
learned.
Ethan.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying that's why it was great seeing him with Ethan because Ethan basically just bodied everything that he had to say, and it was fun to watch.
Yes, he did body everything he had to say by being a completely normal person, just being like
Yep.
when he was like,
Ethan was
sometimes there's an
normal?
emergency. It was so funny. Hassan was talking about how sometimes he needs to leave, right? When we covered him, when he was responding to Jay, he was like, sometimes my mom isn't there to cook the nuggies for me. And so we were just like, Jesus fucking Christ. When he's with Ethan,
Nah, I'm
he's
with him
like-
on this. This is actually pretty critical.
It's
I
so
like this
true.
guy.
When he's with Ethan, he said, like, sometimes there's an emergency, and I have to leave. And then Ethan's like, just pause, put on a BRB thing. And he's like, yeah, I could do that, I guess. He's like, why don't you play clips of your old stream? He's like, yeah. And it's like, wow, all of the things everyone has said to him before, but because he's a belligerent child, every time someone else brings it up, he's like, meh, you don't understand. You're not a Twitch streamer. You don't, meh, I need my nuggies. But when it's his co-host and friend who's just like, hey, man, BRB screen? I don't know. It's like, oh, yeah, I guess that's a good idea.
Huh. Maybe I should do that.
I'll have my editor make it up.
Clips would be clips would be the easiest thing. It's like constant flow of content, constantly cutting. Honestly, that's probably a better stream than his.
You know what he'd say next? Like, well, I don't have time to make those clips. I'm streaming.
Hire someone, brother. Come on.
Yeah, did he just sign $100 million contract?
Say,
Like,
what the hell?
He's only a millionaire. Calm down.
Listen, Backface is in the call. He loves being in the basement. Just let him let him get it. Just steal your
No,
stream.
I worked for Hassan's family before, and they fucking suck. So he can suck my dick.
Oh,
Yeah.
What did you do?
That was when I was
Nice.
at the Young Turks. His uncle runs the Young Turks.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
I know they all suck ass. They're all like, yeah, socialism, but I don't want unions for my workers, and I really like money. So if you could give me all of yours, that'd be great.
So it's a grift, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Like socialism,
okay.
but not
Okay.
applied to me.
Yeah.
But when it comes to basically the how do I say this? Like the eating of the original creator's impressions. Did you guys see Internet Anarchist's Twitter thread? Basically, he said he posted his video and he gave XQC permission to post a reaction to that video. And he basically made this whole Twitter thread and he said that he had a 87.7 decrease in impressions on the day the XQC like uploaded his reaction. And so he just continues the thread and says everything. So that he did gain like 5,000 subs, I think. But like he said that he needs to do it for more videos to actually see if there's proper correlation with everything.
Well, yeah, because I saw another one where Lofty Pixels was saying that like Tyrone Magnus reacted to one of his and he got like over 1 million views. So it's just anecdotal. Like I would need to see way more analytics on that.
I've never had a problem with the idea that it can help people. That is possible. But as Little Platoon brought up, it's just like first principle: don't fucking steal.
Right.
You can get all of these benefits to this person, and you cannot steal. We can do both of these things. It's a wonderful world. Let's do that.
And in my eyes, it's kind of the equivalent of if movie theaters should pay to show movies or not. Like, yeah, you could not pay, and all production companies could be like, it'll help our DVD sales or our streaming numbers as soon as people finally get out of those theaters and go get our content. But it's like, yeah, but no, you should just license that to like, and also, yeah, the idea that just watching it with an audience is transformative in itself. It's like, so why do theaters have to pay for movies then? Because by definition watching it with an audience.
I don't think you could persuade people to watch Secret Invasion, for example, even if it was free. So it's not.
Even if you paid them.
Even if you paid them, it's not going to work. Yeah,
I came
well,
into this like super late. I think I started the channel now like a year and a half ago. So I missed the first round of this with you, MauLer, and the Hassan business apparently. So when I saw this pop up over the weekend, I was just super happy that someone was finally calling it out. Because like my gut instinct whenever I've seen like react channels and stuff is just like, that's low effort. Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, EFAP fans at this point are like, when's the next chapter? When's the next chapter? Because it ends up being some incredible content in terms of like, there are people out there doing this. They do this with like a sense of, look at me go. I'm entertaining everyone. It's like, no, you're not. Denim's, when she starts up her streams, she'll put on a TV show of some kind and then just walk off and do stuff and then finally come back with food or whatever.
Crazy.
And she describes
Just
herself as a
allowed.
curator. It is her job to
content curator. That's it.
It's what the
That is
fuck?
a wild title.
Wow.
Why do people even watch this? Like, I don't understand how they get viewers
I'm a
consistently.
content librarian, bro.
Netflix curates your catalog for you. Your job's
crazy.
irrelevant.
yeah. So you're not a curator. Disney
Also,
does that. That's their job.
The
You are
argument
just-
they're down to now is the community aspect, as in they want to be there with all the other people. But of course, that has no bearing on people like Hassan, XQC, or Denims. We can just interchange communities as long as you feel as though you're with a big group of people having fun, posting pepes. Then that's where you want to be. And at that point, because if you want to open this up to everyone and everything, corporations are going to destroy you because they're going to be able to bring in like the huge streams and have a massive. They wouldn't. Do you remember when they did Twitch streams, Power Rangers, and like Pokemon episodes and stuff?
Oh yeah.
There was no host for that.
Power Rangers.
It was the video and the community, and so that would end up being the future. It wouldn't be an execute like what. Like I said, people told him to shut up when he made points.
Who, Hassan or XQC, or both of them?
Fucking both of them at this point.
Of course.
Man, that's why I like Charlie, because Charlie sometimes when you see the clips that he uploads, people are telling him to stop pausing the video. He basically just shouts on the person. He's like, I'm trying to say something. Let me pause the fucking video.
We
come
try to
on.
weed those ones out of EFAP early on. We're like, you better get fucking used to it.
That's the other thing. I mean, it's not quite related to the theft point, but the behavior similarities between them as well, like the way they all talk incredibly quickly, which is basically just like Hassan did it reading super chats. Now everyone seems to do it all the time for everything. Lots of shouting, including being very, very aggressive at chat. Like, I'm all for telling chat they're being idiots if they're being idiots, but that weird sort of malicious glee that Hassan in particular takes when he's banning a long-standing member it's a bit like, are you actually a pathological narcissist? Is that what you are?
Someone told me that he has his mods like unban them afterward, but I have no idea whether or not that's true.
I mean,
He
it
probably
wouldn't even
just
matter at
bans
that
them
point.
after.
You get such an in-depth insight to his character when someone says, like, Hassan, you should probably just credit the video. And then he's like, you should probably just, fuck you.
In a hole! All right, guys, we're watching MasterChef.
Jesus.
That's real socialism right there, you know?
The title's been on screen for a full 18 seconds. Like, come on, man. I gave them credit. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Then boom, banned. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
if you look in the
Like,
top
like,
left
spam it 10
corner,
times in the
you
chat.
can see the bottom half of all the letters in the title. And that's basically giving it credit, right? And that's the same thing.
It's fine.
God.
It is mad, but no. On the point about the corporations taking over under their preferred model, I mean, I think that is just a classic example of not thinking through. Well, I don't even know if it's fair to call what XQC has a position, for example. I don't think he actually thinks about it. He's just, well, this gets me money and I enjoy it, so that's fine and it's good.
It is hard to separate the fact that he's the biggest beneficiary of his point of view.
Yeah. And then as soon as, but it's fine when you are at the top of the pile like that, but you can pretty much guarantee that if it did come to pass that actually, yes, someone like Amazon or Disney started basically replacing them, that all of a sudden they might start having issues because they're not now getting the content and they're not now getting the money. And all of a sudden being not on top of the pile, you might see other people's point of view. So I think it's just a case of over comfort, really.
Well, yeah, he was told in the stream I was in by, I think it might have been Carantos or someone else, but that he should be able to stream like Oppenheimer, fuck it. And then someone was like, yeah, but that's up until Nolan says, fuck no, I don't want you doing that. And then I think XQC said something like, yeah, well, Nolan can fuck off, like he'll be poor, I'll be rich, or something crazy.
Oh my god. XQC is such a baller. I love this guy.
I mean, I honestly,
XQC is the visionary, guys. And Nolan is just a lackey. That's
I
how
bet
it
you
goes.
he
He's a
has more
pleb.
money than Nolan. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he has more money than Nolan.
Not
Didn't he just say
motherfucker
he was
has
homeless though?
so
XQC.
much
I mean,
money.
from gambling and then the kick. He went to kick, right?
Didn't
The
he just
kick
say the
deal.
other day he makes $100 grand like per hour when someone asks him to play a video game?
Bro.
What?
Jesus.
No, yeah,
Damn.
he's top of the Twitch streamers. He gets like 50,000 people watching him play Overwatch.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nuts.
Well, he used to be pro
Yeah.
league, right? So that drives a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
yeah,
people to go
that-
watch him anyways.
Not to downplay that, because that's the best content he makes, and good for
Mhm.
him. I'm more than happy for people to choose 50,000 people to choose to watch a pro player play Overwatch. That's cool with me. That's totally fine.
Hmm.
I wish he would do that more.
No. It's
That's
boring.
too much work though, from the sounds of it. So
He's sweating too much.
Got to click buttons, you know.
he
I
needs
got
that gamer grip, right?
He just wants to turn his brain off and chill with his chat. The monkeys in chat. What is it? What does he call them? The gorillas?
Didn't
I
he
don't know
call
what he does.
the anyone who catches up on his YouTube clips like frogs or something? Like YouTube
Oh,
frogs?
yeah,
Yeah,
YouTube
YouTube
frogs.
frogs.
YouTube
Yeah.
frogs. He's so
I think
cultured.
that's a compliment in French Canada. I
Like-
think so.
Legit, there's so
Frog.
many there's so much like lingo for different cultures on the internet. Like we were watching clips of him, and he just kept calling Ethan bald, and we were all getting like, confused. And we were laughing, of course. And then someone in the EFAB chat or super chat or something said like, "Why aren't you guys pointing out that Ethan's not bald?" And then we were like, "Because I mean, that's obvious." I don't know.
What a loser! Hey guys, he's not actually bald. Shut up.
I was like,
It's funny.
Bald is like people would try to explain it to us. It's like it's just you're saying they're mad. They're so mad they've balded, even if they're not bald. It's like that's a thing.
What?
It's like that's a thing. It's a real popular thing. It's like
Hmm.
okay,
What the fuck?
I don't know how this stuff happens, but you know, you feel like a fucking
It's like
elderly
balding,
man
but
watching this
balding?
stuff. You're like, yeah,
Balding, but balding.
Mad and bald made mauled. That's what I've been taught. And then, but people just call you bald anyway, which is even if you're not, it just means you're really mad. It's
Okay.
you need a dictionary for this sort of shit.
I'm as
That
confused
is the
as
Urban
Vex.
Dictionary for this shit.
Go mauled, go bald.
Because a lot of people are
Interesting.
pointing out, it's like, isn't it mauled? It's like it's not just mauled. If you watch the EFAB
No.
episode we did recently, he angrily shouts at Ethan, "You are bald." and it's like
It sounds
he's not,
so
though.
retarded. My
I
goodness.
God, I
cannot
love this
deal
guy.
with this shit.
I'm
Oh
watching
my
this
God.
stream afterward.
Yeah,
Man.
I'll probably fall asleep listening to you.
Yeah, me
critique
too.
That's
Let's
now
face it.
MauLer. I need
Aw,
to finish up
that's-
on it. So
you know, there's other people on the stream though, so you know we have nice little chats. But if you want to fall asleep, I'll be putting out a new video within the month, so there's that.
Nice.
oh yeah, I think
It's been a
took me,
while.
like it took me like 2 months to get through your Doctor Strange video because just like
I'll take that
put
as
it
a
on when I go to
compliment.
bed. No, it is. It's a compliment. To put it on every night, fall asleep, then I have to go back the next day and find out where I left off or what I remembered last.
That's how you
Like-
watch the vid. That's bizarre.
Dude, you go to
That's how I watch
People do
MauLer's
this?
videos too.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like I've seen that comment a million times about MauLer's videos because they're so long that like people fall asleep to it.
It actually
Yeah.
took me 6 months to get through all of MauLer's Star Wars videos.
Again, I'm
So-
going to take it as a compliment.
These are all compliments.
I often get the your voice puts me to sleep thing, which is it's always a slightly dicey proposition. I did once or twice get someone say, "Oh yeah, my wife really enjoys you in bed." It's like, oh,
Well,
Hey,
that's definitely a
That's an
compliment.
interesting
I will
one.
definitely take that
You
one.
take the compliments as they come. Yeah, I'm just like, all right.
We did say Platoon a number of times. You need to get into autoerotica, you know.
Hmm.
You should.
Oh, you would absolutely kill it if you read some erotica novels. Oh my
to
goodness.
read like 50 Shades. Just read that.
right.
Oh, I'm already cringing.
Okay, we'll go with something tamer. Read
Twilight.
Twilight, yeah.
Twilight, there you go.
A famous
And then-
erotic novel series.
Ah,
I don't know if this is a flex or not, but I made it through. I honestly, I didn't even remember that I'd watched your videos. I had to go check. But I did your whole Doctor Strange video in one chunk, and I did Black Widow in one sitting.
Whoa,
I think
that's
I did that
6
too.
hours,
Damn.
dude.
I just go through. I think I did the same thing. I know I did it with the unending rages. I like those.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've gotten longer and longer. So I'm trying to.
Well,
get
that's
to
the
point
key.
where
It's
I'm
unending.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually like set a day whenever MauLer just puts a premiere. I'm like, fuck it, I'll watch everything in one go. So Multiverse of Madness, I actually watched that like with the premiere the entire time. I was like, fuck it, I have a day. Let's do this.
Sorry, boss. The long
That-
head is
Brother,
calling.
I cannot come to your birthday today because MauLer has a video out. So
Yeah,
actually, there's a
basically.
chance that might even happen this month. So
Listen, honey, I know your grandfather is dying, but
The last
Well,
time
I have to
MauLer put out a
understand.
video,
He's gonna
Yeah.
make fun of MODOK in the new video. I gotta see.
I was trying to watch your Doctor Strange video during its premiere, but I had essentially like OD'd on edibles and was just sitting in bed clinging on for dear life, trying not to
my
call
to
an
be fair,
ambulance.
watching
You don't wanna-
Multiverse of Madness is a very similar experience anyway. So
Yeah.
it's not.
I wouldn't recommend checking out MODOK memes when you're high. This feels like
No.
Oh fuck! So moving on from that topic, I guess.
Well, probably on that note, I will jump out here, I suppose. But once again, thanks for having me on, gentlemen, and of course, congrats, Movie Cynic, on 100K.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
stuff.
Yes,
And I'm sure I'll
thanks for
see all
joining.
of you in the future in some way, shape, or form. Because turns out they just keep releasing movies. They won't
just
stop.
keep
they
doing it.
do. I thought
know.
they stopped.
It's absurd and ridiculous, but it's kind of fun, so it's all right.
If you get the question from families, like, but is the YouTube thing really sustainable? And then the answer is, well, do you think they'll ever stop making shit films? I think it's gonna be going for a while.
I think we're
Mhm.
good. Yeah.
Well, alrighty, folks. Thanks again, and peace out. Toodle pip.
Thank you
See
for
you,
coming.
Peace, brother.
Thanks, MauLer.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Is it worth? Do we want to touch on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing? I know a couple of people have seen it. I haven't, and I
I
find
haven't.
them
I
cringy. But if
Neither have
anyone
I.
does want to talk about it,
thought it was
Nerdy Film
fine.
Girl, are you the only one who's seen it besides me? Has anyone else seen this?
I've seen this.
Oh,
You saw it. Okay. I
I
mean, I
that's
don't
a
have
good
to go
chunk.
into it. I don't think there's not a lot. I don't really think there's a lot to talk about because it's actually a pretty good movie. I know you're gonna all think of my critique on that as being too positive about it, but I genuinely had a great time and I think they did a really great job. So
Nerdy Film Girl, why do you have to be so woke all the time?
Stop being positive. Hate.
Yeah,
But
stop
there's,
it.
yeah,
God.
there's nothing like woke about the movie. Like there really isn't. Like I actually had a conversation with two people I stream with all the time, Bone Bridger and John Automates. I was like, people like, and this was before the movie came out. And I was seeing someone put out a thing about it was woke, and then they got the misinformation wrong. And all, I was like,
It really was. Yeah.
yeah, and I was like, this is definitely like not a woke movie in in any form as far as I could see. So
No, I agree with you. I saw it. I gave it like a I hate ratings, but someone forced me to, so I gave it like a 6.5 out of 10. It wasn't terrible by any stretch. And I'm a huge Ninja Turtles fan. The people who created Ninja Turtles are from where I grew up. So like
That's awesome.
yeah, everyone in my area, like we just loved Ninja Turtles. So they're pretty near and dear to my heart. And I thought it was pretty good. It's a different interpretation. I thought it was pretty harmless.
yeah,
My favorite one ever is the 1990 TMNT movie, though. But yeah, all the things that were like going around on Twitter and stuff, and saying that it's like hyper woke, it really wasn't.
no.
The only thing that I thought was that's hilarious is the stuff that we knew straight from the trailer, which was that April O'Neil was turned into a fat black woman, which is just hilarious.
Right. So I thought about this a lot
funny, yeah.
because I did not understand that when I watched the trailer. And then when I saw the movie and I'm seeing she wants to be like on TV as a reporter, but she has all of these insecurities and she's getting bullied and stuff. I was like, there's no way that she's going to be like that character would be bullied in high school if she's like hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
so they
I think
had
she
to
was,
like,
yeah, I thought she was pretty fleshed out given her runtime. I thought she was fine as a character. And also to add on to that point, I did think it was jarring watching the trailer. Also, like the
Yes.
animation in the trailer, I thought was jarring in general. But
Yes.
in the movie, literally no one is hot. Like there is everyone is ugly. Like this
I know,
animation
but-
is purposely ugly. Like even the news reporter that's supposed to be hot, she is ugly. So it's like, yeah, nobody in this universe is gonna look hot.
What I
Yeah,
didn't
that's just
understand
the
is
thing.
it's like some meta stuff though. So like for because I was interested in Lofty Pixels arguing about the XQC thing, which got me involved watching MauLer's video on it and all that stuff. He was in an argument recently with the fucking animator from the movie, and he was calling, rightfully so, calling the April O'Neil design, just low effort and pretty much virtue signaling, which it was. And it's whatever. It didn't make the movie bad. He was just calling a spade. And the person called him a racist. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people here? Like, it really is low effort. Like, the person said that they were, the animator said that they were trying to make her relatable. And I was like, fat, black, and dumpy is relatable. I'm like, okay, dude.
Right. She could have like an awkward phase and maybe get a glow up in the sequel, like when she goes to college or something. You know what I mean? That would make sense. But I the trailer was daunting. I agree.
Yeah, but also, I actually liked the animation. I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I thought it definitely grew on me. The lighting was a bit strange to me, but I think overall the animation was pretty cool.
Does it go more across the Spider-Verse or more Puss in Boots concerning the animation?
Probably a mix of both. It does blend 2D and 3D together. But yeah, it's a pretty big mix because it's pastels but also like crayon style, and then you have like gouache and stuff like that. It's like it's a different mix of different mediums. Rather than like Across the Spider-Verse or Into the Spider-Verse, because it's the more simple one, is like comic designed and more comic inspired. And then you have Puss in Boots, which is more pasteled and line art drawing.
Yep.
Yeah,
and this is like a mix of like gouache and like different like wax based art mediums. So
I would also say it's not even relatable to the person who made it because it was some like 30-something white guy that designed April. So it's always hilarious when that did happen.
Also, the fact that Seth Rogen was on this project was really daunting too, because like his comedy, I wouldn't say fits a PG rating.
It doesn't, but I think he really knows teenagers. I think like
I think he fit it.
Super bad, all that. I think he writes teenagers really well, and I think I really like that a lot.
Yeah, I thought it was well done in terms of the humor. Because it could have been, because I heard like some behind the scenes stuff with like the kids were writing the jokes and they were putting like Zoomer lingo in it, and I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be so bad. But I thought they used it okay. I thought it was pretty harmless in terms of that.
I know, the first 30 minutes of the movie, I was like, oh no,
I was like,
I
man.
almost, like because I knew I wasn't gonna review it for the channel, so I was almost like, I almost said to my girlfriend, like, you want to just like go home and watch fucking like MasterChef or something?
Oh my God.
But we stuck it out, and then I liked it by the end. I was like, yeah, this isn't bad. It's also not. I think someone in the chat said, I think I highlighted him, that it's not super offensive as being a ringing endorsement. It's not a ringing endorsement by any stretch. It just wasn't a terrible movie. I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't go out of my way to go to the theater and watch it or anything. Like, it's not, unless you're a massive Turtles fan.
I think if you have kids, that would be a fun.
Yeah, I think
kids
the
are gonna
funny thing is,
love
kids are gonna love it, man. Like, there was a kid in my theater, and when shocker, the Turtles win at the end. The kid was just like, "Yay, they did it!" And I was like, that's really cute." Like, and it had a nice message of acceptance.
Should have told him to shut the fuck up. It's a movie theater, man.
Yeah, I should throw popcorn at him. Shut up,
kid. Get in the seats.
But like if you have a family or whatever, it's definitely not. There's not any messaging that's bad. It's all nice. It's good for a family. So. But if you have a family or if you're a massive Ninja Turtles fan, like, go see it. Otherwise, just wait for it to come to video.
I agree.
And my favorite turtle is Donatello and always has been.
Donatello was nice in this movie. Like in
I hated what they did with his voice. I hated it.
Well, in terms
He's
of
a
like
baby
character, I thought it was way better than like the Bay movies, because man, those Bay movies are not good.
I hate
They-
those.
Perfect.
Donatello used to be cool in the original movies and the animated show and in the original comic books, and ever since like the turn of the millennium, Donatello is like this hyper fucking unlikable character. So I guess Donatello is still my favorite in spite of like the last 20 years of iterations of him.
I like the joke where he's like in the beginning, he's like, y'all have cool weapons, I just have a stick. And then later in the movie, they're in the van, and he's like, man, I need something long to hit this brake pedal so that we can stop the van. And then he's like,
Yeah, that's
I have a
good
stick. And then I was like, yeah, you go, Don. Yeah.
I don't know what they were thinking with the Michael Bay ones. They look so scary.
Oh, they look ridiculous.
Oh man. Oh. Mwah.
What I
Did you
am
guys see
getting
the original design for them?
Wait.
They look horrible. Like the
they look
original
so
design,
bad,
I
dude.
saw it like on Twitter. I think it was like a week ago. They looked like aliens. It was so
I'm gonna
bad.
search it.
He does machine, yes. I am wondering when this style of humor is going to die. I blame Joss Whedon for this, where every character is hyper witty and talks the exact same, and I'm just like 35 40 minutes in, once the bad guy of the movie was introduced, it was a breath of fresh air. I think it was Ice-T who voiced him, and he's awesome.
Ice Cube, yeah.
Ice-T or Ice Cube, man. They're
Was it
different.
Ice-T or Ice Cube?
Cube.
There's
Cube.
there's an iced tea.
Yes.
Yeah, there is.
There's an IC.
Yeah. Well, he
Oh,
was
baby
fantastic,
Andrew.
and
Shut up!
he actually had his own personality, and he was really damn funny. But
Yeah,
every
he
other
does.
character does this standard thing where they all sound the exact same, and I'm just wondering when that's going to finally die and move
I mean,
Did
on.
Ice
you had-
Cube sound like Ice Cube?
I mean, you had
Yeah, he did.
you had Ray Fillet who went Ray Fillet, and then you had the guy, I almost called him Geico, but the Gecko. He was I liked him like in like the darkest part of the third act where like
That's Paul Rudd, right?
it's
Yeah.
Paul Rudd. Well, now I
Paul
hate
Rudd,
him even
yeah.
more. But anyway, the tail of the gecko is just sitting on the
Yeah,
road.
that's good
And I'm
stuff.
like, oh my god, did he kill him? And then he just shows up and he's like, nah, it grows back. And then
Now
it
it grows back. Yeah.
it just shows up again.
It was also cool to see, if you're a Turtles fan, all of the characters that were essentially created for the toys when we were growing up as kids. Every single character in there, all the mutants, I remember having the toys, because the toy line is where most of the characters really did come from. A lot of them were just made for the toy line to expand the line, and they're not even Easter eggs because they're actually characters in the movie. So every single one that popped up was like, I had that one. Oh, I had that one. That was kind of cool.
Yeah. Like I thought it was a bit weird with like some of the action scenes, because it's like, this is a kids movie, but they're also ninjas. They have swords and they can kill people. And there's like one shot, it was like a montage shot where they're beating up gangsters, and in the background you can just see Leo just like slicing at someone's neck, and I'm like, did that guy just die? Did he just
Yeah, I
kill
know.
that man?
It's always weird. You can never get around that because the Ninja Turtles in the original comic books were hyper violent originally.
Yeah.
It was really bloody. And so ever since then, since you make it a children's cartoon or or a movie,
Michael Bay.
even, it's just like, dude, he's using literal katanas. He's
Yeah,
gonna chop this person's fucking arms off.
Yeah, like it took me out of the movie. I was just like, that man is dead. You sliced his
Yeah.
neck. He is done.
Yeah.
But it's like, ever since, I don't know if it's just ever since, I don't know when, I don't know the history of Ninja Turtles. I just watched like the 2012 2014 animated movie or animated
no.
show.
Watch
Um,
the 1990 movie, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll probably do that. But like they've either fought the hog and the rhino, or Shredder, or they fought like the Krang alien people that were robots. And it's like, robots are really easy to put in a kids movie because you can just like slice them up,
Destroy
whatever.
'em.
It's just
Yeah.
robots.
Yep.
I think that's, if they ever make a sequel to this. I know I heard that they might make a show. I heard
They'll
something
probably make
about
a
that.
show and a sequel. Yeah, it's probably going to be.
Yeah.
Well, I
huge.
mean, it depends on the box office returns because
Yeah.
those aren't looking too good. I think it's like what 50 million. I think
It's
they've
good
Yeah,
for a
$50 million.
$70 million budget.
Yeah, it's a
though.
$70 million movie and it opened to over 40 million domestic. That's
Yeah, I
that's
was surprised
good.
it was 70 million. I was surprised it wasn't like 120.
Yeah,
That's what I would
same.
expect.
Man, I mean,
Um,
it's only Disney that's really like over budgeting all their animated stuff. So
It's money
yeah,
laundering.
yeah,
They
but
over budget everything.
I would assume with like the new animation style, they'd put more money into it. But I mean, it
Agreed.
looks like you didn't. And I'm glad that there's more animated movies. You know, not just looking like Disney movies, and
yeah,
being like, hey, let's make this
Yep.
look different.
Yeah.
Let's give them eyeballs some new stuff.
let's actually animate it with animation and use animation to its full extent instead of making some ultra realistic weird ass thing where it's so uncanny sometimes.
And to
Yeah.
be fair, I think that is why Wish might have a successful box office for Disney because it is in that vein of watercolor painting, animation. It's not that CGI look they developed after, trying to compete with everyone else. I think people really enjoy that, and I think that's a really smart move on their parts. And I think that might do quite well at the box office. So.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this. What's the budget for Wish? Is it 100 mil?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I haven't looked into the budget. I
Sure.
I want to make Napola Wish happen and see Napoleon and Wish on the same day because they're coming out the same weekend.
Okay, so the budget for Wish is 200 million.
Okay.
Yeah, come
it's
on.
too much. It's too much, but I think it'll do. I honestly think it might do okay, but we'll see what happens.
It doesn't look
Just
different.
because they're doing something different and not.
Well,
catering.
for the animation and the price of the animation, it's basically you can do something for under 100 million that looks very good, but
Mhm.
it will look like a cartoon. So the only reason why it becomes so expensive is because Disney goes for realism, and adding realism to animation basically adds like 100 million on the budget automatically, and that's the big issue.
Like Elemental, they want like the fire and the water to look real, and I'm like, just make it 2D. You're talking
Yeah.
about like these people come together. Like, I'm sorry, this is just like a glorified Minecraft cobblestone generator. Which is you put water next to lava, boom, you got cobblestone. That's it.
And to be fair, because I did not see Elemental, and I'm not saying it's good or bad, I think the children's movies were kind of the slow burn throughout the summer. Elemental has actually done quite well over 2 months at the box office.
Yeah, I saw that.
Same as The Little Mermaid. And I think it's kind of like, it's summertime, kids are going to go to the movies, we're going to take them when we can, get them out of the house, blah, blah, blah. I think it's harder to judge children's movies specifically on like a weekend.
But the hardest part is the fact that even though it's a slow creep and a slow box office gain, Elemental has grossed 424 million. If it had a budget of 70, it would have been great, but it has a budget of 200. So
right. No,
that's the main issue it has.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these concerns that we have are not even concerns, just critiques and things that we make fun of like a movie bombing is because of the fact that the budgets are so high.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like if they were reasonably priced, it's like, well, we would talk about how the movies used to make more, but they're still profitable now, but the audience is declining. Now we're talking about audience decline and the fact that they're literally losing money. So,
yep.
Talk to Me was 4.5 and it made 10 million the first weekend,
Yeah, Talk to Me.
Yeah, that was pretty good too.
Million. Yeah, Talk to Me is fucking great. Go watch
Yes,
it if you haven't. Go watch it at the cinema.
Yeah, that was really good. Cobweb was also fucking crazy.
Really?
Was it better than Talk to Me?
It was I don't know. They're very different horror movies. Cobweb is brought to you by the same people who did Barbarian. So anyone in the chat, if you like Barbarian, this is worth seeing. It will subvert your expectations. Don't go in learning anything about the movie. Just go watch the movie.
Man, you should have told me that sooner. I would have watched it like instantly. You should have just said Barbarian. That's it.
Yeah, no, there was one theater and like one Showtime near me that was playing it, so I caught that, and I'm really glad I did. It's fucking weird, man. It's so
I wanted to do a double feature with Talk to Me and Cobweb, but like they were done showing it in English, so now they only show it in dub. So fuck that.
Yeah.
They get scared, they just say, "Oh, wee wee."
Yeah.
Any other word on Ninja Turtles?
I give it 6.
Yeah.
Is
it
it
was
Seth
fun.
Rogen humor
didn't-
or
Yeah, it's like
I have
Seth
no
Rogen
idea.
humor cranked down for children's
For
palates.
children, yeah.
Yeah.
okay? Well, I might like it because I'm a big Seth Rogen. I've always been a Seth Rogen fan, like since I was, since I was a kid. Yeah, basically. So
Yeah, you're
mean, I
not gonna
think-
not like it, you know.
Yeah, I
Seth
think
Rogen makes
Superbad
good
is
stuff. He's insufferable in real
he
life,
is
but
insufferable. Yeah.
he can pop off.
yeah, he makes
Everyone
entertaining
keeps saying
stuff.
He's a good
that.
man.
he's a good producer. He's a good
How is
producer.
he insufferable though? Because I keep hearing this and I've never. seen
I
that.
hate his Twitter.
His politics basically are insufferable because
politics
it
and his
shows off
Twitter.
that he's basically
Contradiction.
yeah, like he has
oh,
contradiction and
man.
you see that he's part of the elite. So
Yeah, he
like,
definitely comes off as
he
like
doesn't have the same problems that we have. So it's like
I literally just want to do mushrooms with him. Like that's literally.
I don't know. Like whenever I hear him in an
Well, maybe the real
interview-
Seth Rogen will come out because honestly, his Twitter just says that he doesn't actually believe anything he's fucking saying.
Was it
Yeah.
Seth Rogen or was it Mark
Right.
Ruffalo? Because they're basically interchangeable. But I think it was
Yeah.
Seth Rogen. His car was broken into, wasn't
Yes,
it? And
it was
basically
Seth
said,
Rogen.
"Well, why do
It
we
was
care
Seth.
so much about personal property?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter that much." Okay, but you can afford to buy a new Lexus anytime you want.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true.
you are masking a very severe
he's
problem with crime.
He's trying to like defend LA or something. He's like, LA's a great city. I lived here all my life. Or how does
Like,
he
yeah, I got robbed last week. It was great.
Multi-million-dollar ass is sitting. He was saying like, "Well, whenever my car gets broken into, I just buy all the shit again." Like, yeah, because a lot of people can afford that. you
That's
fucking
cool,
rich
bro.
idiot.
I'm not rich.
Yeah, that's basically the issue. But like I'm with Nerdy Film Girl. Like my dream ever since I discovered Seth Rogen is to just smoke weed with him, honestly. That's
I
like
would
on
want
the
to
bucket
smoke
list.
weed with.
His voice is kind of annoying to me.
Yeah, I'd smoke weed with Seth Rogen circa 2007, like that.
Oh
Seth
yeah, for
Rogen.
sure. Super
Not-
bad Seth
not
Rogen.
current
That's the
one.
good shit.
Super bad is my
Uninspired reviewer.
favorite
Do you
comedy.
watch The Boys?
Yeah, I watched The Boys. I
Such a
basically
good show.
watch everything Seth Rogen produces. So The Boys, Preacher, Invincible, and
Yeah, great
he's
stuff.
produced some other
I'm
bangers
so
too.
excited for season 2.
Most productive
Invincible.
stoner I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Like he was basically my example for creativity. Like growing up as a I would say stoner. Like growing up as a stoner, like he was basically my like my idol in terms of productivity and creativity.
Yeah.
But yeah, like my favorite movie of Seth Rogen is This Is the End from 2013.
so good.
Yeah, that was pretty funny too.
Someone said The Boys is a better comic. I don't think they understand how bad The Boys comics are. The
Yeah,
Boys
the comic
comics
is
are
trash.
trash. Like
Really? I
even
never
even
saw
though
that.
even though season 2 and season 3 of The Boys is not that great, literally anything Seth Rogen puts out is gonna be better than The Boys comics. The Boys comics are trash.
What was that
Oh, yeah.
Christmas special Seth Rogen put out though?
Oh, that was trash. Don't look at it.
Was
Santa
that like
Inc.
one of the?
Special.
Yeah, Santa Inc. Right?
Yeah.
heard
Oh,
that
I
was
thought you guys were
absolutely
talking about
terrible.
that other because he made a Christmas movie with Anthony Mackie called The Night Before, which is pretty cool.
I
Actually,
like that one. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it's actually nice. It's like the story of I forgot like what's his name, Ebenezer Scrooge, basically, but in modern day, I guess. So it's
It's
interesting.
all his like Jewish friends, and then like and then like Joseph Gordon-Levitt's like the one
Yeah.
non-Jew, and then like they're going out to the Nutcracker Ball. Yeah, it's super fun.
Yeah, you
It's
guys
like
should
very
watch
New
it.
York club type of.
It'll redeem you from Santa Inc., which was god awful bullshit.
I never watched it, thank God. So,
You're lucky.
uh-huh.
Shall we move on to super chats, or is there anything else that we had on the docket?
I'm good with topics this week, and we have a ton of super chats. So,
Well, I'll just put in one last word before we move on to the super chats. Don't go watch the Meg in the cinemas, man. Don't waste your
dude, I
money.
kind of want to. Honestly, I
heard it's
might
cool,
go
bro.
tonight, baby.
Dude,
fucking disappointed, bro.
Dude, that was so funny. You're like, this is gonna hit 1 billion, and you were gassing this movie up so
Bro,
hard, like
I've been
ironically. And then
defending the Meg for the past like 2 months.
and then I wake up. I think it was Monday. First tweet I see is uninspired reviewer. He's going saying, "Do not go watch the Meg 2." And it's just the meme where it's like, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I was just like, man, this guy just got his world rocked.
Bro,
Yeah,
for real, like,
Dude,
Two texts.
uninspired. You might
I
be
got two
right
texts
though.
from friends. Sorry, no, I was just saying I got 2 texts from friends that were like, I've never seen an audience more audibly disappointed in a movie theater in my life. Like,
for
Damn.
real.
yeah.
I mean, the first Meg was absolute trash, but
It
this
was
one's
fun
gonna-
though.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
first
it was
this one's gonna make a profit, dude. It opened bigger than the Flash, and like the fact of the matter is, the Flash underperformed, but that's according to budget. And also, like, the Flash is one of the best known comic book characters ever. The Meg 2 opened more money than the fucking Flash.
Yeah,
That's insane.
GG.
like,
Good
it's
job,
the
James Gunn.
worst
This is your
thing.
problem.
Like, I actually blame false advertisement, because what you see in the trailers is not what you are shown for 95% of the fucking film, which
What
is a
is it?
massive miss. Bro, it is a fucking
Bro.
political like conspiracy for the first hour and a half.
woke.
No, like it's
I'm kidding.
it's like a political movie for the first hour and a half. But it's not
They
even
made it
good like political thing. It's just like it's corporate espionage. There we go. Those are the fucking words. It's corporate
Is
espionage.
it espionage regarding
The
megalodons? at
Megs,
least?
yes.
Conspiracy.
It's regarding fucking Megs and
Are
Earth
there like
minerals, man.
sharks that are spies and they're walking around in like fucking tuxedos and shit?
They have sunglasses on.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Sunglasses.
Or is
there's
it the Jurassic World thing of that? Let's just make like big dinosaurs that are also weaponized, and we can
You
use
know-
them to hunt Taliban.
it's
that
funny
actually
you saying
happened?
the Jurassic World stuff, because there are like the weird part is the movie is boring. It's boring as shit. So what do you have in the movie? You have Jason Statham basically riding a jet ski with explosive boomsticks fighting 3 megalodons. You have
At
Jason
the end,
Statham.
though.
Yeah, but listen. This is throughout the entire movie. You have Jason Statham using a helicopter propeller as a fucking sword. I mean, and you have a Kraken. You have
No,
3
you're selling this thing to
Megs.
me.
And
Yeah, you're
I mean,
selling me this movie.
no. Like that's like the last 15 minutes. If you want to sit through
So
an
if I
hour and
show
a
up
half,
late, it's okay.
yeah, show up late, man, no problem. Like the plot doesn't even care. And like, so the basic issue that I have is you've seen Underwater, the movie with Kristen Stewart, right? Any of you?
No, I don't watch Kristen Stewart movies.
I
Yo, that
do
movie
watch
fucking
crap.
kicks. That movie's so good. I watched that shit like 10 times. It's like one of my
Bro.
favorite sci-fi movies.
Yeah, Underwater is actually a good fucking movie. It also French representation is in there, man. You've got Vincent Cassel in there, from La Haine, if any of you guys know that stuff. So yeah. What? Yeah, Andrew, you're too young, man.
You're my age.
But yeah, so it's very boring because you have basically the first 2 acts are underwater, literally like the movie Underwater, and then you have the last 15 to 20 minutes that are what you see in the trailer, what you're promised. So the sharks attacking everyone on the beach on an island that's literally called Fun Island. It's like, come on, man, why wasn't this the entire movie? It's so goofy because I always take the
What was
example
the
of
budget for this?
Piranha, 185, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
It's
So the first one
130, it
was
says.
what? No, that's
Yeah.
the
For the
first
Meg?
one, I think.
No, Meg 2, The Trench carries $130 million.
The
budget.
trench.
Really?
Bro,
But
this
so it's
movie, we're gonna be seeing a Meg 3 here.
So
Nah,
is the
man.
trench? So is the trench in the movie just like Pacific Rim?
The trench is literally 90% of the movie, which is why it's so fucking stupid because the Megs basically aren't in the trench. You have these weird ass Jurassic Park dinosaur thingies that attack people. I'm telling you, just don't watch the movie in the cinema, man. Wait for it to come out on digital.
I hope that the Meg 3 has Jaeger robots in it that fight.
Watch Pacific Rim. Watch Pacific Rim, man.
Yes.
Nothing
I
tops
love
Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim.
I
is
do too.
I love that movie.
Thank you.
That's
I love
another
you,
thing we need
Andrew.
another
I love
movie.
you, Vex.
Not so the
Pacific
second one.
Rim.
The second one is not very good.
Oh
No,
my
it's
God.
It's still
that one,
fun
yeah.
though. in
I never
all
watched
honesty.
it.
No.
Also,
no.
I resent, and it has to come up because it's BSUP and it comes up almost every single time, but I resent that Western audience, like mainstream introduction to giant mechs, is between Transformers and Pacific Rim, and it's not fucking Gundam, which is better.
Well,
That's what we
you're
should be
a lame
watching.
Britishman, okay, that lives in a
A
thatched roof
Britishman.
house, okay?
But Pacific Rim 2
I don't know
is
where I was
basically
going.
the sign of
Go eat some beans.
On toast.
Actually,
On
I'm really
toast,
hungry. I
even.
might do that.
oh no.
Ugh, that's so like someone says that and you're like,
Beans on
Yeah.
toast does actually slap. You guys should try it. It's pretty
I'll
solid.
just
Gross,
have
bro.
I'll just have like anything else on toast. I'll have cinnamon on toast.
I like
Semen?
Butter.
protein.
That's just French toast.
No, 'cause
Don't
it's
tempt me with a
not.
good time, Platoon.
Semen on toast. So, super chat.
Yeah, we got to come on toast, so it's probably time we move on to super chats, just because top tier content here.
I do have one question for Andrew. Are you like another cartoon character on this panel? Because you wear the same fucking shirt every time I see you.
Oh, I just wear that. I was wearing something else. It was sweaty because I just got back from work, so I just put this on. I wear this in most of my videos just because it's wacky. And I'm like, this has
It's
enough
two
to-
potential alternatives. Either you have an entire wardrobe full of just the same shirt, or you only ever wear one shirt, in which case I never want to be in the same room as you. Ever.
Only on streams and videos after I take it off.
Legit like a cartoon character, like Doug Funny
I
or
am.
Rocco or something.
Yeah,
It's a good shirt though. I like the
it
shirt.
is. I like it.
It's a good shirt.
I'll buy more of them.
The uninspired reviewer.
Who's
Oh
this
my
guy?
god. He
Who
looks
is this guy?
incredible.
He looks stupid. He's probably a toddler.
Platoon and MauLer, voices made by God himself.
I agree.
Cheers, lads. Here's to the rest of the panel. That includes
Thank you.
uninspired.
Thank you, man. Thank you. He's a kind
Cynic-
gentleman.
Yes, he is. Get the blue hair back. You've hit 100K. I did promise that, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you also said you were going to watch Arcane, but that never happened. So here we
Yeah,
are.
I know. I've been sick all weekend, and I've been watching WWE instead.
Platoon. I
Ooh.
finished Andor.
Oh, and I bet you're going to tell me it was boring.
No,
Oh,
I really liked it. I liked it.
oh, well, that's good. I'm
liked it.
relieved.
I don't get the boring part. Maybe in like the first 3 episodes because it's like the pacing's a little like it's
Yeah.
really long in the first 3. But like after that, like it's pretty good.
No, yeah, I
All right, Andor.
Andor, yeah, I agree. No, Andor is good. I think it should have been released as like 3 lumps of long episodes as opposed to like several 3-arc ones. But I think that's where people's pacing problems came from. But overall, yeah, it's genuinely good stuff.
Yeah, Andor's really good. And I like during the break, the prison break scene when
Oh, that's a good one.
it was like Andy Serkis is giving his monologue. I was like overwhelmed. I'm like, is this good Star Wars?
Yeah, I know.
Is
It's
this good
surprising.
Star
isn't it?
Wars?
Why is
And,
the
like-
dialogue actually good?
Yeah, and like at the last 2 episodes, like were like this kind of like mini thing. Oh, the funeral is happening and like that whole thing, and it's like it was like a little awkward, but like I was down for it. Like
Yeah.
after the prison scene, I'm like, you can do whatever.
No, I'm looking forward to
can full
season 2 of
stop.
that one.
Yeah, I heard there's gonna be a lot of time skips, which I'm worried about, but it'll probably be fine. I
Has
hate
season
Yeah.
2 been officially confirmed?
I believe it has.
It was confirmed before season 1 came out,
Oh, okay.
so that was a yikes. But
Vex, do you have another stream to get to today?
Yes, I do, but I
Well,
already
you're
told
not
them
going to
I'll
be able
probably
to get
late.
through the whole. I was going to say you're not going to be able to get there on time.
That's
There's
okay.
like 37 fucking super chats to get.
We're good. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Just FYI, as we're going through these, if anyone needs to drop off, you're certainly welcome to. You don't have to stick around for them, but you are welcome to if you want to. We'll just go in clockwise. Platoon.
Okay, Svitka 1 for 50 Swedish sex. I cannot understand how streamers like Kassan, Kai, and XQC, Paul Brothers, and Andrew Tate get such a huge following. Is it the lack of a father figure?
Yeah.
I think it's just a lot of people just don't fucking like they don't care. They don't have the depth to understand what it is they're watching. That's really all it is.
Yeah,
I
and
think so there's a lot of like social atomization that goes on as well. I bet a huge number of their fans very rarely go outside and they only really interact with people online. So it's replicating a kind of friendship group that you would normally have had in a healthy real life setting.
Kai's fans went outside this weekend. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, look what happened.
They did. Hey, they gotta keep the gamers inside. They're too powerful.
It's actually changed my opinion of the Batman, because now it's not so implausible that a bunch of internet nerds could actually ruin a city. Apparently, it can really happen.
The Batman redeemed. It's cool now.
I knew it.
We're gonna go on the arc where the Batman becomes good again.
The Batman is good.
Listen, I like it. It's probably my favorite one too.
I don't know whose channel this is for. Probably yours, Platoons. New member for you, I think.
Welcome, Sleeping Psychopathy. And Milo.
Yes. And Bagface, would you like to read one?
Yeah, Mr. Talk About It. Lamau, Ethan used MauLer's clip to gotcha XQC. Yeah, he did. And that is a big old Lamau.
Yep. That is a definite LMAO. I don't know which channel this is for because we're broadcasting on both, but Dalton Enterline?
We'll know the next time one of them pops up in one of our videos. That's when we'll figure out who you belong to. But otherwise, it's mutual ownership.
Yeah. Thanks for joining whichever channel that was. Vex.
Centeris Parabolus for $1.99. Whoever's internet needs paying.
Probably yours, Vex, honestly.
Probably
or is it just
mine.
that shitty Canada. Is it just terrible internet up there? Like I don't have.
I just live
here.
in bumfuck nowhere. That's really all it is.
Canada isn't a real place. You've got Vex there. You've got Bagface. You've got XQC. It's like no.
Ugh.
It's a fun fact. Canada actually only has one modem, and it's a dial-up one, and all the Canadians connect to it.
You know what? I called
Fuck you, Iceman.
a twink basically on social media, and then my internet just disappeared after that 2 days ago. So
he has
on to me, I guess.
Yeah, people are being nice to me with the Batman in the past couple of weeks. It's cool.
Who's not being nice about that movie though? Like that's a great movie.
Are you new here, Nerdy Film Girl? This is like a running thing to harass me for how much I like that movie.
It's so good. Okay, people that don't like that movie, there's something I don't know.
Thank you.
They gotta be British or something.
When you're saying that, just point up and just be like, "Yeah."
And I already know I'm defective. It's fine. No, I don't hate the film. I just think it's mid.
It's the Batman movie we needed. You know what I mean? It's like
it was the Batman we needed right now.
But it's not the one we deserved.
Yep.
Andrew.
David Zakia. How do you say that?
You
Zakow?
in it.
Yeah, Zakow maybe.
Right on.
Zakow for a 2. It's Barbin time. Nice.
Yes.
It is Barbin time.
It hit a
Best
$1 billion
movie of the year.
Yeah.
A Barbillion.
Uninspired.
White Bear 2 for $3.50. Bless your beans and toast. Have a great show, y'all. Yep.
I saw that little Twitter back and forth you guys were having. That was pretty good shit.
It's where the real men talk and discuss on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take culinary advice from a country that thinks that a combination of fat and cheese is food. I mean, cheese is good, but that's basically what American food is, isn't it? It's just lots of fat, lots of cheese. Done.
No. American food is lots of sugar. Get it right.
Oh,
those are carbohydrates.
And
That's
then
what
the cheese
really makes you fat.
And then maybe the cheese.
Damn.
Yeah, the cheese.
do like
cheese
cheese,
is mostly fat, but
Like I've always wanted to try some American food. Like for example, Twinkies is something I've always wanted to try as a kid.
what are
yo,
you
bro, if you're
I don't know what they
trying,
are.
if you are trying to bulk up and need immediate energy, grab yourself some
Twinkies?
fucking Twinkies, bro.
I fuck it.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
They're like they're not even like they feel like when you eat it, you feel like you just like ate Thor's hammer. It's just like your stomach just drops, and you're just like, oh man. And then you go to the bathroom.
Let's
and
put
it's
it
a
this
whole
way:
different-
do you guys don't have like a cheesecake factory over there, do you?
No.
In France, okay.
There's like a
So-
factory that makes cheesecakes.
Yeah, and sells booze. So
Oh,
for when I hit 100K, Brittany bought me a couple slices of cheesecake. They're like really expensive slices of cheesecake. I ate 1.5, and because I don't eat sugar, like unless it's whatever's in standard amount of food, I started shaking and I felt so fucking cold. I had to lay down, and I was like my insulin spiked so much from eating so much sugar. I was just like,
Oh yeah, that was the night you were supposed to watch Invincible, and then you just
and I was just like, I can't, bro. I feel so fucking sick, dude.
Oh man.
And
I'm
that's
lucky
like
I'm
people's dude. That's what people's standard diet is here.
were you infected
Oh, it's
with
more
diabetes?
than whatever you had, probably like 3 or 4 times more. In all honesty,
Yeah,
bro,
I know.
I eat 3 and I'm good.
It's just crazy to me. I'm like, no wonder 70% of the fucking country has like diabetes. Like this is what people eat all the time.
Jesus, man.
Crazy. Anyway,
Oh, God.
Nerdy Film Girl, you want to read cannolis?
Yes, cannoli Sasquatch for $9.99. Congrats on hitting 100K, Cynic. Platoon, go buy some real food, please.
You know what, guys? I'll just ship you all some French food. There you go.
What does French food like consist of?
I don't even
French
fucking
toast.
Snails
know, man.
and frogs.
Yeah.
You don't even know?
I mean,
don't
like
know.
it's weird because I eat frog legs. Yeah, no problems. Like they're fucking delicious. Yes, Vex, don't make that. They're delicious. Eat them, bro. You gotta try. It tastes like chicken. I swear to God.
Should I
just
just
need
go
to go
kill
down
the
to
frogs
Florida.
that are outside of my
gonna
pond? Will
pass.
that
I
I've
do
don't
had
it?
think
them before. Yeah, they're not. There's just not a lot of meat to actually have.
Vex, if
Yeah,
you move to
that's true.
Florida, you're going to eat frog legs and alligator.
Amen, brother.
No, my husband tried to get me to eat gator, and I said no, hard no.
You will.
Nah, you
Apparently,
eat
it
that
tastes like
Gator is
chicken.
good, man.
So.
Gator is good. It tastes like chicken. Yeah, it does.
The
Then,
uninspired reviewer, is it like very similar to what Julia Child interpreted French cooking to be?
who's Julia Child?
She
What?
was like she was like an American icon for cooking, but she went to France in like the 50s and like totally renovated how housewives in America like cooked for their families, and it was all because of like French cooking. So I didn't know if that
I mean,
was
French cooking is pretty good. My dad actually my dad is a professional fine dining chef. So, and he's like the French part of me. He's fully French. So what he cooks is always good, I guess. Well, exceptionally, I may be biased because he's my dad, but like he's worked in Michelin star restaurants
No,
and
I
stuff like
bet,
that.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I bet he's amazing.
he's like it's good, but most of the time stuff that he cooks, it's I call it food from Beowulf, basically, because it's like they make those stews where they just put everything in a pot and fucking boil it, and it's like I can't
That's
stand
gnarly.
food like that. Yeah, I'm like, yo, it's not the Middle Ages anymore. We don't need to eat this shit, man. It's like,
Like
come
Lord of the
on.
Rings style.
Yeah, like let's grill some steak. I don't know what the fuck this shit is.
It's kind of lost me because I've been all over Europe and I've had proper European food from various different countries, but I am so not a food person that it mostly goes over my head. I stayed in Switzerland with a guy who trains chefs for the Ritz, and he cooked these really extravagant meals, and I just like, it's food. I don't understand what this is about at all. Polish food, however, that's pretty good.
It is. It is. Like for me, I don't know. French food seems just like the basic food that you can get anywhere, except for maybe, as Platoon said, like frog legs, snails. French people not so much. Well, I mean, I might be an exception. Like, but I agree.
That's correct. What is this 9/11? My goodness, that's not.
But I agree, man. I fucking hate French people. I didn't even grow up here. Like I moved here 3 years ago. I fucking despise French people, and I'm French, so I like I'm with you.
Every French person I've met, I enjoy thoroughly.
Oh well, thank you. Well, I hope you're talking about me too.
Absolutely.
Campbell Patterson for $5 from the country of A.
Arizona.
Arizona. Greetings, excellent panel. Can I get a shout out for my 20th birthday next week? You guys are so awesome. Yes.
Happy birthday for next
my
week.
age.
Yes,
Happy birthday, man. Yeah,
And if you're
gonna be
here
Andrew's
next
age.
week and I see you in the chat, I'll say it again. And Platoon.
Pooty Evans for $199. Is Barbie better than rom-coms of yesteryear? That would depend on the rom-com. Probably not if you're thinking some fairly well-established good ones. So like Richard Curtis's older stuff, Notting Hill, Four Weddings and a Funeral, like vaguely rom-comish stuff. They're quite good. I mean, they're cheesy, but they're quite good. Barbie is nothing like on the same level. So no. Is it comparable to the last Bridget Jones film? Because that went into a steep decline and is somehow still going. Probably closer, yeah, because that's another film in which the female protagonist is unironically really evil and doesn't recognize it. So in that one, she gets pregnant. And does she know who it's a choice between two men. I think she knows who the father is, but she deliberately strings them both along by telling them both that they are the father for the entire film. And I was sitting there watching it with my mum and another friend who was also a woman, and they didn't see the problem with that. And after the end of the film, I thought, like, how do you not see how evil that is? That's really, really vile. But no, it's fine. So yeah, it's more of that kind of bad rom-com than a good old-fashioned one.
But is Barbie even considered a rom-com?
I was gonna say I don't think it's a rom-com.
No.
I love Notting Hill, by the way. So Platoon, that is a really great rom-com. I would agree though. I don't think Barbie's a rom-com at all. But
I think the comparison was just because female audiences flock to both. Maybe that was why they put rom-coms in there.
Listen, man, romantic comedies are my favorite genre. Like I've said this a lot of times on stream. I'm surprised that you're surprised, Vex. I've said this a lot of times.
You're
like
so
romantic comedies are.
Sometimes I forget that you're a man. In all honesty, at this point, so
well, I am a cat, so you could say I'm a pussy.
Shit. Hey, Bagface, you want to read Mr. Talk About It again?
Yeah, look, I got another one, Mr. Talk About It. Nice. Like we're friends. My fam dragged me into a Bollywood movie after Barbie. Funnily has the same themes, but it's much better and nuanced in the discourse than overt. I mean, most places that aren't America have conversations a lot better than Americans do. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
No, we have the best conversations.
Wow, this
They
American
never
hate.
end.
Not according to the producer of The Witcher, who basically assumes that you're all absolute morons and
That
everything
was
has to be dumbed down.
crazy.
Get off TikTok,
That
you
is
fucking losers.
crazy.
God.
Damn. It's weird hearing America hate from America's fucking attic. You just stay where you are.
Hey, we got free healthcare up in this attic. All right.
Yeah, cool. Well,
That's it.
you can blow me. Vex.
Taker
It's just
610.
healthcare advice from a country that defines suicide as healthcare. That's a good one.
That's true. Also, we got guns. Amen, brother.
We also have guns.
$2. Is Barbie the Joker 2019 for women?
Who was the Joker for then?
Well, the Joker was considered like the ultimate like alt-right man kind of movie or whatever because it sympathized with men and their issues quite a bit. But
Oh, so Joker's responsible for January 6th. Oh,
It's
makes
about
sense.
attacking. It's about defeating the Matrix.
The Joker was responsible for George Floyd.
I have heard this theory.
I think the difference is the Joker is about the underdog if you want to play that card, and then Barbie is just about gender. So I don't think
they're related at all either. And even
And
just like the
Joker's good,
Joker
so we
being
have
a
that.
men's film, it's more of just like it's sympathizing with mental illness than it is men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never took that as a gendered thing at all from Joker. I
Yeah.
always just thought it
But
was for
for some reason audiences did. So
No, I don't think audiences did. I feel like
no, there's
critics
a
did.
lot of people that took
Twitter?
it as a male centric film. Yes,
Really?
a lot of people did. Yeah.
Why is this the first time I've heard this? That's crazy.
Yeah, same. Like I wasn't really paying attention when Joker came out with all the because at that time I wasn't really watching YouTube, so I didn't see all the discourse about it online. I just watched the movie in the cinema and went home, and it's like I don't know. It's only recently that I found out that it was such a polarizing film when it came out, and it just confuses me. It's like it's just a good movie, man. What the fuck is going on?
Huh?
How dare you?
Well, learn
He is
something new every
literally
day.
me.
Joker is literally me.
I will kill everyone.
Yeah, I kill Robert De Niro every night in my dreams.
Yep.
But I saved the midget guy.
Because he was always nice to me.
They're called little people.
They're dwarves.
Magical
Disney will
creatures.
counsel you.
Magical creatures.
Andrew, you want to read this one?
Driven by commenter or drive by commenter for this 20. Hey gang, this almost has echoes of Midsummer Divide, doesn't it? Enough theme and motif and inconsistencies will go over people's heads. It's a shame that when old films show how to make a rule cohesive otherworld.
I thought the Midsummer was universally like despised or panned, basically.
Nah, people love it.
Really?
I remember I just
fucking
watched it
love
for the
that
first
movie.
time recently, and the first half I was like, "Oh, this is quite good. I like this." And then the second half, I was like, "Oh, this actually isn't really going anywhere." It was like weird for weird's sake.
Yeah,
what
I'm a cynic on this. I don't know. I didn't even know that like it had divided so much. I thought that people were just in agreement that it's a mediocre movie at best. Like, it's
See,
it's
I
not
had
like-
heard
I thought
it
it was just a
good.
mid-film.
Yeah, that's it. Like,
I
just
had heard
mid.
it was great. So,
I don't know. Some people say it's Ari Aster's best. Some people say Hereditary is Ari Aster's best. You know, I don't know if any of you saw Beau is Afraid, but that was absolutely epic, and a lot of people don't like that movie. So I think he's just one of those directors that it's.
Well, I'd say that Beau is Afraid may have a different argument as to why people wouldn't like it, because it's a bit too well, for lack of a better term, like artsy. You see what I mean? So, and plus
Right.
with the runtime too. So you would say that a normal audience, a casual audience, would go and watch it and be like, "What the fuck is this? I'm wasting my time." But someone like, I don't know, like us on the panel, maybe we might watch the movie and really like it. I'm actually gonna watch it soon. I just want to finish my Barbie video first.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
No, don't worry. I'll let you know.
Uninspired. You want to read this one?
Yes, grassroots hegemon. Grassroots hegemon. Yeah, for $20. That's it. The the end was a mess, but I took my niece to see it, and the overall mood was kind of fun. Margot Robbie never seemed like she wanted me to die. It just seemed like a bunch of folks trying to figure things out. Not good, but okay. Yeah, like it was okay. It was just mid.
Right.
That's why
It won me over with I'm Just Ken.
Oh yeah, well, like for me, once that song came on, I was like, oh man, this is like
I was
perfection.
like, peak.
I don't think the film intentionally hated anyone. I just think that all the assumptions it brings in with it make it maybe slightly more hateful than some people picked up on, and that the
Yep.
film even intended to be. But I mean, there are some genuinely morally questionable things that happen at the close of Barbie. And yeah, I understand where the good vibe comes from for people, but I don't think they're paying a huge amount of attention to it.
Yep.
Sorry, I got it. I'm back at it. Nerdy Film Girl, I like your cat behind you.
Oh, thank you.
You want to read this?
Yeah, absolutely. Nebraska because for $5. I think we have nostalgia for the yesteryear, summer blockbuster, simpler, happier times. I think that's a generational thing, but
Yeah, I do too. I try and balance that when I'm like critiquing stuff. Because when I write reviews, whenever I'm writing, I'll sit and like pick a movie to just have on that I can ignore while I'm writing because I can't actually have the volume up. And I'll go down this rabbit hole on iTunes of like these 90s movies. And I'm just like, man, movies are so much fucking better back then. And I don't know if that's necessarily true. It might just be for me. I don't know.
No, it's true. I mean, the summer blockbuster, when Jurassic World Dominion came out, I had a non-trivial number of people in my comment section saying, well, why are you criticizing it? It's just a summer blockbuster. It's not supposed to make sense. I thought the film is a sequel to Jurassic Park, which was a summer blockbuster that made sense. Like summer blockbusters used to be good films. Jaws was a summer blockbuster.
Die Hard was a summer
Die
blockbuster.
Hard was a summer block. Compare that type of film to the summer blockbusters we typically get now. The quality difference is just staggering, and not in a good way.
I absolutely agree with that. And I do think too, as well, there were so many bad movies also coming out in this 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s that just didn't have a magnifying glass on them too. So I think like it's a combination of both things. People like to think of like the yesteryear and like, oh, everything was just great. No, we all know like the great movies of that decade or era because they were considered great films and we didn't have to look at the garbage, you know.
The Tanith Scholar for €10. That's what it is now, right? Or pounds.
No,
What is it?
Euros. Do not
Euros.
conflate real money with fake money. It's euros.
What's your opinion on the Warhammer 40K universe? This question is for all on stream. I don't know anything about it.
Neither do I.
I don't know anything about it. All I know is Henry Cavill likes it.
I don't
That's
know
all-
enough
that's-
about it to
that's
comment on
literally
it, but I think it's overall pretty interesting concept.
Some nerd shit.
I think like a rework,
True.
like the only thing I know about the Warhammer 40K universe is those YouTube videos by the dude called Astartes. I think that's his name. He used to make basically cinematic short films with the Warhammer 40K universe, which were pretty good. So if they can actually translate that stuff to, I don't know, just make an animated movie with like CGI animation or even live action, because I think that it's pretty tough to have Warhammer in live action from the images I've seen of the character designs and all of that. But maybe they could make it work. It's possible.
Nerdy Film Girl, I know you have to leave, but thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. And
Cheers.
I'm again so happy to have you celebrate 100,000 subscribers. That's so fantastic. Everyone, I'm sure, is so proud, and you put out great work. So it's very nice to see. So
Thank you
for
so
having
much.
me on this.
Come back anytime. You don't have to wait for me to DM you. You can, if you ever just want to come on the stream and talk shit about whatever, just shoot me a message and let me know.
Oh, fantastic. And I'll say salute and good night to everyone in the panel. Thank you very
Cheers.
Good to see you.
Cheers.
Good to see you.
much. You too.
I sent in the private chat. Do you want to take over for a second, Platoon? I'll be right
I
back.
can. Where the hell's my mouse gone? Oh, there it is. Okay, right, yeah. Right, where were we? Okay, next one, I think. From Tara McCabe for $10. Barbie is woman. They like pretty things, and they want the world to validate them as they are, rather than going through a self-transformative hero's journey. Vex, as our resident vaginaed person, do you accord with this description?
It's called a bonus
I-
hole. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the more inclusive language, bonus hole. I would say that's pretty accurate, and then just another reason why Barbie does so well, or is doing so well at the box office, is because it resonates with women that don't know what the fuck they want, but they want everything and nothing at the same time.
Any other? Anyone want to insult women some more before we move on? There is an interesting difference, right? I mean, I think that I made the distinction in the video between sort of stereotypical women, which allows, of course, for many anecdotal exceptions, but there is like the stereotypical divide between hero's journey films, which do tend to be slightly more masculine oriented, and female centric films where there doesn't seem to be the same quest for self-betterment and perfection because it already exists, but you have to wait for it to be recognized.
I mean, to that though, look at basically every Disney movie that came out during the 80s and 90s. Those were all very female-centric films, and for the most part, all of them went through a transformative hero's journey. They still acknowledged that they were pretty and that they had all these things that were already kind of perfect about them, but there was a very distinct journey that they went on that transformed them by the end. So,
like, I'd argue this is more just every fucking movie now, where like, you know, look at most MCU movies. They're just a whole bunch of pretty things flashing in front of your eyes and a whole bunch of dudes like them. And, you know, they sit in a chair eating a fucking pound and a half of buttered popcorn and being a fat piece of shit. They left their basement once in an entire week to go see this movie. And they're like, oh, I went on a hero's journey. It's like, nah, bro.
yeah.
Like, it's not just women.
I got
the
stopped
entirety
in
of
traffic.
society.
To be fair, when your BMI is in 4 digits, then any trip outside is a hero's journey. Just because...
Fair.
Well, this is just one of those things that I wanted to counter with the point that Drinker had made earlier, in which women deserve a moment in film. Most women didn't fucking care until just politics or filmmakers or activists decided that women needed to care. Because for the most part, most of us were able to resonate with a character regardless of whether it was a male or a female. So,
I think I would disagree with the the hero's journey part, just because like writing female characters should just be writing a character rather than focusing on the fact that it is a woman. Like you had this with Wonder Woman and you had this with Captain Marvel, where they're like, oh, it's a female lead, we're gonna do the heroine's journey and it's gonna be the feminist version. And it's like, no, it's like it's the same thing, it's just you're just a woman now. Like character first, then you can switch the gender or whatever. It is when like you can play it more into like the feminine aspects of that character, show the weaknesses and strengths of that, but overall it is still like the hero's journey is pretty important in terms of storytelling. And so like try to get rid of that, you don't really have anything to like really do anything. Like you could do a movie without the hero's journey, it'll just be really hard, because like going away from the hero's journey is pretty hard in general.
I mean, look at something like Legally Blonde. Backface keeps bringing up, like, Legally Blonde has a hero's journey.
Ever.
Yeah.
It's like even that, you know, the girliest of the girliest has a hero's journey, and like Legally Blonde is the superior Barbie film, basically. As Backface
Even
says.
look at Enchanted was a recent one too. She goes from being kind of the picture perfect princess, and she understands what reality is, and she goes through an entire hero's journey right there to discover who she is and where she fits in the world. That was actually, that kind of takes a lot of themes that Barbie was doing and does it far, far better, in all honesty. So I would like to see more of an Enchanted take on Barbie, if anything.
I think the thing that makes like Legally Blonde more powerful than Barbie, it's like the ending message for Barbie is like change, like which is fine, I guess, because everything changes. But like I feel like it's much more empowering to have the message of Legally Blonde, where it's like you don't need to change in order to fit into like where you think you should be, you know, like be yourself in the place that you want to be, and they will eventually accept you if you're, you know, meant to be there.
Don't bend the knee.
Don't bend the knee. That's like what feminism used to be, you know. It's like go be a female boss, but you'd still be female, you know. You don't gotta
it's true because it rhymes, you know. Don't bend the knee. That's what feminism used to be. It's true because it rhymes.
There you go.
Vex, would you like to take this one?
Sure. A Barbie and Pootie Evans for $1.99. A Barbie and G.I. Joe movie would make sense.
Sure, I guess.
Do you guys remember that movie Toy Soldiers that came out in the 90s?
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Toy
I think
Soldiers.
if we had that done with a Barbie and G.I. Joe, I could see it happening, but otherwise
small soldiers.
These two weren't even sperms when that movie came out. So.
It's small soldiers, not toy soldiers. That's why I was confused.
No, it's Toy Soldiers over here in the West, in the Americas.
Wait, well, maybe we're thinking of a different film, because I know Small Soldiers.
Yeah.
I know Toy Story.
The little, like, the Chip Hazard and the army guys against. They call it Toy Soldiers over there.
No, it's called.
Maybe it is Small Soldiers. Then I might be confusing it.
So there is Toy Soldiers and there is Small Soldiers. So Small Soldiers is the one with the action figures.
Yeah, Toy Soldiers is an action film.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay,
Live
so then
action
Small
action film.
Soldiers. Small Soldiers. Thank you for correcting me.
It's okay,
if
Vex,
we
so
had
you're a woman, you get confused. We understand.
I know, periods and all this shit. It just makes all this, go haywire. But yeah, if they had Small Soldiers done with a Barbie and G.I. Joe, I could see that.
I mean, hell, we had Team America, World Police. You know, that could fucking work as a Barbie movie.
Oh hell yeah!
Team America Barbie movie.
There's going to be so many blood jokes in there. It's not even funny. I don't want to see that at all.
There's plenty of suggestions coming in. So Jade Light for €2. Tamagotchi the movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be the cheapest budgeted movie in the history of movies. It's just 2D pixels moving on a. That's genius.
My sister used to commit genocide with them. She had loads of them, but because you have to, it begins as an egg and then it's potluck what you get as a result. If it ever came out as a boy, she would kill it and start again. And it was just every single time. So the opposite of China. It was quite impressive.
Well, that's what feminists are doing right now in America. They're killing them if it's a boy. So she was ahead of the curve.
A Tamagotchi movie could actually work. In all honesty, you make it something like Wreck-It Ralph. Take that formula. It's like boom, you have it. As long as you animate it well.
Did you have Operation the movie? Yes. Wouldn't that just be like Grey's Anatomy or something?
The Good Doctor.
The Good Doctor.
Maybe they could make it like Dexter, so it's a bit darker in tone. Maybe he operates only on people that are bad or something to teach them.
Yeah, there you go. Operation the movie. For those in chat, you should watch The Autopsy of Jane Doe. That's like Operation.
Oh, that was
a pretty
movie.
good. Yeah, that was pretty good.
It's good, man. Go watch it.
Classic.
I think Stephen Lanuto is piggybacking off of MauLer's suggestion earlier for the League of Extraordinary Serial Killers.
Yes.
That's actually happening on Netflix, by the way.
Not
so much a league. Yeah, what's his name? The gay guy that is the showrunner for that for Dahmer.
You have to narrow it down.
The American Horror
The
Story
gay
dude, Ryan.
Seacrest.
No,
Gosling.
Ryan. Okay, I don't remember which Ryan it is.
Murphy.
But Murphy, thank you, Ryan Murphy. So he's planning to do basically a whole serial killers universe over on Netflix, and I think the next one is the Menendez brothers. And I think Son of Sam might be after that as well.
Looking forward to this.
I mean, Mindhunter did it first, Just saying.
I don't know if these universes are going to be connected, but the way he described it in interviews last year was that it would be a serial killer universe.
All right.
And they're all going to team up. Imagine they team up. Oh, man.
The Avengers of serial killers.
Yeah.
Sticking fucking universe at the end of a title of anything is like tech companies being like, AI. We integrated AI. It's like, yeah, we got a Barbie universe and a Mario universe, but just put universe at the end and people will give us money.
It's like the SKU, the serial killer universe.
Well, it's like tech companies adding X to the 10th thing of the product. It's like iPhone X.
Yes.
Fast X.
We'll skip the 9 and go straight to the X.
Cool.
We're so smart.
Look, well, Saw X. That's what it's called, the new one, isn't it?
So fucking
Oh my
stupid.
God.
Saw Patrol, baby. You ready?
Twitter is now
Paw
X.
Patrol.
Yeah.
I hope the Paw Patrol movie is better than Saw. I want that.
Cynic,
Dude,
would you like to take this one?
Sure.
Seems like the kind of thing you'd have a view on for some reason. I don't know why.
Waylon Bocephus?
Bocephus.
Bocephus for $1.99. Not a role model. Austrian painter or Stalin?
Well,
damn.
The painter could paint, So
I mean, yeah, that
paintings were
that
mid,
painter,
but they got painting.
Were they
could get
mid?
better?
Were they though?
Man, the
I'm
paintings
searching.
are actually good, man. I saw some yesterday.
I've
hang
heard
up
from some
an
people on
Austrian
this
painter
panel
painting.
that you need to separate the art from the artist. So
This is true. We can judge the Austrian painter by his paintings separately from the fact that he also killed 6 million Jews.
His paintings are aight.
He did kill himself too.
Supposedly.
Well, yeah, this
He's a
seems like
hero.
a fairly easy question to answer. Stalin lived longer, conquered more, killed more, and there are still people today who will stand up and say, hey, isn't communism great? So I think Stalin is probably up on Hitler by some margin.
The Austrian painter basically lived long enough to see himself become the villain, basically.
I think he was just the villain to begin with, wasn't he? I don't think he had a... Did he ever have a heroic arc? I don't think he did.
That was his heroic arc.
I can't wait for the Hitler movie.
And he also had quite the distinct look about him.
He did.
That's
He did.
Something.
Dare I say iconic?
Oh, Stalin had a better moustache as well. That's a point. So actually,
yes.
Stalin just comes out on top in all of these things, from dress to murder and moustache.
Mustache.
Although we should probably get Andrew's take on that, given that he's the moustache expert of the panel.
That's true.
Yeah, it's true.
When
just
Evans
wake
just
up and-
keeps coming out with these incredibly difficult philosophical questions.
Lesbian dance theory? What's that?
Lesbian
That's a
dance
big-
theory or gender studies, aren't they?
That
the
was my
same
major.
thing?
What, lesbian dance studies? Oh, he's
Uh-oh.
Bye.
He just admitted that he did lesbian dance studies and then died of shame. So, Should we even let him back? Is it even worth it? Yeah, why not? There we go.
I searched lesbian dance theory, and it just says, while lesbian dance theory might not be a real major.
Lesbian dance theory will be better for your health because you might be dancing, so that might be the
The
better
work of
one.
making sense of new, uniquely queer ways of moving. And
What the
knowing
hell is a
and
queer way of
claiming...
moving?
Yeah.
No, it's when you do this or something. I don't.
Okay. Yeah. The queer way. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Where you hold your purse like this.
Oh, is that so you flounce around and you camp it up? Is that a
Yes.
queer way of moving? I'm gonna guess what it is.
I don't know.
Bagface, do you want to take this one? I can't remember the context for it, but I think it's just listing 3 really good films.
It's just Demaster 012 for $2, 3 Ken to Yuma, Citizen Kane, or The Dark Knight. Chat was just going off with Ken.
This is
for
my
like
favorite
I've
hour.
seen
This is
so
my favorite
many
part of the
Ken
Ken
things in the
discussion.
chat that I didn't even spot that was a Ken thing. I read the actual film because I've been so used to scrolling over Ken comments. No offense, chat. They are
definitely
brilliant.
spill over from open bar where this started.
This is the best discussion of Barbie. It's just this. Just
I mean, The Dark Knight could be an actual good movie, man. You just have him dressed in all pink, just stopping people, and then he's like, the robber is like, "No, we are Knuff." Then boom, every robbery is solved.
Well, no, he would just beach. That's his job.
Yeah,
He wouldn't
The Dark
save anyone. He'd
Knight
just
at the
beach.
Yeah.
The beach night.
Mm-hmm.
Cynic, I believe this one is for you.
Zax, for where the hell are you? Is that a California $5?
He's Canadian.
That's
Oh.
Canadian.
I
Ew.
didn't know he was in Canada.
Yeah, Manitoba, if I remember correctly.
Whoa. Congrats on 100K, Movie Cynic. If you could drop the bomb on any media franchise, what would you choose? Any media franchise? Damn.
the Snyderverse.
Fucking
It's already bombed, man. You think you're
Yeah.
good there.
Because that's already dead, I would probably do it to the Kardashians, I would think.
I don't think it's dead. They're still making
That's why I would
content and
drop a
money.
bomb
Yeah.
on them and
Oh,
end
okay,
it.
okay.
Get it over with.
Mm.
Yeah. I think they're terrible for Western society.
Agreed.
I'd say the DCU because I just don't want that to start. It hasn't even been born yet, and I want it to end.
No, the Mattel
yeah.
universe isn't very promising.
Or Star
Yeah.
Wars. That's a good choice to nuke.
MCU probably doesn't need to go on
MCU's
any
already
longer.
dead, man. It's like it's
Yeah,
6
it's
feet
gonna.
under.
Yeah, just let that one die.
Mhm.
It is the bomb, though, so I'm assuming that means nuclear bomb. So wouldn't that destroy all the good stuff that used to be part of that franchise, as opposed to
That's
just
okay.
very specific? Like,
Incinerate.
if we're talking about which franchises would we like abort the next installment of, then yes, MCU definitely. But destroying the whole thing and wiping it out of existence, I would be ashamed to lose the old MCU stuff, I think, and Star Wars.
It would be.
I don't actually know of a what like. There's so much shit, it's really hard to pick. I guess the advantage of the nuclear bomb is that it's not very discriminating, so it will probably just wipe everything out anyway.
I guess just pick a studio. Eliminate
Warner
that.
Brothers.
What studio would you pick?
Damn, it would,
Disney.
yeah, it'd
Warner
probably
Brothers.
be
Yeah,
Disney or
Disney.
Warner.
Warner? Why Warner?
I don't know.
I'll
well,
keep
Warner
Warner
has
Brothers.
Looney Tunes. and
Warner
I love
is
Looney Tunes.
real. Warner is just as scummy as Disney.
Can we include reality TV? Because I'd delete Survivor from the face of the earth.
I delete BET, man. Fuck that.
My nigga, what? That's our channel, bro. Come on,
bro. Nah, bro. we got to nuke Black entertainment television, bro. They're setting us back 100 years.
I'm gonna have to write out the timestamp so I can delete that word. Oh god.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
allowed to say it. It's not like Twitch. On Twitch, black people
Pretty
are
sure you're not
say
allowed
it.
to say it. No.
I'm not
Wait,
sure.
is it written in Twitch's TOS?
Yeah, actually, it is. I'm allowed to say it on.
Not allowed.
live.
But if
Yeah,
Black-
whenever
if
you
you're
call me
black.
that in our private messages, Bagface, I just like feel so weird and uncomfortable. And
That's why I do it.
so I always just laughy face whatever you say. I'm like, huh?
Uninspired did it to me the other day, and I was just like, "Oh,
Jeez.
I forgot.
I clutched my pearls. I'm like, "Geez."
It's true. You barely replied when I said that, but I was like,
Let's stop a white person dead in conversation. Okay. I'm glad that you feel comfortable calling me that, but I gotta go.
I don't remember the context for this one either. When did Casey Affleck come up? Crispy for $2. Casey Affleck. Finish was held in mere minutes.
We were discussing favorite scenes because he had that one brief scene, but it was very, very good.
Casey Affleck?
He was interrogating Oppenheimer. He was the general, and he was sitting down with him.
Oh, yeah.
It was only a few minutes, but it was really intimidating. Very brief, very good.
That was dope.
Which is weird because I've never
I
seen him as
remember.
an intimidating actor at all. So he managed to pull that off very well.
It's probably because of Manchester by the Sea. That's why he was crying all the entire movie.
He's the better actor of the two brothers. So.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Vex, would you like to take this one?
Sure. Night King 01 for $4.99. The last hour really does show how this man was slowly and brutally stripped of all his allies and recognition. I think it's deliberately slow. The last hour wasn't slow. Hold on.
Yeah,
I thought it was like rapid fire.
Yeah.
After watching it the second time after the bomb, I'm like, all right, I've seen all that I wanted. I almost left, and then like something happened, and I'm like, oh.
Like for me, the last hour is the best paced part of the film because it's basically just like it's a rapid fire without basically getting confused. Because I've said this before. I think it was on BSUP or a Slight Tomfoolery when I said that basically when the Trinity bomb test starts, you're just like, oh, okay, we're already here. But then the last hour, it's just consistently good, and the pacing is just consistently there, and it feels like its own short film. So, but it's great.
Oh, sorry, I am back.
He's
yes.
alive.
Right. Yeah. Andrew, would you like to take this one?
Campbell Patterson for the 3. What do you think of the current Lizzo allegations?
I mean, hey, but bananas are dangerous, man. You know.
I started
until
eating
proven
bananas
guilty,
after that.
but it's very funny.
It's like
It's funny, dude. Hold on.
It's funny. It's very
The
ironic.
irony is killing me.
Yeah,
with
it's
this whole thing,
just funny.
The irony, yes, but I mean, it's pretty horrifying what she's kind of making these people do.
I've seen it before.
Yeah.
It's
y'all have never been on tour.
Someone
That's
eat a,
like,
I
banana
just
out
point
of
and laugh.
Okay.
It's like I don't know, man.
Listen,
Seems
not
pretty
my
weird.
Circus, not my monkeys. I don't deal with them.
I don't know. Do you believe the allegations?
Oh, 100%.
I don't care.
They're
man.
so weirdly specific.
They are.
To
And
say
multiple-
that,
multiple
if that was
people.
made up, that's a weird fucking story to come up with.
They should
None
become a
of it-
writer if they came up with that.
Yeah,
it's
she's
like,
so
crazy.
narcissistic that I can believe a lot of that stuff happened is the other thing too. Like the fact that she would fat shame her own dancers, like that's 100% projection because that's all people talk about in the news about her. So
yeah,
I
you
can
know,
buy
like
it.
mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fattest of them all? You know, it's like, come on.
Mhm.
If there's one plus to all of this, except for her size, of course, it'd be that we probably won't see her in Star Wars again now. So yay.
Let's go.
When you say that,
Aren't
but
they-
the Mandalorian cast someone with like a serial criminal record of identity theft and breaching restraining orders as a cameo in one of the episodes. So
Really?
yeah, Disney didn't
Yeah.
really seem to. It's a bit part in the one where there's the droid bar. It's the woman who is helping them find out the little nanobot things
Oh.
inside the droids.
I skipped
Who's
skipped
the
that episode. I
actress?
skipped to the
I
end of
can't
that
remember
episode.
her name. She's not in very much. I think she's allegedly a comedian, but yeah, she's got a criminal record and Disney doesn't mind. Disney doesn't really mind criminal records unless they sort of take off in the news, in which case they'll hate this one. To me, the least believable thing about the Lizzo allegations is that Lizzo has ever touched fruit, but you know, it's
She's a
it's
vegan,
still-
actually.
Really?
No.
How do you get
No,
that
you
fat?
know how
No.
easy it is to get fat. You don't have to eat meat in order to get fat. It's everything else that makes you fat.
It's
I
so
was gonna
much
say,
harder to stay skinny
I don't know.
as a
I
vegan.
eat a lot
Yeah.
and I just don't get fat.
because
Oh,
you're
it'll
20.
catch up to you, Andrew.
trying-
There you go.
Don't worry.
A
I'm
lot
like
of vegan,
Andrew.
yeah, a lot of vegan food is super processed though, so that's
Yeah, it's
probably
hyper
why she's putting on
processed. It's
weight.
filled with. Guess what is totally vegan? Sugar. Guess.
Yeah,
guess what makes you
Oreos
fat
are
as well.
vegan.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Fucking
yeah.
fries and pasta, baby. That's my whole life.
There you go.
Well, I mean, I think it's something with American food too, as compared to like European food. I think you guys have a lot of stuff that makes you fatter easier, and I don't know if it's necessarily sugar.
You guys have more strict rules when it comes to GMOs and stuff like that compared to America. That's a big difference right there.
And portion sizes in Europe are a lot smaller.
Yeah, it's
That
portion,
helps as well.
and it's there are seed oils and sugar. That's gonna make you fat as fuck, which is why most of the country is.
Yeah, our large Cokes are just a gallon.
Yeah, dude, and people don't even consider that when they consume it. So like you're sitting there and you're like, oh, $1.20 for a 75-ounce soda? Fucking sign me up. And they don't even consider the fact that they just drank 2,000 calories for lunch. Like along with their 1,500 to 2,000 calorie meal. So
the drink sizes in America are insane. Like I ordered a large latte thinking like, oh, it'll just be like 12 to 15 ounces like in Canada. And it was the size of my fucking head. I was like, what?
Dunkin' Donuts is fucking terrifying. I remember I got, they had like a vegan cream option and I was like, holy shit, this is going to be the best. I haven't had coffee with cream in so long. And I got it and it was like a cup of sugary milk with like a sprinkle of coffee on top. Like, what?
Ridiculous.
What? And it was like a
ridiculous
gallon. It was so big. I drank all that shit though. I drank the whole thing.
I drank it though. Let me tell you what.
Oh man.
I mean, it is difficult
freedom,
too to
baby.
It is. It's freedom to be as fat
freedom
as
to
you
be
fucking
fat.
want.
Yeah,
it is, and that's also why we spend like half of the goddamn GDP on healthcare because people get so fucking fat. It's called a cycle. It's called capitalism will end at some point because you just fucking eat yourself. But
survival of the fittest, baby. Let them.
Yeah, and and healthy food is far more expensive because you don't make it in large quantities like you do unhealthy food, which is cheaper to make. It becomes more abundant. It's far more addictive, and yeah, like I could go on a huge rant about this shit, so I won't even bother.
It's harder to find fresh food. Well, is it harder to find fresh food like in America, for example? Don't you guys have like farmers markets and stuff? Because
you do,
town,
but most
I
places don't have farmers markets.
Really?
Yeah, like big areas will have farmers markets, but also when you go there, it is more expensive. Yeah. And everything in America is like you're just talking about culture too. Like everyone wants it super fast. They don't want to cook their own food. And the easiest way to get fast calories is to go to McDonald's or something. It's just the nature of the country.
It's a little bit different in the South though, because I find like Florida, it's like, yeah, there's a couple farmers markets here and there that are going to just charge out the wazoo, but there's so much fresh food because it's warm all year round. That, like I'll regularly just go to the farmers market when I'm down there every Saturday because I can get all of our produce for literally a quarter of what the grocery store is charging.
Yeah.
And it's way fresher.
It's the same for me. Like on Fridays, I just walk down my street and there's like a farmer's market every Friday morning from like 5 a.m. till 11. So you just do your shopping there. I mean, would you guys believe me if I told you that I haven't had McDonald's since 2010?
Good for you is what I'd say to that. Good.
Yeah, it's like I barely eat fast food.
I had that Tuesday. And today I had Chick-fil-A and Culver's. So
man, think of it this way.
I'm living a life, baby.
With people being on like food stamps or food supplement programs here in America, these are subsidized by like Coca-Cola because Coca-Cola, if that's subsidized, that's what they will buy.
Yeah,
because it's cheap and it's quick calories. Yep. So the government is like, we are paying the government to pay Coca-Cola to make the country fatter and fatter and fatter.
So Wall-E was real, basically.
They also control like food in schools in the United States.
Yep. They control the food in schools. And like, that's the thing. There's no happy medium here of like freedom of choice. It's like, that's just what you're given. Like, dude, I am very health conscious and I went to the store to like look for a new type of granola. And just for supplemental snacks or whatever. And as I was eating it, my stomach started hurting, and I looked, and I had already looked at the nutrition information, but I had overlooked. I'm like, there's this certain type of fucking seed oil that is just as bad as, you know, sugar, and it was in it because it advertises itself as like a healthy alternative, and it wasn't at all. It's like so hard to find the like anything in a grocery store without the 3 key ingredients that are going to make you sick or
make
bad.
your own food.
Yeah,
Make all your own food.
Super annoying.
Man, that must be fucking tough to eat in America if you want to eat healthy.
If you want to eat healthy, you gotta pay. You have to pay. It is what it is. Or make it like you have to put a massive amount of effort into shopping for healthy food.
Yeah.
You do have to go to farmers markets. You might have to leave your area and drive a while to go to farmers markets, which are only available like once a week or something.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Jesus.
My stomach isn't bad, Ghost. It's the fact that I don't eat shit. So when I do, it makes me sick. It's just that like people get used to eating shit and used to feeling like shit, and they don't even know. And if they actually ate healthy, they wouldn't feel that way.
I mean, you give a fat person a salad, they'd probably fucking have diarrhea, you know?
No, if you gave a fat person a salad, they'd pour ranch all over it and be like, it's healthy. The Gourd King for $2. MauLer, read 50 Shades of Gay.
Yes.
You eat pieces of shit for breakfast?
Yes.
No. Oh, fuck.
No.
The Tanith Scholar, probably for Platoon member for 3 months. Platoon. I literally put MauLer's video on about Doctor Strange on. Go to sleep. See, this dude knows what's up. We all do it.
I do it to wind down, but I never like go to sleep to it.
I fall asleep. Like I literally just put a MauLer video to fall asleep. That's it. I probably watch the 20 minutes and then boom, asleep.
Yeah, then you're out.
Yep.
Wow. MauLer is solving sleep problems across the world right now, it seems.
Oh yeah, he actually cured my insomnia for like about a year and a half. It was great.
Yes, I am from Maine. I lived there for over 30 years. And yeah, in Maine, you have lots of markets. But I'm just talking about America in general. Like where I'm from, in the town I was in, it was only once it was every 2 weeks. And then when I moved to the bigger area in Maine, there was a farmer's market once a week. And it was only open for like 4 hours on a Saturday. So even in those areas that I was in, it was still hard to find. But other areas in the country have it way harder, way worse.
Isn't Maine the place where Stephen King like sets all his novels?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So beautiful.
Yeah, Maine is an incredibly beautiful state. I'm just I got tired of winter really fast because and I was sick of it for over 30 years, and it sucks because like 3 months a year, it's the perfect place on earth. And then 9 months a year, there's going to be snow on the ground at some point.
Man, I've only
That sounds
discovered...
ideal. Winter is my favorite time of year, and we never get enough snow in this country.
Motherfucker, come to Canada, bro. You ever felt minus 56 degrees Celsius, Platoon?
Yeah.
Do you know what that's like?
No, but I want to.
I just stay inside.
Oh God,
it's brutal. Your balls will actually freeze to your leg. It gets that cold.
Yeah, you're not supposed to open your eyes outside because the like liquid in your eyes will freeze in like under a minute. It's like fucking crazy.
That sounds like
winter. It was colder than Mars where I was from.
Oh, good. Like winter is relatively new to me. I've only been living in France for since the end of 2020, so that was my first winter. But otherwise, like I fucking grew up in Ghana, man. There was like there's rain and sun. That's it for 20 fucking years of my life.
Damn.
I could go to the beach any day, man. It was cool.
I mean, I don't have a beach now, unfortunately, but in Tennessee, it's
you
just
don't beach SMH.
It's pretty wild when it's this year was the first January I ever had where I was like, oh my God, it's like 60 degrees out. What the fuck? It was incredible. It was the first birthday I ever had where there wasn't just like 4 feet of snow on the ground. So.
But why do you hate snow? Snow is amazing.
Because I grew up in it, so I hate it.
I don't think I would. I grew up with rain. I grew up surrounded by water.
Right, so you...
Wait,
rain is not winter, bro.
No, but I'm saying that I don't hate rain. just because it's
Well,
here,
yeah,
it
but-
always rains. I like rain. I think I want more
groups
rain.
around
Like
me
proper
dislike
storms. We
rain
don't
either.
have storms in this country because it's so fucking flat.
Snow just poses all these extra problems. That's
Yeah,
really
snow
all
that's
it is.
why I
way
like
bigger
it.
issue.
Yeah, good.
I genuinely get so much more cheerful when other people are having weather-related problems
Yeah.
all the time.
You don't have to get up at 6 a.m. because the plow guy's coming and you have to dig your fucking car out when it rains. Like,
I
it's
don't
not-
drive. It's not
Yeah.
my problem. It's fine. I sit there looking out of the window at other people
Was it-
struggling, and I think this looks really beautiful.
Don't you live on a fucking boat? Like, you like water.
Yes, water's
Okay,
fun.
well, great. I don't live in a fucking snow castle. I don't like snow. I
But
got
you
over
should
it
like
really
snow
fast.
is what I'm saying.
That was great. Me and Platoon finally agree. Snow is
Neanderthal 2020 for $10 says, "Nice stash, Andrew."
Thank you.
I added that
Nice.
part at the end.
Can we get more compliments for me? Thank you. Chat hates me too much. I'm liking these compliments.
Andrew just comes on BSUP to get ragged on.
Dude, chat hates me. I love it. It's so funny. I saw earlier when I just pop in, I say nothing. Like MauLer's like on a rant about like XQC or something. And I just see someone say in chat, "Oh, Andrew's here. See ya." And I was just like,
Oh my fuck. Whose turn is it? I don't remember.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Night King 01 for $4.99. I wonder if any of you guys have seen Heaven's Gate. It's one of the main reasons studios have their hands so deep in productions right now.
Isn't Heaven's Gate the suicide cult?
Well,
Oh,
yeah, it is.
Jesus.
But
The title sounds familiar.
Yeah, there was a suicide cult called Heaven's Gate when
There was,
I
yeah.
might be confusing them, but I think the backstory for that one was it began as most cults do. All the people sort of were bought into it, then they weren't allowed to leave, and the mythology was something like, we all have to kill ourselves at this precise time of day because there's a UFO flying over and it'll pick up our souls.
yeah.
And so they all did. Scientology, basically, but a bit darker.
That sounds
It's
like
a
Tom Cruise's
1980
kind of thing.
Western, apparently.
Mm.
We're talking about the film.
Yeah, if we're talking about the cult, its
yeah.
its classification is UFO religion, which I didn't even know that was a thing.
Is that Scientology?
I don't know, man. Wikipedia just says UFO religion is the classification of the Heaven's Gate religious group.
I think it's talking about very expensive movies that ended up shitting the bed.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you have to go as far as Heaven's Gate. I mean, you've got stuff like, well, Disney recently with John Carter. Was it John Carter? Yeah, John Carter, The Lone Ranger, the one with Johnny Depp. That was also like those two.
I think he's just saying
biggest flops.
like dating back as like the first one that really so this says that this Heaven's Gate film earned only $3.5 million
Of
on
a
a
$44 million budget.
And look
Yeah,
at
I
that
think
cast. Like
It's
this
the
is an
idea of
impressive
like studios went all in on westerns for a while because they probably thought they'd never stop making money, and they put a whole bunch of money into one and it imploded. And
Wow.
maybe they learned their
Damn.
lesson, but I doubt it because
Feels
we're here now. So
Yeah, we're here
it's
now.
fucking crazy.
It was
Jesus.
ranked really highly though. Like a lot of people liked it, but it still didn't do well.
No, no,
Only
man.
1.3 million on its opening weekend and closed after the second week.
What the fuck? They didn't even give it a chance, man. It could have had legs.
They didn't give a
Oh
shit.
my goodness.
Fear the Hammers for $2. Everyone is in black, but DarkHour is in pink. He was celebrating. He was celebrating Barb.
I have a Barbenheimer shirt on.
You bought a Barbenheimer shirt?
I did.
See, at least you're honest. At least you admit it. Not like Andrew with his bloody BB-8 things. Oh no, somebody else bought them for me. Yeah.
There you
Hey,
go.
hey,
I needed new t-shirts.
my
and
mom
it
was
a
like,
good
"Hey, here's the
opportunity.
Lego one."
Vex, you want to read this one?
Sure. Grendel Vivat for $4.99. Even as a kid, when I watched TMNT2 and Vanilla Ice starts rapping, I always wondered how he knew the turtles were ninjas.
There were a lot of other logical inconsistencies in that movie. So Vanilla Ice knowing they were ninjas was like the least of my concerns.
I really like that there's a time period in history where Vanilla Ice was topping basically everything and was there.
There
It's
was a
like,
1 year period, man, when Vanilla Ice was the shit.
he was.
He was so cool.
Now that
Yo,
that
it's the
homie
Green
scoops
Machine.
popcorn now somewhere in some corner
Nah,
of the
he
earth that no
does-
one goes to.
He does. He does home renovations.
Oh yeah, he does. He has a TV
Ah.
show, I think.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
You know, I thought streamers were bottom of the barrel, but home reno shows are below streamers to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
The lyrics to that song go, "Yo, it's the Green Machine, gonna rock the town without being seen. Have you ever seen a turtle get down? Slamming,
Go down.
slamming and jamming to the new swing sound."
Excuse me.
That's
Go
kinda
down?
sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have never seen a turtle go down on anyone. No, but I don't watch that.
You didn't
particular
watch
part
that
of-
turtle sex video that came out like 15 years
Oh
ago?
god,
It's
I
not
knew you
the
were gonna
category of
say that.
porn that I'm
the
interested
turtles
in.
went.
Yeah.
That is trivia, though, which I think everyone knows anyway. That's the noise the velociraptors make in Jurassic Park. Is the sound of turtles trying to have sex, and they slowed it down, and that's where we got the pun from.
no.
Oh.
Yeah, basically that.
Oh no.
Douglas Jones for $10. Man, a few words.
That's the greatest comment of the night.
Thank you, Douglas. Cool. Josh Kelsey for $20. Man, a few words. Well, thank you, Josh.
Either they have no words, or like something glitched, and we're missing some really thoughtful and inspiring content, but we'll never get to see it because YouTube sucks.
We'll
Whatever
go
you
with
said,
number 2.
I agree 100%.
Andrew is based. That's what that one said.
Andrew is based. All your base
True.
are belong to Andrew. Uninspired, you want to read this one, sir?
Yeah, sure. Porsche Bandit Media for 10 California dollars. Question for the panel, and I kind of wish Drinker was still around too. But anyway, how does the panel do their scripts if they do them, and the benefits for and against scripting a review vid? Okay, so the benefits for and against scripting a review vid. Okay.
There are no benefits to not scripting a review vid, I would
Yep.
say. It's only going to, not that there's anything wrong with not, like maybe a lot of people are good at off the cuff. It also saves a lot of time. But if you're talking about quality, there's no reason, if you have the time and capacity, to not script it. Like it's just going to make a better video.
Yeah. Like
I mean,
I script everything because
Yeah.
I script and then I double and triple check, and I always try and use for example, I go and check for the language, and I always try and use synonyms and stuff so that I don't repeat myself or that I don't repeat similar words.
Mm.
So like you go to that point of trying to give a proper presentation, and like I write my reviews the same way I write modern I don't know if you guys like, well, none of you guys have been in school for a while, I guess, except maybe Andrew. But the same way they made us write essays is the same way is the same way I do to write a script.
Yeah,
basically.
same. I do it the same way.
Here.
I mean, I write scripts sometimes, but I really enjoy just like raw dogging it sometimes.
Oh,
It
well,
depends
you
on the
get-
video for me.
Yeah, you get like good. I feel like sometimes people can connect in different ways if you don't script versus if you do script. But then I always hate myself for missing certain points that I think of later on that I could have written. So it's like it's a play between the two. Like sometimes I feel like you get more enjoyable content when you don't script, but then you make better points and you have more like
But
acute opinions when you do script. So
there's also a difference that you're on camera and most
was gonna say,
of us
yeah.
are not. So it's
I got a
easier to-
teleprompter. So when I do, you think
Yeah,
I'm not on
teleprompter?
script. You think I'm not on script, but I've had a script this whole time. Right now, I'm reading it right now.
You get a script right now.
I just stare at my computer screen and I read like this. And then if there's a joke in the script, I turn and I'm like, and then I just go back. Like it also depends. Like with my Flash video, I hated that movie so much that like after 20 minutes outside of the theater, like I knew what I was going to say, and I also wrote down notes in the theater while watching it. So like I just ran down my notes of the plot summary, and then I just like went off on every character in the movie. And then there's times where it's like Temple of Doom, and I'm just absolutely beating it up relentlessly for 10 pages, and I'm not even through like the first act.
Like I have a template. Like I use the same template for every movie, so it's basically intro and then summary, plot, characters, score / music, and then cinematography. Then I end with my final opinion and a conclusion. So my intro and my conclusion are basically similar if you like watch both of them side by side.
Yeah.
And then I also have a bunch of notes next to that. So for example, VFX, practical, dialogue, just tiny things like that I know I'll have to talk about throughout the review. And so most of the time I do plot last because it's the biggest chunk to write. And so plot and characters I mostly write last because they're the biggest chunks. Oh, look, a cat, it's Garfield. And like that's how I go with it. But I'm someone who does everything mentally, basically. So there's a lot of like I have very good memory. So when I look at my notes, basically the script is already in my head, and I just have to write it down.
Yeah. And
There'll be
Platoon
sections
does
in
2-hour scripts. So.
Yeah, but I mean that happens quite quickly. I mean, I'm a fast writer, and I tend to write as I'm watching. I mean, like if I'm watching it at home, I'll pause obviously a lot, especially if it's a long script. But usually, if I go and see the film in the cinema, I might take some notes. But I'll go back, watch the thing at home, and that's when the script will come out, and it will come out in the course of one watch at home. It just might take me 2 days, or in the case of Avatar, 4 days to actually get through the damn film. There'll be sections in it which are ad-libbed as well. I think ad-libbing is a good way to make sure, because what you really want to do in the delivery is not sound too much like you are just reading off of a script, because people can tell when you're doing that. Even if they know you're doing it all the time anyway, people don't really like being read at, they like being conversed with. And so adding ad-lib sections in works like that, addressing yourself quite informally and rhetorical questions, inviting people into your sort of narrative is a good way of keeping people engaged in that kind of thing, so you're not just lecturing them. So there's a few different things like that. And yeah, ad-lib is good. I think the thing with not scripting videos is that unless you are really good and a very natural and dynamic off-the-cuff speaker, you're going to find it harder to stand out, I think, without scripting. Like anyone can sit down in front of a camera and just talk. If you're good at it, then brilliant. I mean, Bagface is good at that. But if you're not so confident, or if you're just kind of average at it, well, good news, you're in the company of about 3 million other people. So you might find it a bit hard to sort of make progress. I always recommend scripting, at the very least note-taking, just to keep your thoughts in order, but mine is very heavily scripted.
Mine's all scripted, 100%. I don't do anything off the cuff.
Yeah, same.
I can't do off the cuff. Like
Y'all
I
gotta
fuck
live a
up.
little.
I fuck up when I'm recording when I try off the cuff. Like seriously.
Backface. Have you
I
edited
messed
my?
up while
I'm partway through your audio. Yeah, you shouldn't. You should stay on script.
Yeah, thank you. Did you get to the part where I started cursing myself out yet?
No.
No, you'll get there. I say some obscenities for sure, just at myself, because I can't even fucking read my own script correctly. So.
I think
it
we
takes me
all
a
do
while
that.
to get to that point. Sometimes, like if I've done the same thing and I keep making the same mistake like 5 times, that's when I start saying, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
Yeah.
But my usual thing, I make weird noises when I do something wrong. So I'll be recording the script, mispronounce a word, and it'll suddenly go, and then that's my chastising myself.
Homie hits
apparently.
the rewind button. He just he said reverse. Scratch that, reverse it. Sorry for the long code.
I mean, like,
I just made everyone die.
You just made everyone cringe so hard. Jesus.
Like I insult a lot, like to the point where sometimes my dad basically, like when he's at home, he knocks in my room. He's like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on?" Because I curse so much when I script.
I curse so much in my scripts. I think that's half my comments. I'm like, man, you fucking swear a lot. You swear so much. Your videos would be better if you didn't have that in your vocabulary.
I think you don't swear enough, in all honesty. I think you can pump out a few more in there.
Well, sometimes I'm wondering, I'm like, who is the algorithm showing this to? Like fucking churchgoers? Like
maybe.
You're at 100K now, so I think it's just showing
like
it to everyone.
I'm just like, dude, the people who make these comments must cry when they burn toast.
They actually they actually pull up the big screen during church and they start watching YouTube videos.
Ah, yes, an anti-woke Disney video. Let's put it on during church on a Sunday.
Yes.
I can't pronounce this one. Platoon, you want to read one?
I can.
Sort
Just
of
one more thing on the scripty thing, though. One thing that does help, because I know MauLer does this as well, and I find it quite helpful. It's certainly when it comes to your conclusion, but always having a mind to it throughout the script is break it down. I think Uninspired said something similar as well. You break it down along broad categories, so you always have a mind to the things you are touching on. And if you want the broadest thing that encompasses the most, it's plot, character, world building, theme, and you basically encompass everything in that, except for the music and soundtrack stuff, which you can obviously bring in if there's something particularly objectionable. But a basic sort of skeleton outline of things you touch on is also helpful. Anyway, pronunciation. Ceteris parabolas, ceteris parabolas. One of those.
Parabolas.
Parabolas.
Like in math, parabolas. That's how you.
Oh, I don't know
It just
numbers.
hit me.
No,
math?
that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah,
For
parabolas.
$4.99. I won't take culinary advice from a country that needs to invade a continent to give their food taste. Thing is, so much of our diet is based on potatoes, and they're not even native. We actually imported potatoes from Americans. You gave us our most important ingredient, starch, basically. And then we gave it to the Irish, and then we took it away, and they all died. So
GG. When
GG.
the Queen said GG.
well, look,
Whoever was in
it's a
charge.
basic rule. If you've ever played Civilization or Total War, anything like that, you know if there's a resource you don't have that you need, invasion is probably the quickest, most effective way to get it.
Listen, morals out the window. We got.
Do you guys eat like yams and stuff like that over there?
I have heard of a yam, but I
Sweet
don't think
potato.
I've ever eaten one.
What about sweet
Well,
potato?
sweet potatoes are disgusting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, sweet potatoes are
True.
all right. They're not my preference, but
Base
I'm African,
potatoes
man.
are
I
king.
grew up on yams
You aren't
and
making
sweet
them right.
potato.
That's all it is.
No, the
Yeah.
potato is
Orange.
already perfect. You don't need to do anything. to it.
True. Man.
Jesus Christ, I bet you fucking boil potatoes, don't you? And just
Boiled
slap them on
potatoes
the
are
plate.
amazing. My gran makes
Oh
amazing boiled
my
potatoes.
god.
No. You boil
The
them.
most
and then you
boring
drain them, and then
food
you
ever
They're really
made.
nice. They're really salty and fluffy. And you put gravy on them and it absorbs the gravy and it's really good.
Okay.
You just
I
don't
kinda
appreciate the
sided with
simple things in life.
No. Listen, let
Okay.
Platoon cook the potatoes. When
Will
we all
someone
get together.
give this guy a fucking Big Mac?
Oh, we have McDonald's in this
I think
country.
he'll die. I think he will just die.
Oh man.
What do you even eat, Platoon? Now I'm curious.
Potatoes. You just heard it.
Loads of stuff.
That's
We
it.
have the English version
Potatoes.
of curry. And we have the English version of stir fry.
Stick him
I
in
had
his
a stir fry.
That's every Brit.
Every Brit is
Still
one
one
of
of them.
when they
Well,
talk
the
about
hobbits
food.
are modeled off of good old-fashioned English folk, so obviously, yes.
Oh my
They
god.
smoke weed, eat food all
No,
day.
weed is an unfortunate foreign import, but there's a lot of that here. So
This is Julio, right? Don't we get this every
No,
week?
no. We said it was Julio. Or you said
no,
it
but
was...
then because I misraced him, I said he was Brazilian, and I think he's Mexican. Or that was somebody
so he
else
is
with a
Julio.
very similar name, but I think he is Julio Rango.
Yeah, just Julio.
Julio Rango for $10. Since Platoon does not enjoy John Wick, I propose we kidnap him and make him see movies a la Clockwork Orange till he finds one he enjoys.
Clockwork
I
Orange is a
submit-
good film. I enjoy that one.
That is a good movie, but you probably wouldn't enjoy us doing that to you. I submit. Is it Shoot 'Em Up then?
Shoot 'Em
Or
Up, yeah.
It just says Shoot 'Em Up,
with
yeah.
Clive Owen or Hard Boiled with Chow Yun Fat.
Hard boiled is a Platoon. You'd probably like hard boiled, in all honesty.
If it's a potato or an egg,
What do you have with your potatoes? Do you just have potatoes?
Sausage.
Yeah, unironically, it is sausage most of the time. Yeah,
So you just eat carbs and fats.
yeah.
That's what you really need to exist, though. Carbs make
Also-
your brain work. That's why he's so smart.
Sometimes peas,
Carbon
carrots,
brain
and
work.
gravy. The northern version
Peas,
of
yes.
chips and sausage is with gravy, but thick
You-
gravy, not watery crap.
You need B2, which comes in protein that
What's
only
that?
comes from meat. So
That's sausage.
Sausage.
yeah, I guess that's like
Sausage.
99%
Yes, I
fat and like
guess.
1% protein. I
Getting it.
guess. Oh, Jesus Christ. The Gourd King for $2 before Joker, January 7th, followed January 5th.
True and real. True statement.
It's pretty fucking good. You know, I'm getting old when I have that old man sigh after I laugh.
When you stand up, do you go, oh,
You go,
or sit down?
yeah!
Ugh.
It's like crack your back.
Melvin Deeply for $2.
Pounds.
2 pounds. Didn't you say it wasn't
Pounds?
pounds? It's euros.
No,
No,
those
it's
are
not the
pounds.
same sign.
That's
Euros
the pound
has-
symbol.
Euros is literally an E with a line through it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
They both look like fucking E's to me.
This looks like an L to me. They only take L's. And we take D's.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Okay.
Why is it your first language is what?
The uninspired reviewer.
I don't think
Uninspired
it's-
reviewer,
What is
TUR.
going on?
Melvin's first language isn't English, clearly. So
So
Why
yeah.
is- no,
Oh,
this-
I mean, no, it's a normal like sentence. TUR. Why is it your first language is English?
it's normal enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long story
understand.
short, my dad is French. My mom is from Chad, and so my dad is basically an expatriate. He's been living in Africa for like 30 years, basically. So I was born and raised in Ghana, so which is West Africa, an ex-British colony. So I was taught English as my first language because I used to go to British school when I was
You're
growing
welcome.
up. Yeah, basically. And then it's only when I was about 10 years old that my dad just threw me into French school. So where I was forced to learn French to survive, basically, because French was in because I mean history was in French. The only time you spoke English was in English class, man. Even math was in French. And yeah, I stayed there till I graduated high school, basically.
What is French math?
It's like everything. What were you saying, Vex, before? Like the parabolas? That's what you were saying?
parabolas.
Parabolas?
Yeah. So
Parabolas.
That sounds like a disease.
so yeah, like what she said.
Look at the parabolas.
basically, in French, it's parabole. Like
Oh,
yeah, so you have everything in French, basically. So but it's the same formulas and stuff. It's just the naming that's different. So yeah. But math still sucks anyway, so
Math is not my forte.
not mine either.
Cynic should maybe try not being quite so far up his own ass about food. How am I supposed to eat shit for
Yeah,
how am I supposed to
loser.
eat shit for breakfast if I'm not up my own ass?
Was that a paid comment? Hold on.
No, that was
No, I
just
just saw it and wanted to highlight it.
loser. Eating good food.
Fucking loser
dare
eating good
he.
food. I'm sorry, bro. You don't have to feel self-conscious because you're eating pizza right now. Vex, would you like to read this?
Sure. Dearest, for $2. Last Action Hero plus Ella Enchanted should be Barbie.
Did anyone besides me see Last Action Hero? Because that movie's fucking super underrated.
I haven't seen it in ages, in all honesty.
Yeah, I haven't seen it
so-
in a while, but I like it. I always like it.
Ella Enchanted was meh, from what I remember.
Yeah, but Last Action Hero, a super underrated movie.
No, Last Action Hero is good, really, really good. Especially like it plays into the Hollywood tropes because it can. Like it's the premise.
I liked this is a throwback, but the villain from RoboCop 2 is also the villain at the beginning of Last Action Hero, and I liked that. And the last one, who wants to take Taker's last comment, which is just more Ken stuff.
I think Andrew would like that one then.
Yeah,
Americans and Mexicans. Yes. We are all Kens.
We are all united.
Are you a Mexican or a Mexicant?
The United Kingdom. There we
Yeah.
go.
Kingdom.
United Kingdom. Oh, there's a last one that just came in, and this one is for Platoon. Right here.
Patrick Ruffle, $5. Little Platoon, who on the EFAP team is the most attractive to you? I don't know what any. Well, no, I don't know. I cannot possibly answer that question. I plead the fifth. Otherwise, it'll be really awkward the next time I go on. No.
Who's got the sexiest avatar? There you go.
Yeah.
It depends. I mean, do you like people in gas masks and black suits, or are you a furry?
Yeah, are you?
We're not gonna kink shame you, bro. You do you.
Well, I'm none of these things. So, so no, I plead the fifth.
Well, that does it for super chats and new memberships. So thanks to everyone who stuck through the entire show, and thanks to all of our super chatters. We love everyone in the chat. To quote Mr. Brown, we would be nothing without the chat.
You always make him sound so posh.
How would you imitate Mr. Brown?
He's from the north. My mouth doesn't move in those strange and alien ways.
We would be nothing without the chat.
We
That
would
wasn't even- that was
be
so bad.
nothing without the
Without-
chat.
That was closer.
Cynic,
That was
Cynic.
We
closer.
were nothing without the chat.
Do you ever notice that there's no like Southern British accents on YouTube? Like no one's ever like, "Oi, yeah, this is my YouTube channel." Like it's only ever super.
You
posh.
clearly
is.
haven't dived into the cooking part of YouTube.
It's only
that
the
much.
guy,
There's a
wait.
lot
the
there.
guy that says,
Who is
"You have a fishing license."
who's
You
the
never hear
guy
any
who
Cockney
like
accent.
feuds with Mr. Brown? That dude has
Oh,
a
Robot
southern-
Head, right?
Cockney, he's Cockney, but I don't know if that's what his
Cockney.
accent is.
Oh, I don't
Um,
know. I would say that guy has that accent.
I need some
Cynic, try
dirty
your Scottish accent, man. You sound Austrian.
I sound Austrian. Because that, yeah. What did I say last time? I quoted Drinker. I was like, "Nah, it'll be fine."
Sounds like Arnold.
That's what everyone tells me. I think it's spot on. No,
I don't know, like
fine.
it's like
It'll
nah,
be
it'll be
fine.
fine.
Well, southern accents in this country are generally quite weird because the south of this country is where, so like Somerset is and Devon, so it's mostly sort of farmer speak, and it's weird. Like Somerset, I'm from Somerset and I speak like a farmer, and it's just a strange place. It's also like I think it's the highest proportion of inbred people come from around that area as well. But you know.
Nice.
Oh, you've never seen East Coast of Canada.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well,
Hey,
that's
yeah,
you
before we
can either
leave-
fuck your family or you can fuck seals, I guess. So it's
Louisiana.
Before we leave, since it's like the 100K, could you read something in a Southern United States Southern accent?
Man, you
I
can barely do a
think I would
US accent.
struggle to do this.
I'll pick a random comment. Hang on.
I need to
Say
be
it.
drunk to do that, and I'm not.
Say
I don't know.
something that Gandalf would say, but say it in a southern accent.
Actually, why don't we just reread this in a Southern accent?
Mhm.
Fuck's sake. Oh, how does this sound like? Oh, it's gonna have like a Virginian twang, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Platoon. Oh my god, no, it's not working. I've got performance issues. Who on the EFAP team is most attractive to you? Like,
What? You sound like Kennedy. Hey.
What is that?
I don't know what the fuck it is, but I love it.
That was
Who on
worth
the EFAP
100K.
team is most attracted to you?
accents are not my strong suit. I have one accent.
When you ask him to do that, is the one time ever you can
Bro.
lock Platoon's brain.
He's like,
It's the only way. He's just
his brain cells are just like, what do we do? We don't have this.
It's so unnatural. This one, my mouth is just not working that way.
What the fuck?
But like I've always been a fan of Scottish and Irish accents. I just find them so attractive. Basically, I don't know how else
Oh,
to
it
say
depends
man.
where though. Like the
That's
Glaswegian
true.
accent is quite aggressive, and the Northern Irish accent is the least attractive of them, which is annoying because it's the only one I can even half do.
We should get Platoon to watch a whole bunch of Letterkenny and see if we can do like a good thick
Oh.
Canadian.
Oh,
accent.
dude, that would be
Mm.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
I would
Isn't
approve
Canadian
of
just
that.
American, but you say silly things like a boot instead of about?
Oh
Not
no,
the
but
whole part of
there's like
Canada,
a
say a
specific
boot.
there's a specific cadence to it. You know, you just gotta kind of like you're trying to be friendly to your neighbor, bud. You know,
But
No,
you
thank
secretly
you.
hate them.
but you secretly hate them and you can't shoot them because we don't got guns up here.
Ah, we
Just
got
stab
guns,
'em,
partner.
right?
Amen.
Oh, stabbing's a British thing. My bad.
Yeah, it's true. Stabbing
Sword
is a British
fighting.
thing.
I mean, we're a colony, so it came over here as well, to be fair.
I don't even know what we use in France, man. Like what, cannons? I guess.
No, you guys just.
I heard
render.
machetes are pretty popular.
Yeah, I heard
in
machetes
France.
and like cars.
I thought it
Ah,
was like
yes,
the-
cars. It's true.
what's the head chopping thing? I
Oh,
thought
the
you guys loved
guillotine.
chopping heads. Yeah,
The guillotine,
yeah.
Yeah, it's true. We do have the
Damn.
guillotine.
Well, on that note, everybody, we will see you next week. Again, thanks to everyone who stuck it through the entire stream. Thanks to all the super chats, and thanks to everyone who was talking in the chat. We will see you all next week. But does anyone want to shout out whatever they're doing? I forgot we normally do this. It's been 2 weeks since we did it. I already forgot. Does anyone have anything upcoming that they want to announce before we depart?
I'll be on a stream right after this.
Okay.
Yes, we're late.
Yeah, I've got a stream on Saturday on my channel, and we're going to be covering Tropic Thunder, basically.
Ooh, who's
yeah.
your guest?
We've got Copa, we've got Rennie, and we've got Matt Cat from Geekwood. You know,
All right, very
yes,
nice.
so yep.
Me
gonna have some fun.
and me and Andrew have a stream that we do on Sundays. It's called Slight Tomfoolery, and it's much better looking than this stream because I designed it. So it's whatever.
Well, now I'm just going to pay you to design this.
And I just put up a video, my first video in a month, and it's not about movies. So if you want a break from that, feel free to go watch it.
And I will have a video out on Wednesday, edited by Bagface, about Secret Invasion.
It's very good.
You watched the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh man, I tried. I had it on my second monitor while I was playing a video game, and I still got bored.
I'm telling you, I've said this on Mr. Brown's stream. The key is to watch it at 1.5 or 1.75 times speed, man. That's how you get.
Wait,
through it.
watch what?
Secret Invasion.
I tried to. I was like at the end of the episode 2. I was like, man, I need a nap. This is like this is so draining.
Yeah, it sucks.
And Platoon, you got anything? I know you just released the
Yeah.
video.
I did. The Barbie thing is up. The next one will probably be part 2 of The Mandalorian, which I'm going to try and get out before Blue Beetle, which I'm only going to review because I want to see if I can get more viewers than it can, which I think is probably a safe assumption. And then it'll be Ahsoka, which will be great because it rhymes with ass, so there'll be plenty of thumbnails for that. Yeah.
All right. So we will see everyone next week on BSUP episode 19. That's it.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.